The story begins in a very obscure setting. The male lead is embracing Jeanella, laying her on the bed with a dark and enticing expression, calling out Jeanella's name. Then, the male lead buries his face in the female lead's chest, using a seductive and intimate tone. He addresses her as "my Jeanella," and at this moment, the female lead becomes hesitant, clutching her clothes nervously, her voice hesitant as she says, wait. However, before the male lead can proceed further, he is forcefully pushed away by strong hands. Not only does Jeanella push him away, but she also appears fiercely angry, directly calling him by his name, Ted Bundy. Despite the forceful rejection, Ted Bundy remains unperturbed and instead, exceedingly indulgent, responding to her, "Yes, Jeanella." Despite Ted's tenderness towards her, Jeanella still maintains an angry expression, questioning whether it was him who ordered the execution of the noble's daughter. In response to Jeanella's angry question, Ted Bundy seems unfazed, gently taking Jeanella's hand, treating it like a precious item, tenderly kissing her hand and asking, "Was it wrong of me to do so?" Confused by Ted Bundy's words and actions, Jeanella is unable to articulate her thoughts coherently. Ted Bundy continues to be gentle and affectionate, holding her hand and professing his love for her. Jeanella is left speechless, unsure of how to react to his declarations of affection. Suddenly, the female lead is pushed onto the bed by him. Shocked and motionless, she forgets to resist and can only lie still, staring into Ted Bundy's captivating and deep eyes. His mesmerizing voice instructs her, "You are only allowed to look at me." All of Ted Bundy's actions leave the female lead in turmoil, questioning herself about what she might have done wrong. The scene then shifts to the female lead's mind, envisioning a hospital scene with blood splattered across the floor. Doctors rush around, attending to a critically injured patient who is losing a lot of blood, preparing for a blood transfusion and rushing them into the operating room. A mother collapses, holding her bloodied daughter's hands, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Doctor, please save my daughter." In response, the female lead can only try to suppress her own pain and respond to her mother, "I'm sorry, Mom. I have to go first." As she speaks these words, her mother's face darkens, crying out loudly, begging her not to close her eyes, to stay awake and look at her. After a series of agonizing cries in her mind, the female lead finally jolts awake, her entire body drenched in sweat, trembling with fear, murmuring heaven and earth. Her mind is filled with 1,000 thoughts after experiencing that terrifying dream. Jeanella is so frightened that she hurriedly places her hand on her chest to calm herself down, her face pale and terrified. Jeanella's younger sister, Garnet, sitting beside her, immediately expressed concern, asking her elder sister, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Garnet leaned closer as she asked, seeming afraid that Jeanella wouldn't want to respond. Across from them, Jeanella's mother, the Duchess Claire, along with her father, Duke Milan Han, also looked tense upon seeing their daughter's unease. Her mother exclaimed in alarm, calling Jeanella by her intimate name, as if confirming whether she was truly okay. Meanwhile, her father fretted, shouting, "What's wrong? Stop the car immediately." Faced with such overwhelming concern from her family, the female lead could only pretend. Suddenly, finding an excuse to evade, she turned her head to look outside, then gently replied, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit strange returning to the capital after 14 years away." Upon hearing her sister's response, Garnet sympathetically asked, "Sister, are you very stressed?" Their parents chuckled happily, affectionately saying, "No matter how grown up you become, Jeanella, you will always be our adorable daughter, won't you?" The family continued to laugh and chat until the wheels stopped turning, and the car halted at the mansion's entrance. Jeanella's father announced gently, "We have arrived at the mansion." After his announcement, Jeanella also felt a surge of unnamed emotions, gently stepping out of the car, her mind swirling with thoughts of her homeland after 14 years, which seemed unchanged. Her heart was also filled with waves of memories of the strange events that had happened to her. Jeanella Han had transmigrated into this body for 20 years now. As she walked into the mansion with her family, her mind was still filled with thoughts about her current life. This was surely a common plot after being robbed of life in her previous existence. When I opened my eyes, I was in a different world. For some, this chance to live again might be an opportunity to showcase themselves, but it wasn't for me. I hadn't read any romance novels, nor had I played any games before the changes in my life over the past 10 or so years. Ginella still held a belief that everything was just a dream. The family I was born into was considered one of the founding noble families, the courtiers of the Northern Empire. The Han family and I, with my beloved family, Ginella thought to herself, then glanced at her younger sister Garnet in front of her, who was eagerly asking their mother, "Is this really our home, Mom? Why is it so huge?" At her younger sister's excitement, their mother could only chuckle and say, "Garnet was born after our family was filled to the brim, wasn't she?" "This is also the first time I've seen the mansion," Ginella said. "Yes, it's quite different from Ben," she added, her eyes sparkling with happiness as she looked at her mother and sister. But then, a guilty and hesitant expression appeared on her face as she said to both of them, "I'm really sorry that everyone had to experience being filled to the brim because of me." Before she could dwell on her self-blame for long, the whole family rushed over to hug her affectionately. Her mother couldn't help but scold her lovingly, saying, "I told you not to say that." Yes, I also like Ben very much, everyone, no one is to blame." Ginella pushed her parents towards the mansion and patted them. "I know, so I'll go now." Being pushed away like that, her parents could only smile kindly, while she alone seemed excessively cold. After the whole family happily entered the house together, only the female lead remained standing from a distance, watching their every joyful step. She pondered, how could I bear to hate those who love me so much? However, no matter how much love and care she received, Ginella understood that this place was not hers, or frankly speaking, it wasn't meant for her. This thought saddened her. Ginella gathered her courage and called out to her parents. Her parents perked up, their faces filled with anticipation, wanting to know what she wanted to say. Ginella had silently resolved, "I have something I need to do." So she put on the calmest and happiest expression, telling her parents, "I want to transfer to the Siam Research Institute." The Siam Research Institute is known as a national institution specializing in magical power research. It even establishes and operates an academy for nobles, and is a long-standing historical monument in this world. Besides humans, there are also the existence of fairies and deities. Therefore, studying magic will be a crucial key for humans to understand more deeply and find a way back to the original era. As she thought about this, Ginella also held the admission notice in her hand, feeling a bit surprised and also a bit lucky. She thought to herself, "I never thought I would be admitted like this." Indeed, she had participated in the Academy's entrance exam, but she found it a bit strange when she remembered the day she went there to apply for admission. When she had just greeted the admissions officer and said to him, "I'm here to submit my application," he immediately became extremely shocked and exclaimed to her, "Aren't you the Miss Han?" So in this moment, seeing the red seal on the confirmation paper, Ginella still felt extremely puzzled. She whispered to herself, "It's as if they already knew I would come here." However, she didn't dwell on it too much, just took a deep breath. Then, her face was full of joy again. She reminded herself, well, just the thought of being able to study magic is already great. But just on her first day of school, Ginella encountered her first trouble. Someone had seen her and sneered, "Oh, isn't that Miss Seo Han?" This person was a blonde girl who seemed arrogant. Following her were two others who looked like her followers. Once the sarcastic remark from the blonde was heard, everyone nearby started gossiping about the female lead. They seemed unrestrained, speaking loudly, "If she's from the Han family, wasn't that family stripped of their title under grandfather Huang's reign? Shoo! It really is Miss Han." Hearing the gossip, Ginella remained unmoved, unconcerned, until she heard someone reminding their companion, "Be careful with your words about her, Prince." No, the Emperor might hear. At this point, Ginella was slightly startled, thinking about these two words, Prince. She suddenly seemed to be reminded of some memories, silently thinking, remembering now. It seems that wet blanket has ascended the throne. Ginella couldn't help but smile unconsciously. Then, she reminded herself, those things are in the past now. Unexpectedly, the disappointment seemed to anger the blonde girl to the point where she shouted angrily, "Is she ignoring me now?" She pointed at herself and shouted at Ginella, "Are you the miss of the Han family?" Indeed, a girl who doesn't know how to behave. Facing this rudeness from the blonde girl, Ginella still didn't react, just silently wondering if this girl was a daughter of a count, while the blonde girl was still glaring at her, ordering Ginella to answer. Looking at the attitude of the blonde girl, it reminded Ginella that during the time when her family, the founding lineage of the empire, was exiled to the border, the power of the dukes had significantly weakened, and of course, the noble families had seized that opportunity to rise stronger. Thinking about this, Ginella wasn't worried at all. Instead, she became even more determined in her silent thoughts. I don't care about these petty power struggles, nor do I need to be afraid or compromise with those who openly show hostility towards me. With this in mind, Ginella burst into laughter, but this laughter only made Lily angrier. "Why are you laughing?" Lily couldn't believe that Ginella not only mocked her but also displayed her noble demeanor, questioning whether she truly was an aristocrat. Casually calling out someone's name, "Your family didn't teach you the basic etiquette of communication?" Ginella's words were light but full of sarcasm, making Lily grit her teeth in frustration, her voice trembling as she shouted, "What?" Then, Lily became even more furious, clenching her fists and shouting, "I dare you. I dare say that I'm very close to the emperor since he was a prince. As for the downfall of your Han family," but before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent because of a soft laughter that interrupted her, striking Lily's eyes. It was the mysterious emperor whom she had just boasted about being close to, standing behind Ginella. This laughter and figure froze Ginella in place, still trying to understand what was happening, while Lily was so scared that she fell silent, her face shocked, her eyes wide with fear at the words she had just spoken. At this moment, the emperor seemed extremely angry, speaking calmly, "I have certainly ordered the restoration of the title and returned the territory to the Han family. Yet, there are still those who dare to disregard my orders?" Right after the emperor spoke, everyone present there looked terrified, their faces pale, immediately bowing and echoing loudly, "Greetings to the emperor," in a fearful tone. The emperor continued, coldly ordering Ginella to be taken away and executed. Even Ginella, amidst the murmurs and gasps around him, was momentarily stunned. She hesitated, wondering, "I heard Ted had ascended the throne already?" Then she looked straight at the person referred to as the emperor before her, silently speculating with a sense of dread, "So who is this person?" Suddenly, Ginella remembered a book she had read. There are many worlds existing in this life, each world far apart, so most worlds are unaware of each other's existence. But occasionally, there are those who cross from one world to another. Ginella read up to this point, then closed the book with a rather grim expression. After rummaging through all the books and finding nothing, she sighed in frustration, thinking, "This book is useless." After a futile search, she leaned against a tree trunk, sighing deeply and lamenting, "This world is not interesting at all. Just show me how to move to another world." At this moment, when the female lead was deeply troubled, the little prince approached. He seemed to be in a hurry to find Ginella, because before he even reached her, he hastily called out her name, "Ginella." This call caught her attention, and she looked over. The prince, with his shiny golden hair and an extremely cute face, called out, "I'm here, Ginella, I missed you so much." With a deeply affectionate look in his eyes, the prince stepped closer to Ginella. However, Ginella seemed distant and cold, holding up a book, pretending to be busy, and curtly greeted the prince with a few words, "Hello, Your Highness." The little prince felt sorry after hearing Ginella's greeting and said to her, "There's no one around here. Call me by my name." Then, blushing, the little prince took out a blooming flower, offered it to Ginella with a bright smile, and said gently, "Today, let's get married. If so, we can be together every day." But as the prince spoke, Ginella seemed to have no more patience. She sighed and interrupted him by calling out, "Ted," as if to stop him from talking further. Then, she became even colder, telling the prince, "I've already said, you're not my ideal." However, despite Ginella's cold rejection, the crown prince refused to give up. He asked, what is Ginella's ideal? At that moment, faced with the prince's pleading gaze, Ginella still insisted, telling him, my ideal? She remembered the scene from that day, then returned to reality, looking straight at the man with black hair and black eyes in front of her. Her heart seemed filled with question marks. Unable to contain her confusion, she thought to herself, clearly, I heard that Ted had ascended the throne already. Ginella remembered that she had heard that the crown prince of the Northern Empire, Ted Bundy Viller, was her childhood friend. He often fell ill and cried after her every day. So, even though he hadn't contacted her in 14 years, she thought there must be some reason for it. She genuinely congratulated him upon hearing the news of his ascension to the throne. But the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Staring intently at the mysterious and cold man everyone called the Emperor before her, Ginella couldn't understand this cold-blooded person. Who is he, after all? At this moment, even the headmaster had arrived. Despite being older, when he saw the person in front of him, the headmaster still had to respectfully call out, Your Majesty. The headmaster knelt down and begged for mercy on behalf of Lily, the blonde girl. He pleaded with the Emperor, saying that this student was still naive, so she made a mistake. Could Your Majesty please forgive her just this once? Meanwhile, Lily, the blonde girl, was so scared that as soon as she saw the old man, she started crying and pleading for mercy incessantly. The headmaster tried to persuade the Emperor further, saying, moreover, she is the daughter of Count Sunny. But the Emperor remained unmoved, even reproaching, the first Emperor took everything from the innocent Han family, so I returned everything to them. Hearing the Emperor's words, Lily seemed even more resentful, crying and trying to control herself, saying, I didn't. Meanwhile, the Emperor still maintained a cold and aloof demeanor. He looked down at her like a judge, interrogating her, how dare you act like this? Just because you're a Sunni? Looking at this scene, Ginella couldn't believe her eyes. She stood there, mouth agape, thinking, he looks somewhat like Ted. But can someone's personality change so much after 14 years? Moreover, the black hair and eyes seem unreasonable. Ginella looked at the Emperor, seemingly all her thoughts scrambled. She had no way of knowing if this person was the boy Ted in her memory. Because blonde hair and gray eyes are the symbols of royal unity, but the appearance of the man before her did not match. Indeed, it was strange, and Ginella's heart trembled with fear. After swallowing all those thoughts, Ginella gathered her courage and softly called out, Your Majesty. She bowed respectfully to the Emperor before her and gently pleaded with him, please forgive Miss Sunni. Although she committed a serious crime, death is not warranted. If Your Majesty pardons her, everyone will respect you more. Ginella still maintained her bowed posture, and her attitude and demeanor seemed to momentarily stagger the Emperor. He seemed somewhat at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Ginella, still not having received permission to rise from the Emperor, maintained her bowed position, silently betting in her heart. If that man is indeed the wet-nosed Ted from back then he will comply with my request, or perhaps he has forgotten who I am. After all, it has been 14 years. After contemplating, she introduced herself, I am Ginella, of the Han family. However, just as he mentioned that, the Emperor suddenly placed his hand on her shoulder, and in an extremely calm tone, he said, Princess, you are truly generous. He lowered his head to face her directly, then in a very gentle and mocking tone, he said, begging forgiveness for insulting your own family? Isn't that quite commendable? The Emperor? As soon as he finished speaking, the principal on the other side hurriedly chimed in, yes, exactly. Meanwhile, Ginella stood still, recalling the Emperor's expression just now, her heart even more tense. This man must be Ted. After hearing Ginella's plea from her own mouth, the Emperor, although still cold, ordered our soldiers not to kill Lily anymore, but to imprison her under the palace dungeon. After giving the order, he turned to continue, and I also want to visit the academy, Princess, can you lead me there? He gently asked Ginella, then politely extended his hand to her. Ginella, although frowning, still placed her hand on the emperor's hand, then gently replied, yes, of course. She became even more worried, silently thinking, how much has he changed in appearance? Ginella respectfully led the emperor around the academy. Throughout the journey, Ginella diligently guided and introduced everything to the emperor, pointing out the promenade and other paths. However, the prince remained silent, not saying a word. His attitude made Ginella extremely anxious. As they walked, she worriedly thought, even when I lead him to the forest path, he still won't say a word. She speculated that if it was a magical change in appearance, she wouldn't feel its magic. But in this world, there were no dyes or contact lenses, right? Can humans change like that? Or is there some magic that she doesn't know about? Ginella absent-mindedly brought her hand to her mouth, seemingly biting her nails, a habit she had whenever she was worried. While Ginella was immersed in her anxious thoughts, the emperor suddenly called her name. Initially, he seemed hesitant, as if he hadn't called her name for a long time. Then, when he caught on, he directly pulled her into a strong embrace, softly calling Ginella's name. This action surprised Ginella. She just stood there wide-eyed as he buried his head in her shoulder. Then, with a trembling voice, she called him Your Majesty. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this call, the emperor became even sadder. He gently buried his face in her shoulder, apologizing softly, I'm sorry. He maintained the embrace from behind, his head buried in the hollow of her shoulder. Full of self-blame, he continued, because I was late, you got angry, right? That's why you distanced yourself, called me Your Majesty, and bowed to me. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, he said, seemingly more emotional, tears streaming down his face. Ginella felt the tears on her shoulder. She gently touched his face as if comforting him. She lifted his tear-stained face to hers, then, with a heart full of pain, she called his name, Ted. Meanwhile, the emperor, still teary-eyed, sniffing, took hold of her hands on his face, and with great sadness, said, I thought you had forgotten about me. Ginella still kept her hands on his face, her heart filled with sorrow, silently thinking that there were so many things she wanted to ask. She wanted to know why, at the age of 6, her family was exiled. They loved each other so much, but why didn't he send her a single letter in 14 years? Seeing him crying and clinging to her as if she were his only solace, Ginella felt weak again, like she did when she was 6 years old, but she couldn't stop wondering why Ted's face had changed so much. Was he really the boy she knew from before? Finally, Ginella couldn't help but ask him, Ted, what happened to your appearance? Why did your hair change color, and your eyes too? What happened to you? However, faced with Ginella's overflowing concern, the emperor gently lifted her arm and placed a tender kiss on it, then asked her, why? Ginella didn't like that response. She replied, that's not important, it doesn't look like magic at all. But before she could finish her sentence, the emperor interrupted her, because this is your ideal image. Upon hearing this, Ginella was so surprised she couldn't believe it. She just stood there, then exclaimed, what? She remembered the day she told the emperor that her ideal image was black hair and black eyes. So now, the emperor gently pressed his cheek against the palm of Ginella's hand, his black eyes brimming with tears, both pitiful and moving. He coaxed her, saying that she had said that was her ideal. Hearing him say this, Ginella was still somewhat puzzled, replying, what are you talking about? But before she could finish her sentence, the emperor reached out to embrace her tightly, pulling her close to him, then using his pleasant tone, he called her name, my Ginella. He leaned his face close to hers intimately, telling her, now that I am the emperor, we don't need to be apart anymore. You don't have to endure insults like earlier. And as time passed, the emperor became even more intimate. He gently nibbled on Ginella's ear, using all his patience to declare to her, because everything I have is yours, his possessive madness leaving Ginella stunned, her heart still filled with confusion to the point where she didn't understand what was happening, just feeling very dazed. It felt like she had fallen into a perfect trap. Yet the emperor remained very caring, whispering affectionately near Ginella's ear, expressing, I love you. From now on, we can be together forever, my Ginella, he said with all his love and sincerity. After his words, time seemed to rewind. Ginella remembered that she was often called the child who never cried when she was little. A strange child on the day of her birth, who looked directly into her parents' faces, without crying, to the point where everyone was amazed. In contrast, Ted Bundy was always known as the crying child. A strange child, as if he had been in pain somewhere since birth, always crying whenever he saw people. The emperor began to worry when the prince had no friends, so he arranged a meeting between the strange children. So, the first time the crown prince saw Ginella, who always felt pain and cried, he suddenly felt relieved and said that he didn't hurt anymore, but felt comfortable. It was the crown prince Ted who smiled and said so. And then, Ted became the little tail that always followed Ginella. Although she felt very annoyed because he always found excuses to enter her house, Ginella never hated him, because there were days when the female lead felt so helpless that she collapsed and screamed, "It's useless again." After reading a mountain of books, but still not knowing how to return to the original world, it made her extremely distressed, accompanied by countless other negative thoughts. However, just when she felt utterly helpless, suddenly a warm ray of light shone on her, and that person called her name so warmly, Ginella. The owner of that voice was none other than the crown prince. He even brought flowers, opened the windows of Ginella's dark room, and brightened it up. He always had that innocent and lovely smile on his lips, never hesitating to tell her straight out, "I miss you so much, so I came back today." Seeing her freeze without responding, Ted immediately showed concern and asked her, "What's wrong? Are you in pain?" His warmth was always a sweet comfort to her heart in times like these. So, instead of scolding him, Ginella smiled sweetly, reminding him, "You fool, you have to come in through the main door." This moment was one of those times when she felt comforted by his affection for her, and Ted, still feeling sorry for her, replied, "If Ginella agrees to marry me right away, then I wouldn't have to come back and forth like this." Hearing this somewhat bitter remark, Ginella could only feel distressed, trying to excuse herself by telling him, "You have to be over 20 to get married, Ted." After a bit of awkward reminiscing, now looking at the mature man Emperor Ted in front of her, Ginella felt a bit embarrassed, secretly thinking that at that time, she only thought it was the petulant words of a naive child who didn't know the world. Even if it was true, could a change in appearance be caused by just one word of hers? How could that be possible? While Ginella was still drowning in her tumultuous thoughts, the emperor gently placed a finger on her lips. Then he leaned closer, showing his dissatisfaction, probing, "What's wrong, Ginella? Are you thinking about something else in front of me? That's sad." Ted spoke as if he wanted to probe her, each time getting closer to her lips. His series of smooth actions made Ginella confused. She stood still for a few seconds, just staring at him until their lips were about to touch, then she exclaimed, "Ted, stop," and pushed him away with all her strength. After that, she not only wasn't afraid of being reprimanded by this emperor, but she also directly warned him, "That's enough, Burndy, if you do more, I won't forgive you," she said with a fearless expression. Indeed, Ted didn't punish Ginella either. He just used his cold tone to admonish her, saying, "You're still as stubborn as before, huh?" As for Ginella, she didn't mention that issue anymore, but instead shifted the topic and asked him, "Did you really change your appearance for me?" As soon as she asked this question, Ted immediately restored his indulgent demeanor, saying yes and then smiling sweetly, telling her, "To match your ideal image, I even changed the emperor's attire because you said you liked someone in black." After saying that, Ted continued to press her, asking, "How do you feel? Are you satisfied?" Faced with Ted's somewhat chilling words and actions, Ginella didn't know how to respond correctly. She remained silent, sweating profusely, wondering where everything had started from. Finally, just as she thought about it, Ted continued confidently, saying, "If Ginella wants, I'll change all the decorations to black. Whatever you want." Unexpectedly, even before he could finish his sentence, Ginella quickly spoke up, saying, "Then tell me how you changed your appearance." Indeed, after Ginella made this suggestion, Ted suddenly fell silent, not saying anything more, just standing there quietly, staring at her until she couldn't wait anymore. She had to urge him, "Answer me, Ted, in the face of Janella's urgency. Ted became even more interested, flashing a mocking smile and asking her, curious, huh? If Janella marries me, I'll let you know. After Ted spoke those words so casually, this time it was Janella who froze. She just stood there, looking at Ted smiling in front of her. Intuition had told her from the beginning that although he always acted according to his own wishes, he avoided talking about important matters. By stringing together their entire conversation in her head, Janella also made some predictions that perhaps her family's exile might be related to his change in appearance. She didn't hesitate, decisively turned around, and didn't forget to inform Ted, well then, I'm going home. Saying that, she left amidst his astonishment. Just a few steps after she left, Ted quickly chased after her, coaxing, can I come too? I used to go there often. And I have a gift for you. However, no matter how he tried to bribe her, Janella still kept a cold expression, replying, I don't need gifts. Although she walked fast, she was still just a girl, so Ted not only caught up with her pace, but also surpassed it. He took advantage of the length of his legs, blocking Janella's path, and somehow already had a card in his hand, which he presented to her. Ted told Janella that it was the library entrance card to the Royal Library because he had expanded it. So there would be more magic books than the Conceum, except for the restricted section, she could borrow all the books there. He said it with an air of indifference, as if he knew that Janella's only hobby was reading books. After Ted finished speaking, he naturally reached out and played with a few strands of Janella's hair. Then, with a hint of arrogance, he asked her, don't you like reading books? This presumptuous action seemed to irritate Janella. She angrily turned around to pull her hair back, just about to scold him, but then fell silent when she saw magic emanating from him. After that, Ted stopped, seemingly opening up another space behind him, but still didn't rush to leave. He patiently smiled lovingly at Janella, saying, I'll wait for you at the palace, but you must come early, because my patience is running thin. Ted seemed to be warning Janella before blending into that magic and disappearing. Leaving Janella bewildered, staring blankly, wondering if this was instantaneous teleportation. How could she still stand there like a statue, holding the card Ted gave her, her eyes wide and self-questioning, wondering if he could use even the highest level of magic now? When they met again, the strange things about Ted had passed. The next day, in the Han family castle, a sword fight was taking place, the sound of metal swords clashing echoed throughout the capital. At this moment, Janella and her childhood friend, Bonus, were in an intense duel. However, just as she was fiercely attacking, he suddenly exclaimed, hold on, let's take a break and then continue. Ather seemed a bit exhausted. While Janella was speaking, he was panting, pretending that he was about to collapse. Then, he also resorted to flattering Janella, saying, isn't it too much for you today, Janella? So she lost interest, she sheathed her sword and showed disdain by mocking Ather, you're still as weak as ever, elf? Faced with Janella's mocking smile, Ather didn't hold back either. He found a place to sit down and reproached her, saying, are you the only one who calls the royal knights weak, Janella? She grabbed a nearby water bottle, listened to Ather Bonus's complaints, and said to him, it's because you're a mix of fairy blood, so you're too strong. Just returned to the capital and already enrolled at the Conceum, still sword fighting for days. Ather sighed deeply at this point. After Janella finished drinking the water, she regained her strength, approached him, teasing, so you're too busy with night duties to write me letters, huh? Janella's sudden closeness made him blush slightly, but he still tried to act natural, arguing back, I've said that I've been writing letters continuously, I've always tried to write as many as possible. Even though Elf was embarrassed and tried to explain to Janella, she seemed indifferent to this issue. It was like she was just casually asking. While he was trying to explain, she suddenly called his name, Ather, even after I arrived at Bazin, do you still continue to enter the palace? Janella straightforwardly asked, Ted, before he could answer, she anxiously asked him further, Ted, hasn't he changed something? However, faced with Janella's speculation, Ather pondered for a moment before reluctantly responding, let's see, since ancient times, His Majesty has only walked with you. In my eyes, he still looks like when he was the crown prince. After receiving this answer from Ather, Ginella became even more puzzled. Since that day, she had even asked her father and those around her about Ted, but they all reacted the same way. They didn't know that Ted's appearance had changed. And Ather, after answering Ginella's question, added one more sentence, but it was somewhat chilling. Terrifying. Ginella couldn't hide her curiosity and asked again, and then Ather told her that after the emperor ascended the throne, there had been a storm of bloodshed. After speaking, Ather used a very serious and cautious expression to advise Ginella not to get involved with him if possible. After receiving this advice from Ather, Ginella seemed to fall into contemplation. She realized that indeed, she also had a feeling that she shouldn't get involved. However, after all, she decided to ignore all consequences and went to the royal library by herself. As soon as she stepped in, Ginella resolved herself that she couldn't miss the opportunity to learn more about magic. But she didn't know that all her actions were being observed by the protagonist from a distance. Watching Ginella enter the royal library, Ted whispered to himself, "Finally, you've come, my Ginella. I've been waiting for you for so long." With possessive eyes, as soon as Ginella stepped into the library, she bumped into a group of nobles. One of them, in particular, spoke about the daughter of the Han Marquis. Ginella felt annoyed and thought to herself, indeed, rumors have spread. She also knew that the power of the empire was divided into two factions. One side was the Duke's house, with merit in founding the country, and the other was the Marquis's house, with the Queen's support. As she thought about it, she looked up at the royal family portrait on the wall and remembered that the Queen came from the Marquis's house and was the only woman favored by the former emperor. They had planned to choose the daughter of the Marquis as the crown princess. However, because Ted pursued her, the plan failed, and because of that, her family had been suppressed by surrounding forces, claiming to target the Queen position as soon as she returned to the capital, and rumors about her entering the palace increased. Although uncomfortable, she didn't want to cause any more harm to her family. Thinking of this, she blamed herself even more. Everyone had suffered enough for her in the past 14 years. Remembering the old story, she remembered this. At that time, she was suddenly summoned to the palace by the emperor. Even though he was high up there, the emperor's first words to her were still very polite. "Thank you for coming, Ginella." However, Ginella didn't relax her guard. She quietly realized that the emperor's state looked too strange, and he looked directly at Ginella with a gloomy face, asking, "Do you like black?" He stepped forward with a hateful gaze, pressing Ginella with questions. "Is your ideal model someone with black hair and eyes?" Although Ginella still didn't understand what was happening, she politely replied, "Yes, that's correct, Your Majesty." After hearing Ginella's answer, the emperor seemed to have a hint of resentment in his eyes, squinting and full of blood. However, strangely, after a moment, he crazily smiled coldly. Seeing this, Ginella's mother immediately stepped forward to protect her daughter, regardless of anything, reminding the emperor of his title as the ruler of the Northern Empire. Fairies are a symbol of purity and cleanliness. How can it be considered illegitimate for her daughter to be mixed with elf blood? She affirmed that there was nothing more shameful than this, and if anything happened to the son of the prince, it was also the choice of that child. She urged the emperor not to be angry with her daughter and to protect Ginella in her arms, leaving the emperor standing there helplessly after a few minutes of contemplation. Afterward, the emperor directly ordered Ginella to be taken to Bazan and confined her for life. Ginella's parents were both outraged and strongly opposed this decision, but the emperor didn't listen. After this order was issued, Ginella's entire family remained silent and accepted the punishment without reason. Ginella recalled that scene in a haze, her feet still moving slowly, not knowing when she had reached the door of the library. She entered the royal library and didn't know that someone was secretly observing her every move, that person being Ted. Ginella marveled at the grand scale of the library, and when the library manager heard the noise, he loudly asked who was there. Ginella, unable to contain her surprise at the man's loud question, and the library manager said that only members of the royal family could enter. But as soon as he said that, he fell silent. After a few seconds of confusion, he joyfully exclaimed Janella's name, Janella? However, Janella seemed very calm, even putting her hand to her mouth, to signal him to shush. Then, when the library manager calmed down, the two had a short conversation. Janella jokingly remarked as she followed him, "Your beard still looks the same after 14 years, huh?" And the library manager solemnly told her that the emperor had said, "You will come here, but it's been a long time since I last saw you." Hearing this, Janella was slightly surprised and murmured, "Ted, oh no, His Majesty?" Indeed, very quickly, the library manager replied, "That's right, as soon as he ascended to the throne, His Majesty ordered me to prepare all kinds of books in the field that you were interested in when you were young." Hearing these words from the library manager, Janella was also slightly shocked. Although he had said so, she still had some doubts, telling herself, "So he really hasn't forgotten about me." Meanwhile, the library manager was still enthusiastically introducing and guiding her. "This is the restricted section. If you need any more books, just tell me." "Yes, thank you," Janella smiled and sincerely thanked the manager for his dedication to her. After that, Janella quickly chose a stack of books for herself and threw them onto the table. She first chose a comfortable seat and began flipping through the first few pages of the books to read. But she still couldn't concentrate, as what the library manager had said to her left her very troubled. Janella immersed herself in a pile of thoughts about Ted's changing appearance and the words of the former emperor when he banished her family to Bazan, the fact that he hadn't forgotten about her, but still left her family in Bazan for a year after ascending to the throne. As she thought more, a feeling of anger surged in everything. She reassured herself that it's not that I hate life in Bazan. Although it's a barren place with snow all year round, I've met a great swordsmanship teacher there, so I didn't neglect my swordsmanship training and also escape the restraint and gossip of the noble class. But my family doesn't deserve to be treated like this there. Moreover, it was very difficult to find books related to magic there, so finding a way to return to the original world made Janella quite desperate. Janella silently reminded herself, "Even though I know none of this is his fault, I still can't just ignore what happened." Just as she was thinking this, she didn't know when Ted had approached and sat down next to her, still using his friendly tone to greet her, "Hello, Janella." Seeing the person in front of her made Janella feel somewhat helpless, accompanied by a bit of anger. Without saying a word, she awkwardly muttered "you" and fell silent. Ted, however, continued to display an innocent demeanor as if he didn't know anything, even feigning curiosity with a sound as if waiting for her to continue. Seeing Ted smiling in front of her, Janella felt even more puzzled, wondering, "I deliberately sneaked in here without signing the entry list, how did he know to come here?" Thinking this, she showed cold resentment and asked him, whether in the past or now, "Why are you always restless when you can't stick around with me?" Faced with her uncomfortable attitude, Ted continued to smile indulgently and replied, "Because I like you, Janella." Although this expression didn't sway Janella's heart, she shifted uncomfortably in her seat and abruptly turned away, seeming to have run out of patience, ordering Ted directly, "So tell me, why does no one mention your appearance? Like no one knows you've changed?" As she spoke, she unconsciously placed her hand on Ted's shoulder, a small gesture that directly confused Ted, who exclaimed, "What?" After regaining his composure, he took this opportunity to reach out and hold Janella's hand, expressing interest and asking her, "Is Janella curious about me?" "I'm glad." Ted then proceeded to be even more presumptuous, taking Janella's hand and bringing it to his lips, then not satisfied with this slight touch, he directly extended his tongue to lightly lick Janella's finger. In an even more twisted manner, he murmured, "Sweet, Janella." Hearing these words made Janella's face flush. Just a second later, she angrily grabbed Ted's collar roughly, stopping abruptly, and Janella screamed. In the blink of an eye, Janella, though appearing fragile on the outside, easily pinned Ted onto the table, turning the passive into the active. This unexpected and powerful action of Janella also startled Ted. He just lay there, staring blankly, unable to utter a word, only managing to mutter, "What's this?" Meanwhile, Janella pressed closer, intimidating him, saying, "I've told you, I won't let you off anymore." After saying that, Ginella also fell into contemplation, maintaining her menacing posture, looking down from above at the handsome face below. Ted, on the other hand, still looked serious, as if trying to remember Ginella's face. Time seemed to stand still at that moment, as both of them kept staring at each other, neither speaking, neither wanting to let go, until Ted couldn't hold back anymore, bursting into laughter to break the tense atmosphere. After that, he even unreservedly praised, "Ginella, you're truly strong." Hearing this, Ginella warned sternly, "So don't play tricks anymore." After saying that, Ginella suddenly felt confused, blurting out, "What am I saying to you?" Then she slowly let go, intending to stand up, but at that moment, Ginella suddenly couldn't get up, her hair feeling as if someone was holding it. Indeed, Ted was gently embracing her, pulling her back to lie flat on him, then calmly said to her, "I think it's fine like this." Saying that, he even made an innocent face, a handsome face, that made Ginella's whole body tremble in an instant. She didn't know what to do with this shameless person. However, after a while of trying, she couldn't swallow this anger. She ignored everything, even her own identity, shouting, "I said stop it." This burst of anger turned the library into a battlefield of books, and in her rage, shards scattered everywhere, even the tall figure of Ted was thrown to the ground by Ginella. At this moment, while still groaning in pain, he pretended to arouse Ginella's pity. Seeing that she still had no sympathy whatsoever, Ted turned to anger, blaming her, "It's too much, Ginella. You pushed me without any remorse." Hearing him say these words, Ginella became even more cold and arrogant, tossing her hair aside, arrogantly replying, "You should be grateful, because I didn't really hit you." Seeing her strong attitude, Ted couldn't help but tease, asking her, "I heard you met a great swordsmanship teacher in Bazan?" After saying that, without waiting for Ginella's answer, Ted sighed to himself, "You've grown stronger since you were little." Hearing these words from him, Ginella suddenly felt a bit sorry for herself, "So he also knows that I had a teacher." The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, looking at the handsome man in front of her with countless worries. Something had changed, not just in appearance, but something else had changed too. She felt extremely confused, wondering what it was. Despite feeling strangely uneasy, she couldn't help but be drawn by her attention. Thinking this, she raised her hand as if being mesmerized by Ted, unable to resist, not staring at him forever until after a while, she realized her actions were a bit foolish. So she quickly turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Still feeling a bit confused, she wondered, is it because his appearance fits my taste that I'm like this? Meanwhile, Ted, seeing her blush, turned away to hide, feeling even more delighted, laughing loudly to tease her, "Ginella, you really like black, don't you?" After that, he blushed himself, awkwardly continuing, "I'm glad to be able to attract your attention, even if it comes at a price." Just as everything seemed calm, Ginella suddenly heard the words "at a price" in her heart, instantly becoming alert. Then she seemed to lose all patience, relentlessly pressing Ted, demanding, "So how did you change your hair and eye color? Why didn't anyone notice your change? Don't dodge this time, answer me." Ginella questioned Ted with an extremely serious and firm attitude, as if he didn't answer, she wouldn't let it go. Ted, after a period of silent contemplation, his eyes also showed a hint of weariness. However, he didn't hide anymore, directly letting Ginella know, "I'm connected to the royal court, what's there to hide?" Ginella unconsciously exclaimed, seemingly extremely surprised by this reason. She had thought of all kinds of possibilities, but had never thought something like this would happen. Ted, still using a calm tone, explained to her, "The first emperor unified the northern continent and established the empire, but to restrain neighboring countries and prevent war with the southern empire, as well as to stop the factional fighting with the nobles, he synchronized himself with the royal court to monitor anyone in the castle. Since then, the oath has been passed down to successive emperors inheriting that power." After explaining these mysteries, Ted seemed afraid that Ginella wouldn't understand, so he patiently continued, "In short, this place is my territory." Hearing him speak so much, Ginella didn't know how to respond. She could only use a bitter tone to tell him, "I really don't know." Ted didn't blame her at all, but rather was very understanding, saying it was a secret only passed down to the heir. Furthermore, he belonged to a type with stronger energy than previous emperors. Then he continued to explain that if someone had been to the castle once, he could manipulate their memories. Ted spoke in an extremely indifferent tone, as if this was as simple as killing a mosquito. The more Ginella heard, the more confused she became. She felt a slight headache and had to put her hand on her forehead, silently sighing, indeed, it's so isolated. Looking at the seemingly unfamiliar person in front of her, Ginella became extremely anxious and confused since hearing his words, worrying and feeling extremely puzzled. Only speculating to herself, but no matter how strong the magic of the first emperor was, passing on power through generations, even after death, isn't normal, unless there's some strong intervention, right? Thinking this, Ginella became even more determined. Indeed, she had to study more about this magic. But just as she thought about it, she suddenly remembered that something wasn't right, exclaiming to Ted, "Wait a minute. My memories are still normal very quickly." Ted explained to her that it was because she was a hybrid of a fairy. Then he began to explain that the offspring of beings of light like fairies or elves were opposed to the power of the royal family. Hearing him say this, Ginella became even more curious, asking him, "Aren't you worried?" "Worried about what?" Ted, even more calmly, asked back, "What's that?" Ginella felt even more pleased, putting her hand on Ted's chest. Using a tone on her face, she asked him, then looked intently at Ted's innocent handsome face. It seemed like he was always ready to cry, just waiting for her to come so he could shed tears. Looking at him like that, Ginella felt even sadder. But she couldn't suppress her resentment. After all these years, she tried to keep a cold face, silently thinking, "I want to annoy him. If I don't retaliate, even just a little like this, I'll feel really unjust for being ignored for the past 14 years. Unexpectedly, just seconds after she had resolved her determination, she immediately heard a very calm sentence from Ted. He gently said to her, as if it were obvious, "Ginella, you can't do that to me." Then, very naturally, he reached out, gently holding her hand, and only then did he continue to explain, "Because you're the only one who's always stood by me. And I only have you." Ted spoke and then continued to take Ginella's hand and place it on his right cheek, transmitting to her the purest touch of flesh. This series of actions and warm words made Ginella very emotional for a moment. She felt very confused, letting Ted do whatever he wanted. But only for a few seconds, Ginella realized and quickly escaped from those emotions. She decisively pulled her hand away from Ted, feeling even more resentful. Silently thinking, "Yes, I've always stood by you, but I won't show any reverence anymore." She directly asked Ted with annoyance, "Do you think that when I see you change like this, I can act like nothing happened?" After finishing speaking, Ginella didn't wait for his answer anymore, but angrily turned away and said, "That's it for today, I'm leaving." Her cold demeanor made Ted extremely frightened. He hurriedly wanted to keep her but didn't dare to touch Ginella openly anymore, only trying to persuade her with words. "Wait, I was wrong, Ginella, please don't leave." But no matter what he said, Ginella still left decisively. When she reached the door, Ted quickly resorted to threatening tactics. "If you leave like this, I'll execute Lily Sunny." However, Ginella responded with apparent indifference, seeming to have run out of patience with Ted's repeated attempts to intimidate her. But as she hadn't stepped out yet, Ted changed from threats to remorse. He weakly asked from behind, "Do you also hate it when I change?" The tone and words were exactly the same as when they were young, when Ted forced Ginella not to look away. However, at this moment, she tried to force herself to remain indifferent to him. Then, she decisively walked away, trying to appear cold to leave Ted with a sarcastic farewell, "Until next time, Your Highness." After saying that, she left and closed the library door behind her. She leaned against the door and tried to keep herself from softening as Ted was still behind the door, calling Ginella's name with all his might. Everything seemed too heavy and sudden for her. Even though she wanted to say something to him at this moment, she could only silently think. "It's not that I hate your change, but now I need time to sort out my thoughts," Ginella told Ted. She was determined to speak as calmly as possible to the person behind the door. It's better for us to keep our distance for a while. Ginella didn't wait for a response from Ted, just left him pitifully behind the door. Hearing her footsteps fading away, Ted didn't know what to do other than let the tears fall. His mouth continued to call Ginella's name. Though Ginella appeared indifferent, her feelings weren't much better than Ted's. She had forced herself to run away from him so her heart wouldn't waver anymore. But even though she ran far away, in her head, she couldn't stop hearing his question from earlier. Do you also hate it when I change? Ginella felt extremely torn. She couldn't understand what the word also in that question meant. The only thing she could guess was if someone else had hurt him. When she remembered Ted's words, Ginella became even more confused and puzzled. She felt deeply distressed and asked herself, am I really the only one who's always stood by him? Thinking of that moment, she remembered the image of the blonde boy who cried a little every day when he saw her. He would run happily to her like a puppy, calling her name Ginella. Then, he would grab her hand and beg, let's go together, as Ted said to her. She didn't feel embarrassed, but exposed, saying, it's because you keep insisting on having the stewardess accompany us. Although outwardly, she appears cold towards him. But she herself understands that this is indeed a good opportunity to participate in the class of Grand Mage Connor. Ted always appears innocent at that time, always taking the opportunity to lean on Ginella's shoulder and flatter her. If she likes it, then he likes it too. Although his appearance seems uncomfortable with magic, Ginella always thinks that he trusts her as much as she trusts him. So even though she doesn't like the feeling of being touched, she always compromises to let Ted do what he wants. Ginella's memories become clearer day by day. She remembers that 14 years ago, on the first day she met the Grand Mage, the first words Ginella said as a child were, hello Grand Mage, I am Ginella of the Han family. Although it was a bit sudden, she was still very happy to meet him. I am Usniel of the Hardlard family. Though abrupt, I am delighted to meet you. Usniel greeted the Grand Mage with utmost courtesy, expressing her respect through both words and gestures. After speaking, she even put on an innocent face and gave the mage a pleading look. However, it was all just a show for him. Deep down, she was silently evaluating him, suspecting that he was indeed the Grand Mage, the pinnacle of magic. And wouldn't he know how to traverse different dimensions? Then, she began to fear inwardly, wondering, what if he also realizes that he's not from here and has been reincarnated? She anxiously gazed at the Grand Mage, fearing that her true identity might be discovered. But contrary to Usniel's worries, the mage involuntarily smiled, praising her as just as the princess had described, truly a courteous young lady. Seeing the mage compliment Usniel, Tespelin was even happier, feeling immensely flattered himself. He cheered, indeed. Then, with great pride, he boasted to the Grand Mage that Usniel was not only intelligent but also the most beautiful and friendly person in the world. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, proudly believing that she would marry him. However, after Tespelin uttered this sentence, Usniel felt a chill run through the air. It seemed as though she was being suppressed by Tespelin's mindless words, leaving her in anguish. Looking at the two servants behind her, she silently lamented, speaking such words in front of the queen's servants. She then softly reminded Tespelin, I've told you not to say such things, scolding him gently. But Tespelin continued his innocent and endless performance, feeling slighted. He sulkily asked, why not? Who's listening? His innocent look made Usniel feel somewhat sorry for him. However, a second later, he immediately turned as cold as ice, casting a sinister glance behind him and asking, aren't they? Tespelin's eyes and words carried such power that both servants suddenly felt a chill. The atmosphere around them seemed to freeze instantly. Both servants instinctively bowed and requested, may we be excused, sir? This strange behavior made Usniel somewhat suspicious. However, Tespelin quickly regained her attention by playfully suggesting, let's read books together. Meanwhile, the Grand Mage promptly resumed his teaching, saying cheerfully, now, let's begin our lesson. Just as they started a new topic, the Grand Mage began to discuss passionately, normally, when we talk about magic, people think of spells or incantations, right? But all the origins of magic stem from dark magic. While the mage lectured, Yuzniel listened attentively, while Tespelin, beside her, seemed lost in admiration, gazing at Yuzniel. The Grand Mage continued explaining that dark magic is the basic energy source for sustaining life, emphasizing the importance of understanding this before starting formal lessons. Despite his complex vocabulary, Yuzniel grasped every word and remained deeply focused, even flipping through her books as if searching for something. After searching for a while, she boldly asked, "Excuse me, Grand Mage, may I ask a question?" The Grand Mage was surprised and kindly asked, "What is it, young lady?" Yuzniel received permission from the mage, and without hesitation, she quickly asked, "Do you know the story of the angel and the mountain peasant of Gunna?" Before the Grand Mage could respond, Tespelin sitting beside her eagerly interjected, "Oh, I've read that in the royal library. It's about the angel and the peasant who stole the angel's shirt beneath the Gunna mountain, and although the angel fell in love with him, she still wanted to return to the sky." Yuzniel had a hunch that fairy tales are often based on real events. So, she speculated and asked the Grand Mage if the sky where angels lived and the earth where peasants lived were indeed two different worlds. By now, she had a glimmer of hope. If angels could move through dimensions like she did when reincarnated in this world, what about them? The more she thought, the more eager she became to know if such dimensions existed or if there was a way to move between worlds. She appeared extremely curious, her eyes full of anticipation as she looked expectantly at the Grand Mage. Upon hearing her question, even the Grand Mage had to praise, "That's indeed an interesting question." But just as Yuzniel awaited eagerly, hoping for an answer, the Grand Mage regretfully continued, "Unfortunately, we cannot know how to open that door." Upon hearing this, Yuzniel's hope shattered. Clenching her fists tightly, her voice filled with disbelief, she asked, "But why?" The Grand Mage calmly replied, "Because passing through to another world is possible only for those who are angels, not humans. Humans, no matter how hard they try, cannot know that path." As soon as the Grand Mage finished speaking, Yuzniel felt defeated. She no longer felt as enthusiastic as before, sitting down crestfallen, murmuring to herself, "I thought this time I had truly found a way back." While Yuzniel sank into despondency, Tespelin beside her grew increasingly anxious, observing her expression and realizing she wasn't happy. This made him quite uneasy. Meanwhile, the mage remained composed, explaining that Gunna Mountain had been a mystery since ancient times. Therefore, who knows, there might be a way to connect with another world there. In the face of the two children's contemplative expressions, he gently added that if the existence were not human but something like ancient dragons or deities, they might know the way. At this point, both the male and female leads pondered for a while until Tespelin suddenly blurted out a question, surprising Yuzniel. However, she remained silent, watching Tespelin beside her as he continued to ask the mage, "What about demons?" Yuzniel was taken aback by this. Yet, she remained silent as Tespelin once again pressed the mage, "Do demons know?" But this time, the Grand Mage was no longer gentle. He seemed irritated, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He scolded Tespelin, "Your Majesty, why mention demons? Such dark words should not be uttered. Demons are malevolent entities that ensnare humans with their words." Tespelin fell silent, ignoring the mage's admonition. He moved closer, gently patting Yuzniel's back as if to comfort her, though he didn't know what she was looking for. Then, as night fell in Yuzniel's mansion, on the spacious and soft bed, she focused on her reading while a lazy golden head lay sprawled beside her. Not only did Tespelin lounge on the bed, but he also exclaimed with delight, "Sleeping in Yuzniel's room is so delightful." Hearing this, Yuzniel bluntly criticized him, "You insisted on accompanying me home when I was about to leave, remember?" With a hint of irritation, she threw her book at Tespelin and warned, "Even if the queen scolds you, I won't know." Surprisingly, Tespelin had the audacity to blame her, saying, "That's why I said if Yuzniel stays in the palace." Mentioning the palace made Yuzniel feel a headache coming on. Unable to contain a sigh, she told Tespelin that just the thought of it made her suffocate and unable to sleep. Hearing her tired voice, Tespilin began to feel sorry, rubbing his nose where Yuzniel had hit him and sincerely responding to her, "That's because Yuzniel is too kind." Tespilin even shamelessly said to her, "The palace is all black, only you are the light." Then, to Yuzniel's bewildered surprise, he casually continued, "That's why I said you should marry me quickly." After saying this, he immediately rushed forward while Yuzniel was unguarded, planting a strong kiss on her cheek, even though he felt a bit embarrassed himself. After the kiss, fearing Yuzniel's retaliation, he quickly hid under the blanket. However, he couldn't hide his joy, laughing happily from under the covers, "Good night, Yuzniel." As for Yuzniel, she could only mutter in frustration, unable to articulate her feelings, but seeing the boy vanish under the blanket, she could only remain silent and helpless, silently thinking, "Sometimes that wet MIT kid acts so recklessly, which really bothers me." Little did she know, as soon as she had this thought, a chubby hand emerged from under the blanket, firmly grasping her hand and reassuring her, "Don't worry too much," as Tespilin also popped his head out of the blanket, sincerely expressing to Yuzniel, "Whatever you want, I'll do it for you." Hearing these words from the boy, Yuzniel, though no longer angry, felt embarrassed. "So," she complained, "you also don't know what I want." But she only muttered under her breath, her actions still gentle. She lay down beside Tespilin, closed her eyes, and sincerely said to him, "Still, thank you for comforting me, Tespilin." And there was another sentence she kept to herself, not saying it out loud, "I also really appreciate your affection." That night, Yuzniel once again dreamt of her past life, the doctor's urgent voice constantly ringing in her ears, urgently announcing, "She's been stabbed by a robber and is bleeding heavily. Prepare for a blood transfusion." In this place, standing in the cold, chaotic emergency room, Yuzniel realized she was in that dream again. Why was her mother here? Yuzniel's pitiful mother stood beside the bloody body of her only daughter, desperately pleading, "No. My daughter, don't leave me." Hearing those words, Yuzniel felt immense pain. She knew she was at fault for her mother's suffering, but all she could silently say was, "Sorry, Mom, for leaving you behind." But in the dream, Yuzniel felt her body strange, every joint ached terribly, as if being torn apart. It hurt so much. Yuzniel panicked and collapsed, tears streaming down her face. She cried out in desperation, calling, "Mom! Help me!" Just as she was in the midst of agonizing pain and despair, a voice from afar echoed with concern, continuously calling her name, "Yuzniel! Wake up, Yuzniel!" The call jolted her awake from the nightmare. Opening her eyes, she saw the worried face of the male lead. Yuzniel hesitated, calling out Tespilin's name, and immediately, the male lead responded, "Yeah, I'm here." Yuzniel noticed their awkward position. She reminded Tespilin, who was lying on top of her, "Can you get off?" Tespilin seemed slightly startled at this, quickly shifting and rolling off Yuzniel. She reached out to adjust her hair, sighing, "You're always like this, Tespilin." Tespilin hurriedly tried to justify himself, "Oh, I thought you were having a nightmare, so I wanted to wake you up." Just waking up, Yuzniel didn't want to argue with the boy, so she just nodded absent-mindedly, "Okay, let's just say that's it." Tespilin blushed, wanting to explain, "Just say that? What do you mean?" His cheeks puffed adorably as he said to Yuzniel, "Everything I said was true, my reaction was just because I heard you say you were in pain." Yuzniel remained silent, not responding. She still vividly remembered the pain, like dying and coming back to life. Her eyes reflected intense pain, and the ache in her left chest flared up again, where Yuzniel had been stabbed with a knife, the sensation still vividly felt. Yuzniel recalled and silently thought that after being reincarnated in this world, she constantly dreamed of the past, scenes of herself being stabbed by a stranger in her previous life, the memories of nearing death in the hospital repeating over and over. Thinking of this, Yuzniel involuntarily clutched the blanket, trying to appear calm, to conceal her fear. Yuzniel immersed herself in her thoughts, always feeling like an alien in this world. The dream seemed to push her back to the old world, like a curse. Hearing Yuzniel's murmurs, Tespilin looked puzzled and asked her, "Huh? What did you say?" It was then that Yuzniel suddenly woke up from her thoughts, realizing she had been somewhat lost. She quickly explained, "It's nothing," not knowing what to think. Tespalin's cheeks turned red as he tried to flatter her, "Of course, I want to kiss you, but..." But his next words weren't worth listening to. Yuzniel quickly pulled the blanket off and got out of bed, cutting off Tespalin's words, smiling lightly and calling out, "Tespalin, let's go have breakfast." A moment later, Yuzniel and Tespalin quickly arrived in the dining room of the Duke's residence, where a lavish breakfast spread was already laid out before them. Before they could even sit down or touch their chopsticks, Yuzniel was interrupted by an excited call for attention. Before Yuzniel could react, she was suddenly doted on by the most beautiful elf mother, Seal, who lovingly said, "Good morning, sweetheart." Yuzniel was slightly taken aback, then sighed as usual and complained to her mother, "You're quite strong today, Mom." Mother Seal happily replied, "I'm an elf, after all." Seal hugged her adorable daughter tightly before kissing her cheek affectionately, asking, "Did my little one sleep well?" "You're still so young, so it's good to sleep with me." While Yuzniel was feeling extremely embarrassed by this attention, at the same time, a strong hand was placed on her mother's shoulder, calling her name Yuzniel's father. Seeing the familiar figure, Yuzniel exclaimed excitedly, "Dad." Duke Milan smiled gently as he reminded his wife, "Well, we also have a prince here." With that, Yuzniel was finally released from her mother's embrace. Her mother went to greet Tespalin, saying, "Oh, right, there's also a little prince here. Oh no, not a prince, but a future husband." Tespalin obediently greeted his future mother-in-law, "Good morning, Duchess." With that, the Duke and Duchess sat down at the table with the two children, and the atmosphere during the meal was very harmonious, with everyone dining in a very noble and quiet manner. However, suddenly Yuzniel noticed Tespalin sitting nervously, his hands and feet trembling as he tried to cut his food into small pieces in front of him. Tespalin was feeling extremely embarrassed, silently thinking, "Why are my hands so weak today?" He muttered quietly, "Ouch, my fingers hurt." Although Tespalin's voice was very low, Yuzniel sitting next to him could hear everything. It turned out that Tespalin's finger was injured. Realizing this, Yuzniel offered him her pre-cut food, saying to the male lead, "Tespalin, eat this, and also, give me your hand here." She gently took Tespalin's hand with a hint of concern and asked, "Are you hurt again?" Tespalin was deeply moved by this caring concern. He stared at Yuzniel, unable to blink for a second. Seeing this scene, Seal couldn't help but tease her daughter, "It seems like Yuzniel is melting in front of the prince, huh?" Hearing this, Yuzniel blushed and let go of Tespalin's hand, denying, "That's not true, it's just sometimes." She silently thought, "I only acted that way because I saw Tespalin in pain." Hearing her daughter's words, Seal fell silent for a moment, a bit puzzled. She said, "You seem sensitive, my dear, I need to care more about you." Seal didn't know her daughter was lost in her memories at that moment. Yuzniel remained silent, thinking about her family in this life. They always lived in harmony and were very healthy, completely different from her past life, where Yuzniel's family was not happy at all. Her father abandoned the family and started a new one, while Yuzniel's frail mother had to bear all the burdens alone. Her health deteriorated due to her father's infidelity. However, she never complained to Yuzniel. Instead, she always supported and encouraged her, saying, "My daughter, I will do the work of both your father and me." Despite all the hardships, she always showed love for Yuzniel. Yuzniel realized that every time she saw Tespalin in pain, she subconsciously thought of her mother and wanted to take care of him. Yuzniel also felt that their personalities were somewhat similar, straightforward and resilient. Even if they were in pain or tired, they always smiled immediately. Yuzniel felt a pang in her heart. Although everyone was happy and the family was complete in the present, Yuzniel's mother was different from them, she was alone, and Yuzniel felt the need to return to the original world to be by her mother's side. Yuzniel suddenly remembered what the great sage had said about a way to connect to another world. If ancient dragons or deities truly existed, perhaps there was a way to reach another world. Yuzniel asked her fairy mother, "I heard that fairies are closer to the fairy world than humans, so is there a way to reach another world?" Hearing her daughter's strange question, Seal was somewhat surprised. Yuzniel had secretly resolved to return to the original world. Yuzniel turned to ask her mother if there was a way to reach another world. Lady Seal heard the question and pondered for a moment, then asked her daughter back, another world? Why are you curious about this? Yuzniel remained silent, somewhat hesitant. Although telling the truth might lead to her family's help and her own comfort, she couldn't bear to hurt them or reject this world where her parents sincerely loved her. So Yuzniel chose to lie to her mother, because I heard the great sage say so, but there are some parts one don't understand. Since you're the only fairy in the capital, I thought you might know. Lady Seal couldn't help but burst into laughter, joking with her husband, oh my, did you hear that? Our daughter actually acknowledges us. Yuzniel felt a pang of guilt for deceiving her mother, but faced with her daughter's hopeful eyes, she had no other choice. Lady Seal shook her head, regretfully unable to tell her daughter about another world. Yuzniel was very curious and asked, why not? Didn't you come from the fairy world? But Seal insisted it was a secret. Yuzniel suspected the secret and sighed, deciding to explain her feelings to her daughter about how fairies were not allowed to reveal anything similar, as it was a kind of covenant. Yuzniel realized it was no wonder she had searched for so long without finding any clues. After the meal, Yuzniel ran frantically to the library to find books, with Tespelen hurrying after her, worriedly calling for Yuzniel to calm down. Yuzniel didn't hear and continued searching for the fallen books. Yuzniel felt disappointed when she couldn't find the book, but finally found it and together with Tespelen, they explored the secrets of that mysterious book. Legend has it that the first covenant between the light deity Ludo and the dark deity Demon was created. Ludo created continents and nurtured humans, protecting them from the temptations of demons. However, over time, the deities disappeared, and the continent was divided between those who believed in the deities and those who didn't. This discord led to endless war. Yuzniel felt extremely disappointed about this and expressed her curiosity, is this all related to the deities? Then, the story of the northern region's continued triumph over the southern empire since the first emperor appeared. Yuzniel silently thought that unlike the southern empire, the northern empire did not have a national religion. Although she had recently studied theology, most of the northern empire still believed in the deity Ludo. Yuzniel hoped to find more information from the books, but after reading, she felt even more disappointed because the information was too scarce. She lay down on the floor feeling discouraged and realized that things weren't going as she had predicted. Throughout that day, Tespelen was always by Yuzniel's side. At this moment, he gently lay down beside Yuzniel and whispered softly, you seem different today, Yuzniel. Hearing Tespelen say that, Yuzniel didn't respond and asked about something else. When she saw Yuzniel trying to change the subject, Tespelen spoke up, I'll stay here a bit longer before leaving. Yuzniel looked at Tespelen's youthful face and asked softly, why are you so fond of me? Tespelen seized the opportunity and expressed his interest, nodding vigorously and saying, yes, I like you very much. To Yuzniel's surprise, Tespelen continued confidently, so come live with me. My parents say I can marry someone very good. Hearing this, Yuzniel sat up uncomfortably and reminded him, Tespelen, that's enough, don't do that in front of others. Tespelen curiously asked why, but Yuzniel just thought about the reason and warned Tespelen not to do such things in front of others in the palace. Yuzniel muttered to herself, this fool, so clueless, just like a child. However, she didn't want to hurt Tespelen's sensitive heart, so she gave him a reason, saying, Tespelen, in marriage, it can only happen when you're older, do you understand? Tespelen nodded, and Yuzniel wanted to reiterate her ideal model so Tespelen could quickly abandon his intentions. She said in a low voice, and about my ideal model. But before she could finish, she saw sadness on Tespelen's face. He interrupted her, I know, your ideal model is not to cry easily and know magic, but not be arrogant. In appearance, it's black hair like the night sky and black eyes, right? Yuzniel looked at Tespelen with a cold gaze and replied, you know it well, your highness. She did so because she didn't want to waste his time, and she didn't want to get caught up in the palace power struggles and Tespelen's disappointment. Yuzniel stood up to leave, but unexpectedly, Tespilin sat on the floor and hesitantly pulled Yuzniel's dress, asking, "But my hair is blonde, and my eyes are gray, can you change your ideal model?" Yuzniel turned to look at Tespilin, tears in her eyes, and he seemed a little unwilling in front of her. However, because of the importance of the matter, she could only sigh and splash cold water on his face. Yuzniel coldly pushed Tespilin's hand away and said in a low voice, "You were wrong the moment you started crying, and I can't change my ideal model." Hearing this, Tespilin almost cried. He quickly ran up and held Yuzniel's hand tightly, earnestly asking if she could like him. He said that as long as she agreed, he would give her everything she wanted. However, Yuzniel didn't change her mind and reminded him, "I've already said, it's not just about trying, and not everything can change just by forcing it." Tespilin felt what he said was wrong, afraid that Yuzniel would be angry with him, so he hesitantly apologized. Yuzniel didn't blame him and just said that he should leave later. But this time, Tespilin didn't respond. He stood still and tightly held his hands, murmuring something. Yuzniel saw him standing still, not understanding what was going on, and turned back to ask, "Tespilin, what did you say?" A voice echoed in Tespilin's head, "I don't want to go back, I don't want to leave you." He didn't get a response. Yuzniel suspected something again and approached him again. Her calling voice woke Tespilin up. He immediately returned to his usual demeanor and demanded Yuzniel to hold his hand before leaving. Yuzniel had to say, "Oh dear, come here." So she gently took Tespilin's hand and walked out of the library. Tespilin looked at their tightly clasped hands and thought to himself that Yuzniel was always sincere and affectionate towards him, but that alone wasn't enough. He still desired her care and love. Tespilin kept staring at their tightly clasped hands, silently wondering how to get that. Set aside this matter for now. The scene transitions to a sword fight between two dukes, Warren and Yuzniel. As usual, little Tespilin is present today, trailing behind Yuzniel. Watching the girl train with her guards, Tespilin sits nearby, enthusiastically cheering and praising his favorite person, "You're so cool." This man is Duke Warren, the former captain of the Royal Cavalry and the current Prince's Guard. Now, he looks at Yuzniel before him with fondness and remarks to her, "Indeed. Let's take a break, Lady Yuzniel. Your posture is excellent, have you learned swordsmanship before?" Seeing Yuzniel take a break, Tespilin immediately brings a towel to wipe her sweat. Before Yuzniel could respond to the Duke's question, a voice from behind calls out, catching her attention. "Yuzniel." It turns out to be Ather, a childhood friend of Yuzniel's. He happily says to her, "Since you didn't come to sword class, I came here to find you." "Is Duke Warren here too?" Yuzniel is somewhat surprised to hear this. "I'm sorry, I forgot to inform you that I couldn't make it," she says, expressing regret for this uninvited guest. Tespilin silently grips a corner of her dress from behind, seemingly displeased. Ather, oblivious, continues to tease her, "No wonder you always win when we spar. Turns out you've been learning from the Duke." Yuzniel calmly replies, "You're just weaker than me." Ather is taken aback by her response, "What?" At this moment, the protagonist's displeasure is evident, his face watching Ather chatting cheerfully with Yuzniel. Finally, Ather recognizes the prince and greets him warmly, "It's a pleasure to meet the crown prince." Unexpectedly, Tespilin shouts loudly, "Get out, who allowed you to come here?" Tespilin erupts, unable to restrain himself, rushing to grab Ather's collar aggressively, forcing him to leave. "Today, Yuzniel promised to stay with me." Tespilin doesn't stop, giving Ather a slap in the astonishment of everyone. Guards hurry to restrain Tespilin, "Your Highness, if you keep this up, you'll collapse." But Tespilin persists, shouting at Ather, "Lord Warren, get rid of this guy for me." Yuzniel asks the guards to hold Tespilin back and then runs to ask Ather, "Are you okay?" Ather replies, "I'm fine." That day, Yuzniel feels she tried to explain to Tespilin clearly, but he stubbornly refused to understand. On the other hand, Yuzniel is caring for Ather, and Tespilin's tears fall. "I hurt too, Yuzniel," Tespilin cries out. "I hurt more than he does, why don't you pay attention to me?" Caught between the two children, Yuzniel's face becomes more awkward. But conversely, Tespalin's possessiveness becomes more severe. It's as if he wants to drive everyone away from me, Yuzniel recalls. At parties, when people were interacting and having fun with me, Tespalin would prevent me from playing with them and talking to others. Because of that possessiveness, everyone in the Yuzniel family was drawn into gossip and rumors. I heard that the noble family was using their daughter to ascend to the position of crown princess. Is that true? The emperor greatly values the Hardlar Duke family. They raised many questions to criticize Yuzniel's family. Isn't the crown prince brainwashed? Despite those remarks, Tespalin always seemed uninterested, only clinging to Yuzniel. Despite this, Yuzniel thought Tespalin's obsession wasn't serious, it was just normal possessiveness towards a first friend. At that time, she only thought Tespalin was childish, so she always tried to comfort him whenever he acted out. Don't worry, Tespalin, she held Tespalin's hand with a loving gaze, promising him, no matter who I meet, you will always be my friend. Yuzniel believed that she always made Tespalin feel at ease. Tespalin was also very happy to hold her hand. Thank you, Yuzniel, very much. I really like you. Time passed and finally, the prince's coming-of-age period arrived. Seal occasionally wondered, why haven't we seen the prince lately? The duke standing behind her replied, I heard the prince can't go out because of the pain of coming of age. Hearing this, Seal felt a bit sorry. Oh, really? Is it that painful? Because of the pain during this period, Tespalin no longer has the strength to run to see Yuzniel anymore. He even refused her offer to visit. Seeing her daughter somewhat unhappy after a long time without seeing the prince, Seal asked her with concern, Are you upset about not seeing the prince? Yuzniel didn't know if her mother hit the nail on the head, but she hesitated and replied, How could I? I only feel sorry for not being able to attend the royal magic class. Hearing her daughter say that, Seal felt a bit relieved. Is that so? She suggested, if that's the case, then spend more appropriate time practicing magic with Ather, what do you think? Yuzniel hesitated, with Ather? Seal nodded and continued, just like this, then get engaged. It's also good. The Duke was astonished to hear this, and spat out a mouthful of water. What did you just say, dear wife? Seal smiled and explained, if Yuzniel gets engaged, she can naturally stay away from the prince. The Duke worriedly asked, Are you doing this, because of the recent rumors people have been talking about? Seal sighed and denied that she didn't care about those things, but with the intuition of a spirit, she felt that her daughter should not be beside the prince. Hearing these words, Yuzniel fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. Lately, Mom's been cautious with Tespalin. Engagement? I've never thought about it before, but it's not a bad option. If there's a fiancé, then Tespalin will restrain his controlling behavior, something that causes headaches will disappear. It's a reasonable choice, but... Yuzniel interrupted her thoughts as she picked up a book and spoke to her mother about her opinion. No, I don't intend to be attached to anyone. Yuzniel decided this because she believed that eventually she would return to her own world. So, to prevent anyone else from getting hurt, I don't want to have deep relationships with anyone. Thinking this, Yuzniel smiled and reassured her mother, You don't need to worry about my relationship with Tespalin. I just see him as my brother. But these words Yuzniel said to her mother were meaningless because after many days without meeting, Tespalin had grown up and finally came to visit Yuzniel. Long time no see, he looked at the boy standing in front of him. Yuzniel felt a bit strange, how could he grow up so fast in just a short time? Yuzniel raised her head to call his name, but remembered the etiquette and bowed ceremoniously. Nice to meet you, Your Highness, Tespalin quickly stopped Yuzniel. Don't bow, I didn't bring any guards, so it's just us here. So don't use honorifics and don't bow. Tespalin gently held Yuzniel's hand, stood up, his voice full of affection. Treat me like anyone else, don't do things like that anymore. My heart is about to break. Tespalin unexpectedly kissed Yuzniel's hand. Yuzniel was surprised, but she didn't push Tespalin away. Tespalin smiled happily at her, his eyes full of longing and affection for her. Tespalin's action left Yuzniel stunned and blushing. Tespalin noticed this and teasingly touched Yuzniel's face. "Look, you're blushing." This made Yuzniel stunned, and she hesitantly replied, "You're being too noisy." Yuzniel felt embarrassed and turned her face away to hide her emotions. She said, "Whenever I come to the palace, I always feel nervous, so I have to maintain etiquette in front of others, which makes me tired." Hearing this, the protagonist spoke up to comfort her. "Don't worry when you're with me, you don't need to bow. If you want, I can let you in and out freely anywhere in this empire, because I will change everything in this empire," Tespalin boldly declared to Yuzniel. Hearing this, Yuzniel immediately asked in curiosity, "How can you change the laws of the empire?" But this time, Tespalin didn't answer the question directly but stood behind the curtain mysteriously and replied, "That's a secret, so you just have to wait a little longer." Yuzniel looked at Tespalin somewhat unfamiliarly. At that moment, although Yuzniel couldn't remember the protagonist's face clearly, she felt the intuition of a fairy for the first time. Yuzniel realized that something was not quite right, and the stranger's peculiarity continued after the day Tespalin didn't come to visit Yuzniel anymore, but stayed in the palace. The appearance of demons at the border caused chaos throughout the empire. The unlucky incident that day was quickly forgotten, and time passed. Tespalin's 6th birthday was approaching. The time for Yuzniel's family to be expelled from the capital was also approaching. Only 35 days remained until this birthday event, which gathered numerous nobles. Everyone marveled at the scene inside. "Wow, the crowd is huge. This is also the first event organized since the prince's illness improved." They had sent invitations in advance, so everyone could come here to impress the royal family at this event. And another highlight of the party was the presence of the Hardlard Duke's family. People looked at them and whispered, "Look, the Hardlard Duke's family is here too. I heard that the dress the young lady is wearing was bestowed by the Emperor, isn't it? It's said that because of Miss Han, the prince's illness has improved." They didn't bother to lower their voices, and Yuzniel heard all of these comments. She felt terribly annoyed and just wanted the party to end quickly so she could go home. At this moment, a cute little blonde girl appeared, attracting everyone's attention. "Oh. Is that Miss Eugene Suni here too?" The girl was the one the Empress intended to become the prince's consort. Also at this moment, a solemn voice echoed, and all the order in the imperial court followed the Emperor and Empress leading the prince as they entered. The atmosphere immediately became quiet, and everyone bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." The Emperor nodded, giving permission, and then raised his head to proceed. The party went smoothly amidst the loving scene of the Emperor and Empress. The Emperor praised the great feast. "Empress, you've worked hard." The Empress smiled shyly. Seeing the couple like that, Yuzniel silently admired how the Emperor still loved his wife as before. Long time no see, she quickly searched for Tespalin's figure. This was the first time she had seen Tespalin since the day at the library. He looked much weaker now, and his complexion didn't seem good. Is he in pain again? At that moment, Tespalin also quickly looked over here to find Yuzniel's figure. Ah, their eyes met. Tespalin immediately felt happy and wanted to run back to Yuzniel, who was standing there. But before he could move, the Empress reached out and pulled him back. She draped her arm over the protagonist's shoulder and reminded Tespalin to maintain his composure because everyone was watching. Saying that, she took Tespalin upstairs to meet everyone. But Tespalin didn't want to hear these words and replied, "It's okay, I just want to be with Yuzniel." Obviously, this disobedience of the Empress's order by Tespalin quickly aroused the interest of everyone around, and they started criticizing the Duke's family. Who are they, the Hardlard princess? So, he's so biased like that? Yuzniel stood by and heard everyone's words without thinking about her own family. The unintentional words of the nobility also followed the same path as the previous courtiers. "I didn't expect the Hardlard family to be like this. What a disappointment. How did they coax the prince so sweetly?" Yuzniel clenched her fists tightly, knowing that, since all the nobles are gathered here, if it gets more chaotic, my family will be at a disadvantage. Seeing her daughter's expression, the Duke and his wife quickly comforted her not to worry. However, Yuzniel silently determined, I don't want to cause any more harm to my family. So, she decided to bow respectfully according to the protocol for the royal family. Apologies for the late greeting, Your Highness. Yuzniel bowed 90 degrees towards Tespalin's direction. Tespalin heard this and was somewhat stunned, his eyes flashed looking at the girl in front of him. Yuzniel, he softly called. Yuzniel pretended not to hear and continued to bow ceremoniously, saying, Happy birthday. Tespalin sadly said, Don't greet me like that. However, Yuzniel still bowed, without a reply. Even though Tespalin had said not to do this time she wanted to make clear boundaries with him. Tespalin stood on the balcony, hesitatingly watching Yuzniel behave distantly towards him. Feeling sad, he thought, what should I do? And so, the scene of the party became increasingly lively. Yuzniel stood in a quiet corner, only then could she breathe a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, noble ceremonies are indeed troublesome. She observed the party, and when she looked towards Tespalin's figure, she silently thought, now Tespalin is officially involved in politics, so it's natural for me to keep my distance like this. In her heart, Yuzniel felt a bit of self-blame because she didn't expect his expression to look so abandoned. At that moment, he also saw Yuzniel standing in the corner, and someone stepped forward calling out, Yuzniel. Ather saw Yuzniel turn around and immediately smiled brightly. Approaching him, Ather initiated a conversation, Why are you always sitting alone in a corner? Don't you know everyone wants to talk to you? Hearing this, Yuzniel simply smiled and replied, It's because I prefer it this way, that's why I stand alone here. If you want to talk, go ahead and talk to them. Ather adjusted his tie seriously and said, Because of my duty, I cannot neglect my friends. Intrigued by this, Yuzniel asked, Duty? So, a knight of courtesy would visit the royal knights and attend all the swordsmanship classes, right? Hearing Yuzniel's question, Ather hesitated for a moment and then replied, Yes, that's right. My dream is to become a knight, so how could I refuse the opportunity to visit the royal knights? It's an opportunity not to be missed. Upon hearing this, Yuzniel thought to himself, but the royal knights, the elite guard of the monarchy, are famous and very exclusive, and the requirements for joining are very high. He then asked Ather, How does one get invited for such a visit? Before answering Yuzniel's question, Ather, with no intention of hiding, said, It's because the prince asked me. Surprised to hear this, Yuzniel asked again, Prince Tespalin? Did you make a mistake? Ather immediately affirmed, No, it was indeed him who directly asked. Ather proudly boasted, Surely, they know about my abilities and have taken notice of me. Hearing Ather's self-assured words, Yuzniel suddenly felt a dislike towards him. He continued, But anyway, the prince is frequently ill, which is a serious matter. I've heard that even with medicines produced by various races, the illness doesn't improve much. Yuzniel couldn't see, but Ather winked. Ather let out a painful groan, attracting the attention of those nearby. Tespalin, who was nearby, also paid attention to the two of them. Startled, Yuzniel grabbed Ather's sleeve anxiously and asked, Is it that painful? Isn't it said that the pain is simply due to growing up? Ather, feeling embarrassed, shook his head, I don't know anymore, I don't know the details of everything. Tess observed them talking to each other in a gloomy manner. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying clearly, he felt extremely uncomfortable. That scene from the past about the party suddenly came to life in Yuzniel's mind. Thunder and lightning struck the party venue, glass doors shattered, and the cries of the nobles echoed throughout the hall. In the midst of everyone's panic, Tespalin suddenly fell, causing even more fear. People began to panic, calling out, Prince. The emperor rushed over, holding his son, and urgently issued orders. Yuzniel witnessed the moment when the prince fell, worriedly calling out Tessa's name as he approached. At that moment, all the nobles panicked and began to flee, not knowing who had shouted, perhaps due to a demon attack. So everyone ran away. Yuzniel's family also hurried back home. Duke Hardlard, along with his wife, quickly rushed to hug their daughter Yuzniel. We need to go outside first, he said. However, she remained worried about Tespalin's condition. Seeing his daughter's concern, Count Milan embraced her gently and comforted, "It's all right, my daughter. There are people from the palace here. The prince will be fine. We can meet him again anytime." But contrary to her father's words, she had just heard what others said and understood that Tespalin's illness was very serious, and many medicines sent to him were useless. And that was the last image of Tespalin that Yuzniel knew. At that moment, Yuzniel was overwhelmed with ominous premonitions. Indeed, after that day, the emperor expelled her family to Varan, and then, after 14 years, when she met Tespalin again, he was no longer the same. Suddenly, a voice calling Yuzniel brought her back from her memories. Ather, now grown up, was sitting in front of her, asking, "What have you been thinking about since then?" Yuzniel smiled gently and replied, "Just reminiscing about the past." Reflecting on herself, she wondered how she had become what she was now. Yuzniel Hardlard, now 20 years old, was a beautiful young woman. The conversation of the three in the garden was still going on peacefully. After hearing Yuzniel's answer, Ather was quite curious and asked what she was thinking about the past. Could she let him know? Suddenly, Eugene, sitting next to them, nudged Ather with his elbow, his tone cold as he reminded, "Hey, he's very curious." This made Ather very angry, and he turned to speak loudly, "What are you doing?" Eugene lifted his teacup to sip, reminding in a low voice, "Ather, never pry into a lady's thoughts." Duke Ather sighed softly, "Oh dear." She continued sarcastically, "It seems like the royal knights didn't teach you to be attentive to ladies, did they? Isn't that right?" Ather chuckled mockingly, "That's not what I want to hear from you. Eugene, you've intervened in my and Yuzniel's afternoon tea." Hearing Eugene's words, Ather replied proudly, "I knew her earlier than you did." Yuzniel, sitting across from them, felt a bit dizzy. She smiled at them and interjected, "It seems like you two have become closer in my absence, right?" The atmosphere became awkward. Ather sighed, "Oh, how familiar." Eugene chimed in, "Hey, Ather, cut it out." Ather scratched his head awkwardly and said, "And that's what I want to ask, how did you two become so close? Aren't you both vying for the same crown right now? Moreover, both of you come from noble families, so shouldn't you be opposed to each other?" Upon hearing the questions from Ather, both girls were momentarily stunned, then they understood each other's intentions and chuckled awkwardly. It turned out that when Yuzniel's family was sent back to Varan, Eugene had been sending letters to Yuzniel since their exile. Yuzniel read each letter, and Eugene always encouraged her. Perhaps it was because of this that their friendship had endured until now. Yuzniel placed her hand on her chest and thanked Eugene, "Without him, I wouldn't have been able to hear news from the capital regularly while in Varan." Yuzniel seemed to be questioning Ather, "You're nothing but a betrayer who cut off communication halfway." Sensing that look, Ather furrowed his brow and objected, "Yuzniel, what are you saying? Betrayal? I feel unjustly accused. Do you know how worried I was when communication suddenly stopped? Today, I felt so sad when I found out that you only replied to Eugene's letters. Every time I wanted to know how you were, I had to go to Eugene. It made me feel extremely awkward." Eugene sat there, sneering, "Ather, that's just karma." Yuzniel took a sip of her tea, silently wondering, "So that's how it is. It's so strange. Then where did Ather's letters to me go?" But Eugene was still bothered by the earlier incident. He sighed and explained to Ather, "Actually, Duke Ather, Yuzniel and I have never been rivals. We have never intended to become the prince's consort." Eugene reached up to his ear to adjust his earring, smiling faintly, and continued, "Moreover, the person I care about is you." Then Eugene rested his hand on the table and stared at Ather with eyes full of affection. This boldness left him speechless. The conversation among the three now became chaotic. Eugene was about to tease further when he remembered something that would make Yuzniel uncomfortable. "Well, now I have another younger sister to take your place, so..." Eugene turned to look at Yuzniel. "I apologize to you for what happened at the Colosseum." Yuzniel, I heard that my sister Lily was disrespectful to you on the first day of class. I'm deeply ashamed, and on her behalf, I sincerely apologize to you. Eugene sighed and continued, because she's the youngest and was born late, my parents spoil her. But I never thought she would be so careless. Upon hearing these words of helplessness, Yuzniel quickly waved her hand and said to Eugene, it's okay, it's not your fault, so don't say that. Eugene nodded and continued, actually, my brother and I aren't very close to Lily. Yuzniel, hearing this, was somewhat surprised. Your brother? Nud, right? Yuzniel had met Eugene's younger brother before, and the boy had greeted her. She remembered his face, often blushing. Eugene sighed, currently, Lily is imprisoned in the dungeons of the palace. I think my father will soon come to plead for her pardon. Yuzniel was surprised and asked, me? But what ability do I have? Eugene asserted, because the emperor will listen to you. Yuzniel thought that everyone believed so because of the past. She could only smile, as it had been 14 years since they last met, and such things seemed unlikely. Eugene also seemed a bit surprised. Then why did I hear that you and the emperor have been close since childhood? People still think it's a special relationship? Yuzniel didn't know how to explain, so she decided to remain silent. Eugene continued, anyway, I think this opportunity is for my youngest sister to learn her lesson. Yuzniel nodded and said, last time, I overlooked it because it was your sister, but if it happens again, I'll punish her severely. Eugene nodded, showing his clear stance, all right, don't mind me, just scold her to wake her up. They continued chatting for a while, and as the sunset gradually descended, the afternoon tea came to an end. The sunset cast a majestic and magnificent glow over the castle. Yuzniel walked Ather and Eugene home. When she was alone again, Yuzniel's footsteps became heavy with worry and sadness evident on her face. She pondered many things in her mind as she walked almost subconsciously for a while. Eventually, her footsteps stopped, and she looked up at a large tree. Did I come here unintentionally? In front of me stands a memering tree that my parents planted to commemorate the day I was born, and when I was young, I used to play with Ss1 here. Yuzniel reached out to touch the tree trunk, whispering to herself that after her exile, she thought the tree would die without care, but luckily, it had grown much larger. She stood there, gazing, with countless memories flooding her mind. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the leaves of the memering tree to fall in front of Yuzniel. This sight added to Yuzniel's heavy heart. Yuzniel closed her eyes and softly said, I said we should keep our distance, for now, Tess. Without needing to turn her head, Yuzniel sensed that someone had just arrived. It was the crown prince. However, a large hand wrapped around Yuzniel's waist, and in a deep voice, Ss1 said, I also have no other choice. Ss1 held Yuzniel tightly, burying his face into her shoulder, his voice full of sorrow, why didn't you come to me, Yuzniel? Yuzniel coldly replied, I told you not to come to my house. But Ss1, ignoring her words, asked again, Yuzniel, why did you used to come here? I miss you so much. His face clearly showed the longing he had for her. He was extremely sad as he burst into tears. Do you really hate me now? In this intimate moment, Ss1 once again apologized, I was wrong, Yuzniel. If you want, I will spare Lily Suni. So, please don't hate me. Yuzniel gently touched Ss1's face, wiping away his tears, and looked at him with tenderness, it's not that I hate you, but... Yuzniel lowered her hand and reminded Ss1, because you are the emperor, you can't live as freely as before. Yuzniel remembered the unpleasant rumors about Ss1's family at his birthday party in the past, which had hurt his family deeply. She truly hated those strange rumors. Tess reached out to hold Yuzniel's hand, comforting her, don't worry, from now on, no one will bother you anymore. He smiled sweetly and promised, I promise. Yuzniel's face showed a hint of surprise upon hearing Ss1's words, thinking that his words and expressions were just like when they were children. Despite the passage of time, Ss1 remained unchanged. Yuzniel chuckled, realizing that perhaps it was herself who had changed, not Ss1. She asked Ss1 to treat her as he did before, right? Under the gentle sunset, Yuzniel reminded Tespelin once again, but not in front of others. And don't come to my house anymore. It would be very inconvenient if my parents found out. Tespelin obediently nodded in response. Yuzniel, I understand. Tespelin was feeling very happy at the moment. Unable to contain his joy, he hugged Yuzniel tightly, saying, Thank you, Yuzniel. This made her slightly annoyed. I can't breathe, Tess. Yuzniel felt helpless in response to the affection the protagonist showed her. She gently rubbed his back and exclaimed, You still cling to me just like before, don't you? While comforting Tespelin, Yuzniel thought to herself, I've returned after 14 years, but I'm fine. I've been accepted into the Colosseum and have the freedom to access the royal library. From now on, I just need to focus on studying magic. Leaning her head on Tespelin's shoulder, Yuzniel continued to think, I've learned that Tespelin is safe and sound, and my family has returned as well. I can also return to my world with my heart. Yuzniel, he softly called, and the more she thought, the more emotionally moved Tespelin became, holding her tighter and saying, You're mine, Yuzniel. Yuzniel believed that their relationship hadn't changed. She didn't know that in a place where she couldn't see, Tespelin's face no longer held the innocence it once did. Later, they went together to a nearby tower to sit and talk. Tespelin and Yuzniel sat closer to each other. He asked if she continued to study swordsmanship and magic in Varan. Yuzniel nodded, Yes, during my time studying swordsmanship, I happened to meet good mentors. So, studying at the Colosseum shouldn't pose any difficulties. Hearing her words, Tespelin praised her as usual. Yuzniel, you truly are talented. After a moment, Yuzniel asked, And what about you? His gaze softened even more upon hearing her inquire about him. How have you been during this time? Tespelin remained silent, looking at Yuzniel. After a long pause, he spoke, his eyes full of anticipation as Yuzniel looked at him. Actually, after Yuzniel arrived in Varan, she had long blamed Tespelin. During that time, Yuzniel's family had been robbed of everything for no reason. She thought that the protagonist was living a comfortable life without contacting her. But after hearing about Tespelin's situation from his letters, she no longer blamed him. It turned out that since his birthday, the emperor had practically confined the crown prince within the palace and prohibited him from leaving. Except for the ducal family, no one could enter the palace. And during that time, the empress had given birth to a new prince. Yuzniel was astonished to hear this news. Tespelin had a younger brother? Since then, her resentment quickly turned into astonishment because the emperor had chosen someone other than Tespelin as his successor. Therefore, it was certain that Tespelin had endured difficult days in the palace. Yuzniel couldn't hold back her feelings, because she knew that the emperor and empress wouldn't be pleased with Tessa's changes. Tespelin spoke softly, No matter how difficult it is, I always think of Yuzniel, to keep going. Yuzniel sighed with frustration and asked, If that's the case, why did it take you a whole year after ascending to the throne to bring my family back? Do you know how long I had to wait? Tespelin heard this and couldn't help but smile gently, placing his hand on Yuzniel's. Why did you wait for me? Surprised by Yuzniel's reaction, Tespelin asked again, Wait for me? In that sweet moment between them, the protagonist stared deeply into Yuzniel's eyes, leaning closer as if to kiss her. He whispered, I'm very happy. As their lips drew near, Yuzniel suddenly felt embarrassed, blurting out, Oh no, and turning away. Blushing, she turned her head, It's not because I'm waiting for you, but for my family to return to how they were before. In her confusion, Yuzniel heard Tespelin speak again, I've been waiting, Yuzniel. Feeling even more sympathy for Tess now, because he never abandoned her for a moment, always remembering her. Tespelin continued to express his feelings for Yuzniel. They remained silent, gazing at each other. Yuzniel wasn't sure how she felt, feeling just as bewildered as Tess. Suddenly, he gently touched Yuzniel's ear, observing it with fascination, unsure if it was because of the sunset or if Yuzniel's ear was turning red. Tess softly whispered, Your face is turning red. Yuzniel couldn't bear such intimate actions, hence her blushing. Tespelin, whether innocently or pretending not to know, teasingly asked, Are you feeling hot? Yuzniel was annoyed, standing up and saying, "It's because of you." She blamed Ss1, saying, "You always do strange things, that's why." Tess sat back, continuing to ask, "Strange? We've always been like this since we were young, why is it strange now?" Feeling like a child again, Yuzniel suddenly realized something. His intimate actions from childhood didn't bother her then, so why did she feel uncomfortable now? There's something really strange, she wondered to herself. Ss1, still feigning innocence, asked, "What's so strange?" Yuzniel quietly concluded that perhaps it had been too long, making these actions unfamiliar to her now. Yuzniel was lost in thought, finding Ss1's words from earlier confusing. What does he mean by saying he'll come to see me? Why does he keep saying such vague things and then disappearing? It's really annoying. Walking through the castle corridors, she wondered why the living room lights were on at this hour. Who could be here now? She hadn't received any visitors. Opening the door, she walked in, only to find an uninvited guest standing before her. Upon seeing Yuzniel entering, Lily's father hurriedly approached with an excited demeanor and grabbed Yuzniel's hand, exclaiming, "Oh, my princess." This took Duke Milan, standing nearby, by surprise. "What are you doing, my Lord Chamberlain?" Yuzniel quickly realized he was Duke Hanem. The Duke looked at her sincerely and implored, "Please, Your Highness, help me." Yuzniel was bewildered, unaware of the situation, but knowing the history of animosity between the two families, she wondered silently, could he be here to cause trouble again? Turning to her father, she asked, "Father, what's going on?" The Chamberlain knelt down, grasping the hem of Yuzniel's garment, and earnestly pleaded, "Please, save my daughter Lily." These words filled Yuzniel with anxiety. The Chamberlain urgently continued, recounting how Lily had been imprisoned in the royal dungeon for several days without any news of her well-being, fearing she might perish. Yuzniel, hearing the heartfelt plea from the Chamberlain, thought, how could she die? Yuzniel's father quickly pulled the Chamberlain to his feet. "How dare you behave so rudely?" he exclaimed. Yuzniel, equally coldly, brushed the Chamberlain's hand away, saying, "I have no reason to do otherwise. It was Lily Sunni who offended my family and ended up imprisoned. I am merely the victim here, unable to act differently in the face of the Emperor's punishment." She then challenged the Chamberlain to maintain decorum and respect. "Do you even understand that?" The Chamberlain, desperate to save his daughter, complied with whatever Yuzniel said. He nodded fervently, admitting his mistake and begging Yuzniel to save Lily. "Even if Lily has erred," he pleaded, "it is not a crime deserving of death." Yuzniel felt a headache coming on, finding it perplexing why the Chamberlain kept mentioning death without considering other options. However, she reasoned that even if Lily were imprisoned by the Emperor, he wouldn't have reason to kill her, as the Noble Alliance would surely oppose such an act. Then Yuzniel's father interjected, "There's no longer any Noble Alliance. Because the Emperor has already purged more than half of them." This revelation startled Yuzniel, reminding her of Adher's warning, if the Emperor ascends the throne, the palace will be a place of turmoil. "So, I advise you to steer clear of him, Yuzniel." Recalling this, Yuzniel felt a sudden sense of alarm. What might have happened in the palace while her family was away? How had the landscape changed? After a tumultuous night, Duke Sunni finally returned, bringing peace back to their home. Both father and daughter breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the Duke's son remained sober-minded. Otherwise, they would have had no choice but to summon the guards. Reflecting on this, Yuzniel felt fortunate for the presence of the Duke's son, as things could have taken a turn for the worse. Once Nud arrived at Yuzniel's home, he promptly escorted his father back. "Let's return home today, father," he said. The Chamberlain, walking slowly, asked his son Nud, "Don't you see Lily's pitiful condition?" Nud, feeling powerless, pleaded with his father, "Please, father, listen to me." Both the Duke and Yuzniel, who were following behind, heard Nud's words. Eventually, Nud managed to get his father into the carriage and apologized on his behalf for the impoliteness. Nud then turned to Yuzniel, his expression serious. "I will surely keep my promise and return to find the princess," he declared. With a respectful bow, Nud bid farewell to Yuzniel and asked permission to take his father home. Yuzniel felt that Nud resembled Eugene, their personalities were both calm, in stark contrast to the Chamberlain. However, she didn't forget about the important matter her father had mentioned earlier. She quickly asked her father about it. "Father, What did you mean earlier by no more noble alliance? Can you please explain it to me? And what about the purge? Duke Suni didn't know where to start. He rested his chin on his hand and recounted, during our time in Varan, there was a plot within the palace by some noble factions to overthrow the crown prince. However, after the sudden death of Duke Janta, the leader of the rebellious faction, and the loyalty of the royal knights, who swore to protect the crown prince, everything dissipated into oblivion. Yusniel listened intently, her expression serious. So, those factions disappeared? Does this mean that Tess handled them all upon his ascension? The Duke nodded. During that tumultuous period, the Emperor revealed all the secrets of the noble families involved, and their lands and wealth were confiscated by the state. It said that our family's exile during that time was fortunate, as we weren't implicated in the affair. Do you notice, continued Duke Suni, that since our return to the capital, the palace has been quieter, but the atmosphere remains tense? Concerned, he advised Yusniel, so, be careful, Yusniel. Yusniel, feeling a bit anxious, subconsciously clutched her skirt, trying to appear calm so as not to worry her father. Yes, I'll be cautious, father, she assured him, leaving that matter aside for the moment. The next morning, Yusniel decided to go to the palace to find Tespelen. However, upon arrival, she was informed by the steward that the emperor was in a meeting, so she would have to wait for a while. Yusniel nodded in understanding, knowing that the steward would inform her when it was time. She found a seat and waited. Despite trying to maintain a calm demeanor, Yusniel couldn't shake off a feeling of unease. She had initially planned to stay away from the palace for a while, but after hearing about the plot against the crown prince, she couldn't help but worry about Tespelen. Hence, she decided to come here. In Yusniel's eyes, Tespelen was like a rose with thorns, making everyone believe the emperor was a tyrant, dangerous, but they didn't know Tespelen's true nature, which was why they spoke that way. In this passage, there are some inconsistencies in the pronouns used for Yusniel, alternating between he and she. Here's the corrected version. By the way, Yusniel came here to deal with Lily Suni's matter, thinking she needed to see for herself if Tespelen was truly okay. Lost in thought, suddenly, the sound of footsteps descended the stairs, calling out, Yusniel. Hearing the call, Yusniel turned immediately to Tespelen. He smiled gently at her, as if asking, did I not say you would come to meet me? Slowly descending the stairs and approaching Yusniel, Tespelen spoke cheerfully, I said you would come to meet me. Seeing Tespelen appearing in all her regal and dignified demeanor in the magnificent castle, Yusniel felt both strange and overwhelmed, she was so handsome. They began conversing, and Yusniel quickly asked about Lily. What about Lily's case? Does it really warrant such punishment? Tespelen's voice was firm, she dared to offend you, so I did what was necessary. Furthermore, now she's causing you worry, so I'm even less inclined to spare her. Yusniel shook her head, explaining, it's not that I'm worried, it's just that she's your friend's sister, so I'm concerned. Besides, I also saw this as an opportunity to repay the debt to Duke Suni. Tespelen mused for a moment, then calmly made her request, then kiss me. Surprised by the unexpected proposal, Yusniel met Tespelen's gaze, her eyes tempting, if you do, I'll spare her. As she finished speaking, Tespelen touched Yusniel's shoulder and leaned close to her ear. She whispered softly to Yusniel, kiss me, Yusniel. As she spoke, she lightly stroked Yusniel's shoulder. Yusniel couldn't see Tespelen's face clearly at that moment, it seemed a bit strange to her. Yusniel stood silently without responding, hesitating at this request. The atmosphere between them grew tense, as their lips were about to touch in that harmonious scene. Just as they were getting intimate, Tespelen's laughter echoed, ha ha. At that moment, Yusniel covered Tespelen's mouth with her hand. Tespelen whispered softly, what a pity. Their gazes met, and Yusniel's cheeks flushed red. Tespelen's regretful voice spoke out, I thought this time you would kiss for real. Hearing those words, Yusniel's face grew even redder, and she stammered, what, me? Well, it's not a big deal anyway. The main character playfully licked her lips and gently caressed Yusniel's soft hands. Just like this, I feel satisfied enough, she said. Yusniel quickly stopped Tespelen's actions, saying, I never expected you to have such tricks up your sleeve. Yusniel was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to say. She knew she had to take action. Using a few moves, she made Tespelen cry out, ouch. What are you doing, Yusniel? Yusniel coldly instructed, stay away. Stay away. Tespelen rubbed her head in frustration, saying, ouch, that hurts, Yusniel. Yuzniel brushed off her clothes angrily, saying, "Why did I even bother talking to you? You're so annoying. If you don't feel any pain, then why bother fighting back?" Tespelin then put on a pitiful look and asked, "Why are you angry? If you don't like what I'm asking for, I'll spare Sunny." Yuzniel turned and walked away in frustration, saying, "Whether to spare her or not is up to you." Seeing Yuzniel leaving without looking back, Tespelin called after her, but Yuzniel didn't respond. As she walked away, Yuzniel placed her hand over her heart, trying to calm herself down. "I almost kissed Tespelin just now," she thought to herself, her face turning red again. She scolded herself, "You're crazy, Yuzniel." Tespelin followed behind her, constantly trying to soothe her, "Don't be angry anymore." Tespelin spoke solemnly, "I was wrong, please forgive me." Yuzniel kept reminding herself about the other person, "It's Tespelin, the boy who used to be so timid and always clung to me like a piece of gum because of his frail body. I've always taken care of him, always like that, a childhood friend." Yuzniel reminded herself that Tespelin was like her younger brother, indeed. But now Tespelin approached her again, asking in a soft voice, "Are you still angry with me now?" What made Yuzniel anxious was the racing heartbeat she felt. "Why is my heart beating so fast?" Eventually, Yuzniel left the palace and got on the horse carriage to return home. Sitting in the carriage, she sighed in relief, feeling a bit relaxed. In that moment, Yuzniel thought her heart was about to explode, but luckily, she used all the patience from her past lives to escape the palace, pretending as if nothing had happened. Yuzniel thought of Tespelin's demeanor, "If that boy finds out I'm wavering, he'll probably set a wedding date right away because Tespelin always wants to marry me." After thinking it over, Yuzniel felt a bit uneasy. She realized she might prefer Tespelin in white, rather than those black outfits. Yuzniel suddenly noticed something unusual about herself. "What am I thinking? Pull yourself together, Yuzniel," she scolded herself, burying her face in her hands with embarrassment. She knew she shouldn't be like this. But I can't push Tespelin away. What should I do now? Yuzniel couldn't help but think about Tespelin's sweet gestures and affectionate actions towards her. The beautiful face was one thing, but even the scent made Yuzniel's mind foggy. The subtle, intimate gestures were enchanting her. "Please kiss me, Yuzniel." Every time Yuzniel made eye contact with Tespelin, she couldn't resist. Yuzniel gently touched her lips, feeling her body temperature rise as she looked at Tespelin's tall, mature figure. Yuzniel realized that Tespelin had changed a lot because of her, and she had lost a lot because of that too. Yuzniel sighed and leaned her chin on her hand, looking truly sad. "Even if I try to push him away, his thoughts remain the same. Maybe he really has me under his spell." Yuzniel closed her eyes and sighed deeply. "I'm thinking too much. I don't want to think about this anymore. What I need to focus on is finding a way back to the old world as soon as possible. But can I really ignore him, someone who has suffered for 14 years and now acts as if nothing happened?" Lost in these thoughts for a while, Yuzniel finally arrived home. Servants helped Yuzniel out of the carriage. "Miss, you're home," they said softly. Yuzniel replied quietly, "Yes, there's nothing to worry about." Servants wanted to speak with Yuzniel, informing her that there was a visitor waiting in the garden. It turned out to be Nud, the son of the Sunni household steward. Nud had been waiting for Yuzniel for quite some time, and upon her return, he greeted her warmly as Princess Hardlard. Yuzniel was a bit surprised, saying, "I heard from the steward that someone from the Sunni family was waiting in the garden. I thought it might be Eugene coming to visit, but I didn't expect it to be you. Sorry for making you wait." Nud smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's okay. I came here for a specific reason." Yuzniel teased, "So this time, did you know how to write a letter requesting a visit in advance? Because last time, I thought you didn't know how to write, so my family didn't receive any letters." This remark made Nud a bit embarrassed, but he smiled and replied, "Yuzniel, don't say that. I'm here to apologize." Nud then bowed respectfully and apologized for his father and Lily's rudeness towards Yuzniel. Yuzniel was surprised by this sincere gesture and told Nud to stand up. Despite Nud's remorseful expression, Yuzniel waved his hand casually and said, "Young master, there's no need to apologize." Yuzniel was taken aback by Nud's act of humility, realizing that he was different from the Earl and Lily. As they continued their conversation, Nud explained that it was natural for him to apologize, as his family had made mistakes, and as the next in line, he had to take responsibility for those mistakes. Yuzniel found it intriguing why Nud's younger sister, Lily, had such a different personality from him and his sister, Eugene. Nud explained that their family had been trying to produce a queen since Lily was very young, but it hadn't worked out. Lily was born to be the queen instead of Eugene, and unlike his sister, she cared deeply about her position as the queen. Yuzniel listened to Nud's explanation, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why would she be worried, she asked. Nud looked into Yuzniel's eyes and replied, because the princess has a close relationship with His Majesty, so my sister was afraid. Yuzniel awkwardly responded, what? What do people think? We don't have that kind of relationship. Nud was surprised by this answer and asked, not at all? Yuzniel blushed and explained, His Majesty and I are just friends, not like what people say. Then that's good, Nud said, somewhat unexpectedly, leaving Yuzniel slightly startled, fearing she might have misheard. Yuzniel asked, what did you just say? Nud, feeling embarrassed, changed the subject and apologized for Lily's actions. Yuzniel smiled and accepted Nud's apology, reassuring him that Lily would be fine. Nud gazed at Yuzniel with a strange admiration, remarking that the princess was still as honorable and upright as he had always respected. Yuzniel chuckled, crossing her arms. Are you mocking me with that last remark? What's with all the respect? Nud earnestly replied, I meant what I said sincerely. That's why I want to show my respect to the princess. Yuzniel looked surprised. Respect? How? Nud gently extended his hand towards Yuzniel and said, I've heard that the princess has received many invitations to parties and gatherings lately. So, could I be the lucky one to accompany her? Yuzniel was taken aback by this unexpected request, remaining silent for a moment. Nud continued with a smile, during your absence, the rules of high society have changed a lot, and almost all schedules have companions to attend those events. Moreover, as the next Earl, I know more about the trends of the capital than anyone else. Hearing Nud's words, Yuzniel fell into silent contemplation. It's definitely important to grasp the flow of high society when accompanying Lord Sunni. Having him as a companion will make gathering information much easier, she thought to herself. Yuzniel nodded in agreement with the proposal. All right then, she said. Turning away, Yuzniel left Nud feeling somewhat disappointed. She slowly spoke up, I'll arrange a date for the gathering and inform Lord Sunni. Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Sunni. Nud's expression was unreadable, but he seemed resigned as he said, next time we meet, I hope you'll call my name, even just once. Standing under the refreshing spring breeze, Nud smiled and added, please feel free to treat me casually, Your Highness. After a few days had passed, the party day finally arrived. We shifted scenes to the grand mansion of the Harland family. In a neatly tidy yet opulent room befitting the grandeur of the family, Yuzniel was getting ready and trying on dresses for the party. Her younger sister timidly approached from behind and asked, Are you ready yet? Her sister hurriedly urged her, The Sunni carriage is already here waiting outside. Gale couldn't contain her emotions at the sight of her beautiful sister before her and exclaimed, Oh my, Yuzniel, you look stunning. I can't believe my eyes. I also can't wait to attend the upper-class party. Yuzniel gently patted her sister's head and sighed, showing the wisdom of experience as she said, You're still young, it's better if you don't go. It's quite a bother. Her sister smiled and reminded her, Right, your companion is waiting outside. Yuzniel went to peek through the door crack and saw Mr. Sunni standing elegantly beside the luxurious horse-drawn carriage. Her sister, full of admiration, continued, The more I look, the more handsome he appears. His demeanor today is truly refined. At that moment, Mr. Sunni raised his head and caught Yuzniel's gaze. Perhaps because she was too beautiful, his face blushed slightly. He smiled at Yuzniel. However, she sighed, remembering Nud's words from the previous day, I hope next time we meet, you'll call me by my name, Mississippi. She worriedly wondered if Mr. Sunni might have some ulterior motives. Following that, Yuzniel quickly descended to the courtyard in front of the castle. They both stepped onto the horse-drawn carriage and departed. Sitting across from each other on 2 rows of seats, Mr. Sunni inquired of Yuzniel, Have you been well since that day? Yuzniel politely nodded, Yes, I have been well. Mr. Sunni continued, I heard that you recently received an offer to participate in the new magical project by Calcium. Is that correct? It's usually difficult for someone who isn't a professor to understand magic, so you're truly outstanding to have taken on that project, Mississippi. Upon hearing this, Yusniel's expression became slightly guarded. How did he know about my recent situation? Mr. Suni, in response to Yusniel's question, hesitated for a moment, then finally voiced his concern. Why don't you address me by my name? Yusniel shook her head calmly and said, because we're not that close. In that moment, with Yusniel's sharp gaze, she silently pondered that perhaps he didn't realize that when a man and a woman aren't friends and call each other by their names, it might be misunderstood as an intimate relationship. Yusniel then coolly continued, or is it that when we're not present, calling each other by name signifies a family enmity? Mr. Suni, hearing this, was immediately taken aback. A few seconds later, Yusniel heard a mocking tone from across, followed by Mr. Suni's laughter gradually rising amidst her suspicion. Why is he laughing? Mr. Suni looked up, still chuckling, and said, nothing has changed, but... He placed his hand on his chest with a melancholic expression. You still treat me with such disdain, princess. Yusniel asked coldly, when have I ever treated you with disdain? Mr. Suni chuckled lightly, because you never let me address you by your name before. It turns out that when they were young, Mr. Suni once tried to approach Yusniel and ask for permission. The young boy hesitated. Miss Harland, I also want to be like Lord Ather and address you by your name. May I? Yusniel turned her head and disagreed, saying that our families were not familiar with each other, so she had to decline. At this mention, Mr. Suni showed a resentful expression. You said that, but you still became friends with my sister, Eugene. Yusniel just remained silent, pondering to herself, did I really say that? I don't remember anything. Mr. Suni placed his hand on his chest, revealing a sincere expression, so our family relationship isn't a problem, right? Therefore, please consider me as your friend's brother. The words Mr. Suni spoke made Yusniel feel a bit awkward. Unconsciously, she tightened the fan in her hand. Seeing her silence, Mr. Suni suspiciously asked, or is there something else bothering the princess? Yusniel turned her head and said, if you're considered a friend's brother, then there's no harm in calling each other by name. Although Yusniel didn't understand why Mr. Suni was fixated on being addressed by name like that. If that's the case, Mr. Suni seized the opportunity to ask again, can I also call you by your name? Helpless against his insistence, Yusniel could only sigh and compromise, it's up to you. While they conversed, the carriage swiftly brought them to the upper-class party, where everyone had already gathered in great numbers, dressed splendidly, especially accompanied by their companions. Among the crowd stood Eugene and Ather. Seeing them there, Yusniel went to greet them, very surprised. Are you two companions with each other? Yusniel asked, since when did you have this relationship? Eugene and Ather were stunned and startled. What relationship? Ather frowned at Yusniel, blaming her. Wasn't it you who said you'd be companions with Mr. Suni? That's why I had no choice, but to accompany Miss Eugene. Eugene refused to back down and used her fan to hit Ather before arguing back. I helped him because he didn't have a companion. Eugene quickly shifted to another topic and asked Yusniel, but Yusniel, I thought you wouldn't come to this party? Yusniel chuckled softly, can't I be a bit trendy in this upper-class society? Just when I received the offer, to be a companion, from new. Mr. Suni then happily said, thank you for agreeing, Yusniel. Both Ather and Eugene were very surprised to hear Mr. Suni use Yusniel's real name. Even Yusniel herself was equally surprised. He called me by my nickname straight away? Although she knew it wasn't a big deal, Yusniel still felt a bit uncomfortable, feeling awkward looking at him. Ather stood on the other side, feeling very jealous. What's going on? Are you two so close that you use intimate names now? The argument between the two men officially began. Mr. Suni started by asking, isn't Lord Ather also calling you like that? Ather immediately frowned, but I'm not like Mr. Suni. Yusniel stood before the heated argument between the two men, feeling truly awkward. Seeing Yusniel frustrated, Eugene pulled her away, whispering softly, let them fight. Let's go talk privately for a moment. Then the two girls found a private corner to talk. Yusniel said, thank you, Eugene. Thanks to you, I can breathe a little, it's really overwhelming over there. Eugene then happily told her, Yusniel, do you know? Lily has been released and only fined. I should thank you for that. At that time, His Majesty released the hostage back home with the condition that Tich Thursday takes control of the southern territory of the Suni family. Yusniel was horrified to hear this, the southern territory? Isn't that where the diamond mines are located, the main source of income for the Suni family? Tespalin's actions are like cutting off the family's largest source of income. Eugene chuckled softly and shook her head. If you don't care too much about it, then it's okay. It's still better than her dying. Yuzniel glanced thoughtfully. I thought Tespelin would just release Lily, but unexpectedly, there are conditions attached. Moreover, the conditions are not small at all. So, by relying on this, he weakened the power of the Sunni family, while also helping to fill the royal coffers legally. Tespelin is really clever. It turns out that everything he does has a purpose, all aimed at strengthening the monarchy. Yuzniel couldn't help but exclaim, that little brat is really good at using his brain. Eugene disagreed upon hearing this. Yuzniel, what are you saying? His Majesty is no longer the small prince you remember. In this palace, no matter how insignificant the corruption is, he always finds the person behind it, everything. And there are no repercussions. But it's truly miraculous that my family hasn't disappeared. Yuzniel closed her eyes tightly, softly smiling as if she had relieved her worries. It seems he's doing the main job better than I thought. I worried in vain. Eugene smiled in response. 14 years isn't a short time. The two girls were deeply engrossed in conversation, but Yuzniel turned her attention to the other side, curious when she saw Lord Sunni and his friend Arthur surrounded by people, discussing important matters. For instance, Lord Sunni, I have something to say regarding taxes and the regulations surrounding them, one person said, while another remarked, isn't Lord Arthur a promising candidate for the position of captain of the cavalry? Yuzniel realized everyone has grown much more mature than in childhood. I also had to try much harder back then. The party quickly came to an end, and Yuzniel returned home late at night. She announced to the family, I'm back. After collapsing tiredly onto a chair, her mother quickly asked, did you enjoy the party today? Her younger sister sitting beside her also wondered, what are the upper-class people like? In contrast to her family's enthusiasm, Yuzniel propped her chin up with her hand, feeling exhausted. She replied, furrowing her brows, don't say anything. Everyone surrounded me like I was about to die. But anyway, this was my first time attending an upper-class event, so I consider it a success. Yuzniel's mother raised her teacup to take a sip and continued, so, Yuzniel, between Arthur and Nud, who do you like more? Hearing this, Yuzniel looked surprised. Isn't there some misunderstanding? Her mother continued, if it's too difficult to choose, then I approve of you meeting both. As her mother finished speaking, a beautifully decorated piece of cake fell from somewhere and scattered all over the table. Her father, who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, held the cake in his shaky hands, looking at the family and asking, is our daughter in a relationship? At that moment, he couldn't hold back his tears from the shock. And with two young men? Yuzniel quickly explained with a serious expression, you've misunderstood. Yuzniel's mother found the situation amusing and teased her, Yuzniel, when you get married, you can only choose one person, you know. Seeing her father approaching a stroke, Yuzniel painfully urged her mother, Mom, stop it. Continuing the storyline, returning to the life of the upper class acted as a catalyst for Yuzniel to become busier than ever. At this moment, inside a large meeting room, Yuzniel stood confidently on a podium, delivering the results of her research to everyone. With this formula, the magic index is not accurate. Let's see what I've calculated. The people seated below, all highly educated individuals, nodded in agreement with Yuzniel's opinions. Additionally, Yuzniel participated in a magical power research project conducted by Colosseum last weekend. Due to her involvement in the upper-class gatherings alongside Nud, all the attention regarding Yuzniel's relationship with Tess gradually disappeared, overshadowed by Lily Sunni's actions. Yuzniel was currently feeling extremely overwhelmed by the stack of magical documents on her desk that she needed to research. When will I ever finish this? It seems endless. Yuzniel suddenly remembered, placing a hand on her forehead, I've been so busy that I couldn't even meet Tespelin. I've been staying here for too long. She stayed back at the laboratory every night because she didn't want to waste time commuting back home. Yeah, Tespelin hasn't contacted me separately either, so he must be busy. Being a monarch, there are many tasks to handle, Yuzniel thought as she found a seat and sighed heavily. She fell into a state of despair, thinking, the current research I'm conducting is only necessary to return to the original world. Yuzniel glanced out the window, reminding herself once again that the opportunity to find a way back had come, so she shouldn't be distracted and should focus. Looking outside, all the trees and plants had become bare. Yuzniel was sure that this year was coming to an end. Winter was almost over, and another year had passed. It was time to prepare for the New Year's party. Looking at her messy room filled with scattered clothes and accessories, Yuzniel sighed with frustration. Oh dear, I'm so busy. Endless obligations leave me with no free time. Now, I need to adjust my schedule, try on dresses, and attend the event because the New Year's ball is already here. Seeing Yuzniel's frustration, her younger sister became curious and asked, do you always have to prepare for the ball at the New Year's party? This being her first time witnessing it, Gale seemed quite interested. Yuzniel patiently explained the origin of the festival to her sister. Since ancient times, the winters in the Northern Empire have been very cold, resulting in many deaths. Therefore, there were no festivities at the end of the year. Over time, they developed the tradition of celebrating the new year fervently as a memorial to the deceased monarch, distributing relief supplies to the people such as oil, grains, and other items. They would hold the dance of the new year for several days in the palace. Do you see the thing next to you? That's the invitation. Gale stared at it intently and then exclaimed excitedly, so the opening ceremony is on your birthday. Yuzniel sighed, not particularly pleased with this revelation. That's why I'm never satisfied because on my birthday, I just want to rest and be quiet. Yuzniel watched as her younger sister focused on reading the lines of the invitation, then spoke up, your birthday dinner with the family every year, but this year, it probably won't happen. But you're not old enough to attend the ball yet, you know. Yuzniel said with a hint of surprise, as her sister covered her face with the invitation and looked sad. The younger girl sighed, the capital is magnificent, so I'm really excited, but it's still strange, because no one is taking me to see it. You and Dad are busy, so it's hard to meet up, and the servants are too many to remember all their names. Besides, the rooms are too big. Yuzniel was slightly taken aback by how her sister harbored so many feelings while being busy with her own affairs. Seeing Gale like this, Yuzniel gently approached to comfort her. Gale, because you're not used to the life of a princess yet, that's why. As Gale covered her face again, Yuzniel continued softly, this is something you should enjoy, so you'll adapt quickly, no problem. Her little sister's face looked adorable as she received attention from her older sister. You'll help me, won't you? Yuzniel looked at her with a smile, and Gale nodded happily, yes, I will. With her younger sister back to her cheerful self, she suggested, that's great then. I'll help you choose a dress for the New Year's ball. Yuzniel also happily agreed, saying, sure thing, thanks a lot. Her younger sister went to Yuzniel's wardrobe, pondering for a moment. She murmured, so many options, I don't know which one to choose. Then, suddenly, she brightened up and asked, what about that red gemstone you wear? Yuzniel was slightly taken aback by the mention of the gemstone, but her sister continued, remember? The red gemstone you received on your 18th birthday? You treasure it, don't you? That gemstone was indeed special, sparkling with a brilliant red hue, carefully kept by Yuzniel in a box. Holding it in her hand, Yuzniel smiled and asked her sister, you mean this one? Her sister nodded vigorously, yes, that's the one. It always looks so big and beautiful. Didn't you receive it from your friend? Yuzniel smiled nostalgically, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems like it. Her sister then rushed off to find a suitable dress for her. The room fell silent, with only Yuzniel there, holding the precious gemstone. The cold winter wind outside tapped against the window, creating a poetic scene. In that moment, Yuzniel reminisced about the past. It was snowing the day I received this, she recalled. I was 18 years old, still exiled to the outskirts. In a humble house, I often practiced swordsmanship. I remember lying down in exhaustion and telling my sword master, I need a break, I'm so tired. Seeing her like that, the sword master teased, Yuzniel, tired already? You haven't won a single match this whole year? Yuzniel retorted, isn't it because you have no conscience? How can I defeat a dragon clan member like you? The sword master laughed and reminded her, but you're a fairy, aren't you? Yuzniel's expression turned cold as she retorted, I'm a half fairy, so it's different. Bernard then advised her to brush off the snow from her clothes, warning her about the consequences if Seal saw her in such disarray. Just as he finished speaking, Mrs. Seal stepped out of the door, exclaiming, oh my, Yuzniel. She rushed over, worried about Yuzniel's well-being on her birthday. You're pushing yourself too hard today. Let me check if you're injured anywhere. Yuzniel smiled and reassured her, I'm fine, Mom. However, Mrs. Seal turned to Bernard and questioned him, aren't you being too strict with her? Bernard sighed and replied, Seal, have you forgotten that you asked me to teach her swordsmanship? Mrs. Seal didn't back down either, and the two of them began to argue fiercely. "You're coddling her too much," Bernard accused, to which Mrs. Seal countered, "Yusniel is still a delicate child." Standing by, Yusniel couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. It reminded her of the time when she was younger and had first met Bernard, 10 years ago in the center of Varan. She had rushed to help an elderly woman who nearly slipped, saying, "Careful, ma'am." It was then that she heard someone sitting in a tree ask, "Who's that kid?" Upon seeing the whole scene, Bernard had commented, "Quite nimble for a human." When he jumped down and saw Yusniel's family, including her newborn sister, he was surprised. "Seal, what are you doing here?" Mrs. Seal was equally astonished. "Is that you, Bernard?" Since then, they had become acquainted, but their ongoing argument had only intensified. At 18, you're an adult. At 100, you're still a child. Caught in the middle, Yusniel didn't know what to do and simply sighed, smiling. Ever since arriving in Varan, accepting reality had sometimes been difficult for her. In this freezing winter, she felt a sense of loss for not being able to find a way back to her previous life, and she carried guilt for her family's exile without reason. These emotions often overwhelmed her. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling, "Sister." It was Gail, her younger sister, joyfully holding a cake. "Dad and I baked this cake with strawberry jam." As time passed, the wounds healed gradually with each moment of happiness, and the hustle and bustle of life in the capital was slowly forgotten. Now, the three of them quickly squeezed into the cozy wooden house, enjoying the sweet cake together. Laughter filled the air as they exclaimed, "Wow, Gail, you're amazing." Just then, footsteps approached through the icy snow, towards their home. Yusniel thought her life had become peaceful until she received that gift. Tespelin appeared, holding the gift intended for Yusniel. Inside the warm wooden house, Yusniel sat before the cake made by her sister and father's own hands. She was deeply moved. Everyone began to sing the birthday song, congratulating her on her 18th birthday. Before everyone's well wishes, Yusniel gratefully thanked them all. Her younger sister then handed her a small box, saying, "Sister, this is your gift." Yusniel looked over at Bernard sitting quietly on the other side and asked in a subdued tone, "What about you? Don't you have a gift for me?" Bernard crossed his arms, coldly replying, "Gift? Each time you visit my humble abode, I play with your niece. Isn't that enough? Whenever she's upset and comes to me, I make you tea. Isn't that sufficient? You still want a gift?" Yusniel's mother, sitting beside them, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Looking at it now, I feel like my daughter is closer to Bernard than to me and her father." Yusniel nodded, "Because I often stay with him, so I feel quite comfortable." Hearing her daughter's words, Yusniel's mother sighed, "I feel so sad." Yusniel helplessly smiled, "Didn't you say I learned swordsmanship from Uncle Bernard, and you said I had to be stronger now and spend more time studying?" Bernard's gaze softened as he chewed and said, "That's because of the prophecy." Yusniel immediately gazed intently at Bernard and asked, "What is that?" She had never heard of it before, so she quickly inquired, "What prophecy?" Bernard nodded, "That's right. If you want to prepare to answer the prophecy, you have to be stronger now." Yusniel's younger sister and father, alongside her, were also surprised. A prophecy? They had never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, Yusniel's mother slammed her hand on the table in anger, shouting, "Bernard!" Her actions startled Bernard, who quickly wiped the sweat from his brow and apologized, "Oh, I'm sorry." The party continued, but there was a slight tension in the air. Yusniel felt worried as she looked at her mother, because since meeting the Emperor, this was the first time she had seen her mother so angry. Yusniel pondered over Bernard's words, wondering, "Even though I don't know what it is, does that prophecy have anything to do with me?" As Yusniel was lost in thought, suddenly someone spoke from behind her, saying, "Oh my, am I late?" Yusniel's eyes turned towards the source of the voice, and immediately recognized it as they burst, who had come to wish her a happy birthday. At that moment, the atmosphere at the party became much lighter with Teacher Burst's arrival. Everyone was laughing and chatting happily, but Yusniel's mother still harbored some resentment from earlier. She handed out tea, but deliberately skipped Bernard. "He doesn't deserve any," she muttered. Bernard protested loudly, "What's that? Why aren't you pouring me any tea?" Teacher Burst approached Yusniel and handed her a gift prepared in advance. "Here's my gift for you," he said. It was a beautifully wrapped book, a book about magical fire. Teacher Burst hoped it would be helpful to Yusniel. Yusniel was surprised by the gift from her teacher and asked, how did you know I was struggling with learning magical fire? Teacher Burst smiled. I noticed, because last time you had difficulty with ignition. Yuzniel was delighted. Really? She hugged the book tightly to her chest, her face filled with hope. Teacher Burst was the son of the old lady whom Yuzniel had helped before. He was also the only mage in Varen. It was sad that the old lady had passed away, but thanks to their acquaintance, he had become close to Yuzniel's family and taught her magic. Yuzniel sighed again, expressing her difficulty with learning fire magic. Teacher Burst chuckled softly, explaining that it was indeed challenging to create fire in such a cold environment and even more challenging to control it. He reassured her, Yuzniel, in the next lesson, I'll teach you the secrets of control, so don't be too disheartened. Yes. Yuzniel exclaimed with joy. Indeed, Burst is the most skilled magician among all the ones I've ever met. Yuzniel found his teachings to be even easier to understand than when she was studying in the capital. Upon hearing Yuzniel's words, Burst chuckled and sighed. I'm not an official magician, and I don't even have a rank. At that moment, Yuzniel's expression darkened slightly. She felt a pang in her heart at the teacher's words, because magicians from the Northern Empire often undergo tests in the Mage Tower. Due to the hierarchical system, Yuzniel sometimes doubted Burst's true identity. She could sense the magical energy and demeanor of Burst were extraordinary. The teacher always seemed gentle and cheerful in a peculiar way, unlike anyone else here. Yuzniel thought, well, if my father doesn't know him, then he probably doesn't come from an important family. While Yuzniel was lost in thought, Burst pulled out a gift from his robe and handed it to her, smiling. Here, take this, he said. Yuzniel held the gift in her hand, feeling a bit surprised, and asked, what is this? Is it a gemstone? Her eyes lit up when she saw the dazzling red gemstone. Oh, it's so beautiful, she exclaimed. The red light emitted by the gemstone attracted her gaze. Yuzniel couldn't take her eyes off the sparkling gemstone. She was amazed and asked, this is the first time I've seen such a large gemstone. What kind is it? It doesn't look like a ruby, does it? Burst shook his head. I'm not sure either because it's not my gift, so I don't know what type of gemstone it is. Yuzniel was surprised. Then who gave it to me? Mr. Burst immediately stroked his chin, trying to recall. I can't remember exactly, but on my way to your house, I received a plea from a boy. He reached out to me for help. The boy approached and called Mr. Burst back. The wizard was shocked to hear the boy's words. The boy's appearance seemed very familiar. Hearing this, everyone guessed who it was, right? It was Tespelin, and he spoke to the wizard in a serious tone, I have something to ask of you. That's how the story went. He said, please pass this on to Yuzniel. She held the gift in her hand and silently wondered who it could be from. Mr. Burst continued, explaining that the boy wanted to give it directly to her but couldn't at the moment, so he asked Faye to deliver it for him. A spark lit up in Yuzniel's eyes as she thought about someone. She quickly asked Mr. Burst, excuse me, sir, do you remember what his face looked like? Yuzniel eagerly continued, was he the one with blonde hair and gray eyes? Mr. Burst tilted his head back, trying to recall for a moment, then shook it disappointingly. I only remember the boy grabbing my hand. It's strange how I can't recall his face. At that moment, the boy approached me closely. Perhaps he used memory magic on me, so I can't remember anything. Tespelin looked mysterious then. He placed his hand in front of his lips as if signaling silence, then spoke in a low voice, you may be able to trust me. Yuzniel was stunned. Memory magic? How? Mr. Burst nodded, confirming that it was indeed a rather high level of magic. Yuzniel, upon hearing this, immediately rejected her earlier speculation that it was Tespelin. Then it wasn't him, was it? She continued, was there no other distinguishing feature? The wizard nodded. Yes, I remember in such weather, the other person was dressed very lightly, not suitable for this place at all, and he seemed frozen. And Mr. Burst still couldn't understand. What's strange is, although he smiled, it felt like he was crying in a peculiar way. This detail left Yuzniel bewildered. She didn't know who that person could be. Suddenly, Yuzniel hurriedly stepped outside, telling the wizard, I'm going out for a moment. The wizard wanted to stop her. What's wrong? It's snowing outside, you can't go out now. Wait, it's been quite a while. Even if you go out now, you may not find the boy. He tried to prevent her, but Yuzniel was determined to go out. Mr. Burst called after Yuzniel in frustration as she rushed away. Her footsteps sank deep into the snow as she hurriedly made her way. She was confused in her thoughts, because among those close to her, only he addressed me with such familiarity. Yuzniel's thoughts became clearer as she pondered, the person wearing thin clothing in this cold, waiting until their entire body froze just to give me a gift, can only be him. She stopped in the snowstorm, still holding the red gem given to her by him. Yuzniel quietly called Tespalin's name, it must be you, and no one else. Back in the present, Yuzniel maintained her belief, I want to believe it's you. She touched the glass door, feeling the cold of the falling snow outside. She remembered Tespalin's words from before, I have certainly thought of Yuzniel, to live. Yuzniel tightened her grip on the gemstone, looking through the window. She had guessed correctly, indeed, the person who gave her this gem was Tespalin. The more she looked at the gem, the more curious she became about its name. Even Burst, seeing it for the first time, tried to analyze its composition at Colosseum but couldn't determine its type. Yuzniel caressed the gemstone, feeling as if her chest wanted to burst with joy at the sight of its bright red color. It was like Tespalin's plea, please don't forget me. Yuzniel knew that a gem of this size was undoubtedly immensely valuable. While Yuzniel was happily with her family, Tespalin was also there. Yuzniel hugged the gem tightly to her chest, feeling a pang of emotion. I wonder how Tespalin felt when he gave me this. The cold evening passed, and the next morning at the mansion of Count Harlan's steward, everyone in Yuzniel's family was having breakfast together. Gale cheerfully complimented the soup, saying it was delicious. Their mother smiled and said, if it's good, then eat plenty. However, Yuzniel seemed lost in thought, as if pondering something. She picked up her spoon, then put it down without taking a single bite. Her father, sitting across from her, quickly noticed that something was off with her today and asked, don't you have an appetite? His question startled Yuzniel out of her thoughts. She didn't want her father to worry, so she pretended everything was fine and replied, no, father, there's nothing to worry about. Hearing this only made her father feel more sympathetic towards her. He asked again, I've noticed lately you've been staying up late at Colosseum, is your research keeping you busy? Yuzniel nodded honestly, yes, father, it is. In the past 10 years, there have been frequent magical storms in the Empire, so there's a lot to investigate. Yuzniel continued to lament, if it weren't for preparing for the New Year's Eve ball tomorrow, I would have spent the whole night in the research room. Her worried father asked, again? His face didn't look too pleased at this point. He advised his daughter, you don't need to participate in that magic project right after starting school. His concern evident, he added, just sticking to the regular curriculum is difficult enough, let alone getting involved in projects. Mrs. Seal, seated beside him, gently advised her husband to stay calm. Seeing her parents worried, Yuzniel promised them, I'll do my best not to tarnish the family's reputation. Father, you know that studying history and culture with Burst and then participating in the subsequent classes is not too much for me. Hearing this, her father became even more infuriated, what reputation? Why do you speak like that? Yuzniel's mother sighed, your father isn't worried about that, Yuzniel. We've also noticed that lately, even on weekends, you've been involved in high society events, so you can't rest properly. It turned out that the horse carriage had brought Yuzniel back home the day before. Upon arriving home, Lord Sunni said, goodbye, I'll come to pick you up next weekend. Yuzniel waved goodbye to Lord Sunni's carriage until it disappeared from sight. Her hands, thin and frail, rose up in the chilly night mist, gradually stiffening. As soon as the carriage left, Yuzniel withdrew her hand and sighed deeply. She seemed quite tired, murmuring to herself, he's back, and I still have to adjust my research report. Seeing their daughter in such a state, Yuzniel's parents felt deeply sorry for her. Their anger stemmed from worrying about her, afraid that she might be overworking herself. While Yuzniel wanted to reassure them, Nai Milan had returned to politics and taken over the role of overseeing internal affairs. Therefore, they believed that if she could grasp the trends of the wealthy society, it would be beneficial. Even if something similar to what happened 14 years ago occurred again, they would be better equipped to handle it. Her parents gently reassured her, you don't have to struggle alone. We're a family, after all. Finally, Yuzniel's face brightened again, and she smiled, acknowledging, that's right, we're a family. They laughed and spoke affectionately with each other. Yuzniel didn't reveal these thoughts to her parents, she wanted to be prepared so that when the time came, she could leave without worrying about anyone. She had almost grown accustomed to this place and sometimes wondered if it was necessary to return to the world she came from. But she was still tormented by the nightmare from 20 years ago, making it difficult for her to forget. The memory remained vivid in her mind, echoing her mother's plea, "Don't leave me behind," which seemed to resound in her ears every day. Her current mother was always concerned about Yuzniel. Mrs. Seal's face bore a tinge of sadness as she asked, "Have you been dreaming of the nightmares lately?" Yuzniel's father, upon hearing this, couldn't contain his calmness and stood up abruptly. "What? If that's the case, then we need to see a doctor right away." Her younger sister also showed concern and asked, "Nightmares? Are you okay?" Yuzniel gently stroked her sister's head to reassure her. "No, not at all. Ever since I grew up, I haven't had nightmares anymore. The research institute at Coliseum is manageable, so please don't worry." Hearing Yuzniel's words, her father was somewhat relieved but still insisted, "All right, if you're sick, you must tell us." Yuzniel's mother sat beside them, deep in thought, saying nothing. Suddenly, Yuzniel spoke up, and her mother, pleased with her participation in society, was slightly startled. She quickly provided reasons to justify herself. "Yes, meeting many people is necessary to find a good life partner, isn't it?" Yuzniel glanced over at his younger sister, asking why she looked like that. His sister promptly reminded him, "Do you remember last winter when you went shopping at the Barren Boat Market with me? Back then, you helped a certain young man." She thought that was the ideal image of her older sister. Before her, a person was falling, and Yuzniel came to help them. "Are you all right?" The person stood up, brushed off the snow on them, and thanked Yuzniel for the help. Yuzniel was still worried, asking, "Are you hurt anywhere? Because I saw you fall pretty hard earlier. The passers-by accidentally bumped into you, but they just walked away." Only Yuzniel passing by helped the young man brush the snow off his hair and laughed, "Ha ha, it's okay," sincerely saying, "Thanks to you, I'm alive." Yuzniel suddenly remembered someone she secretly thought of. "Tespelin, is that you?" But the young man introduced himself as Miel, then shook Yuzniel's hand. "Can I invite you for tea to thank you?" Yuzniel reassured herself, "Stay alert, it can't be Tespelin." So, she quickly declined, "No need, I have things to do." The young man didn't insist and quickly left. "Oh, that's a pity. Next time we meet, I'll invite you for tea." He waved goodbye to Yuzniel. "I'll go first." Yuzniel kept watching Miel's departing figure and Gale's curiosity about the person her sister just helped. Back at the meal, the younger sister continued, "Do you remember, you stared at that person from behind for a long time, so I thought it was your interest." Yuzniel shook her head. "Oh, that's not it," she thought to herself, because at that moment, Yuzniel was thinking of Tespelin, so it seemed like that. Their appearances were somewhat similar, so she mistook him. Mrs. Seal then asked, "What, the person's name is Miel? If it ends with L, it could be a fairy like us." Gale excitedly asked, "Other than our family, I've never met any other fairies before, it's so magical." Seeing this, Yuzniel's mother joked with her, "All male fairies are handsome, just looking at them makes you happy." Gale listened with great interest. "Wow, really beautiful?" Both mother and daughter laughed happily. "Let's save that answer for when it's just the two of us." This made Yuzniel's father sitting next to them jealous and annoyed. "How can he do that?" Mrs. Seal quickly said, "I'm just kidding, so don't be angry." Yuzniel, seeing the cheerful atmosphere of her family, felt a bit melancholic, thinking, "Mom, what I want to do is find a way back quickly, not just because of nightmares, but because the longer I stay here, witnessing every moment of our family, the less confident I am to leave you all. Because everyone always stays by each other's side, encouraging and loving each other." The warm evening had passed after dinner with the family. At nightfall, Yuzniel's father sat alone in the study, lost in thought about many things, including today's events and those from the past. Yuzniel's mother appeared, her hand gently touching her husband's face. "Why the long face? Are you worried about something? Since this evening, I've noticed you've been silent." The father quickly reassured his wife, "You're overthinking, there's nothing wrong." Yuzniel's mother knew exactly what was on her husband's mind. She sat beside him, wanting to use her beauty to alleviate his sadness, to bring him some peace of mind. In this tender moment, Mrs. Seal looked into her husband's eyes, stroked his cheek, "But I know, you only have me." She gently kissed his cheek affectionately. Mr. Milan leaned into his wife, "You know my heart." His eyes seemed to want to convey something. Finally, he shared his worries with his wife. He thought of Yuzniel having nightmares since she was young, hearing her cries from her room every night, which would make Yuzniel's parents rush to her side and panic. In her dreams, Yuzniel always called out, "Mom. It hurts so much, save me." Her nightly cries terrified and moved her parents. Mrs. Seal always rushed to embrace her daughter, "Mom's here," while her husband quickly called for family members, "Quick, call the doctor. Come here." The mother quickly placed her hand on her daughter's face, "Calm down, my girl, it's okay. Everything's fine." Yuzniel sobbed, "I don't want to die in that dream," making Yuzniel's parents even more worried and fearful. Currently, despite the romantic atmosphere between the two, the father sighed deeply. "You also remember how serious that matter was." Yuzniel's mother remained silent for a while, then laid her hand on the bed, nodding to her husband, "How could we forget?" The two confided in each other, such a tender child experiencing such a dreadful nightmare. "Do you see how our daughter understands things? Whenever she wakes up, she always comforts us." The mother looked at a picture of her daughter on the bedside table, because Yuzniel didn't want them to worry, but knowing that only made her worry even more because she couldn't be sure everything was truly alright. "Before, when the crown prince ascended to the throne, our family couldn't return to how it was immediately. Do you remember Yuzniel being melancholic for a long time, as if she was dealing with something difficult to talk about?" The father nodded. Bernard suggested that to us. While still in Varan, one day Bernard came to visit, saying to Seal, "I heard Yuzniel is very sad, is that true?" Bernard's words startled Yuzniel's mother, so she asked, "Did Yuzniel really say that?" But Yuzniel's reaction was completely opposite, seeming very happy. Her mother realized that Yuzniel had been hiding her emotions, and finally seemed to express them, which is why she was genuinely happy. Yuzniel's mother truly hoped that Yuzniel was now more comfortable, but she still felt that Yuzniel going to the capital to work and creating distance from them was like she was running away from something in the future. The mother said solemnly, "If only the girl could stay in Varan, that would be so much better. Why come back here?" Mr. Milan consoled her, "Seal, don't think like that." Yuzniel's mother quickly held his hand. "Milan, we must prevent Yuzniel from getting too deeply involved in the royal family, otherwise, Yuzniel will be in danger." Yuzniel's mother believed that she needed someone willing to stand by her, becoming Yuzniel's source of strength to prepare for the upcoming tasks. It wasn't the lofty emperor, but rather a man ready to give up everything for our Yuzniel. Yuzniel's father found this suggestion reasonable as well. While early engagement would be good, it seemed that our Yuzniel hadn't considered this yet. He hugged his wife, encouraging her, "Don't worry, Seal. Because I'm human, I can't fully understand all of your recent worries in the palace, but things have been quite peaceful on the lower side, and Yuzniel has adapted very well to it, so everything will be fine. You should stop worrying so much." A few days later, it was the day of the New Year's Masquerade Festival, and everyone was excitedly attending. "Wow. It's so much fun. Oh, there are so many people." Yuzniel's mother looked stunning when she arrived. She observed the surroundings. It seemed like everyone was excited for the new year. It appeared that people were paying a lot of attention to the costumes as well. At this moment, someone stepped out of a carriage. Indeed, the main character of the day was still Yuzniel, the most beautiful without a doubt. Yuzniel looked like a fairy in that dress. She didn't forget to wear the red gemstone pin, chosen by her sister Gale, shining brilliantly. Yuzniel asked her mother, "Why am I the main character today?" Her mother smiled and replied, "Because it's your birthday today." Yuzniel helplessly smiled. Gale also said, "It's because of my birthday that she went through so much trouble to choose this dress for me. When I left, she was waiting at home, so I'll go back early." The mother was deeply moved. "My Yuzniel is truly a wonderful sister." She hugged Yuzniel, making her blush. "Oh, Mom," but her mother continued unabated, "My kind-hearted daughter." Yuzniel also praised her mother's dress today, which was equally dazzling. At this moment, her mother proudly told her, "Your father has decided to attend the banquet." Yuzniel was somewhat surprised, wondering why he cared about the masquerade festival. While the mother and daughter were talking, Yuzniel's father approached and called them. "Seal, Yuzniel." Yuzniel's father appeared, looking very elegant, waving to the two women, "Have you been waiting long?" He quickly noticed the splendor of his daughter and wife, praising them, who looked so beautiful. They kept praising each other endlessly. Standing in the middle, Yuzniel felt like her parents didn't see her at all, so she exclaimed, "Are you punishing me today?" The Harland family made everyone dazzled by their splendor. The radiance from those beautiful creatures made it hard for people to look away. But it seemed like the Harland family didn't notice that and didn't care about people's glances. Yuzniel's father continued the conversation. How could I miss this? Today is the first masquerade festival since you entered the capital, so I have to be concerned. Yuzniel rolled her eyes. Mom, you two are really in sync today. Her mother smiled satisfied. Really? Are you jealous? Then you should get married too, her mother teased her. Aren't there two suitable men around you? This made Yuzniel feel a bit embarrassed. How do you feel, don't you like those two? Her mother's questions made her blush. Her mother complained, my daughter, you're really picky. Yuzniel chuckled bitterly, I don't even know about that. Yuzniel's father stood beside them and called out, let's go inside. Yuzniel smirked, thinking, well, isn't it because of you? After all, when someone is preparing to leave, don't they need a fiancé? The party inside had begun, everyone was laughing and chatting happily, many people came to greet Yuzniel's family. Duchess Harland, you haven't changed at all from 14 years ago, have you? Seal's mother modestly smiled at those compliments, you praise me too much, because I'm just a fairy. Yuzniel stood beside her, feeling that socializing among the nobility was still an unending process, and she knew her mother had only recently been in contact with the upper class, so her mother had to make quite an effort. If it were a normal day, mother would have left you all behind, Yuzniel said. Yuzniel felt a bit hesitant coming here. It had been a while since she returned, so she looked around curiously, deciding, I should also go inside. The past still lingered here, even though the last time Yuzniel walked alone in the castle was a long time ago, visiting this banquet hall. It didn't seem much different from then. As Yuzniel was walking, she noticed that a painting on the wall had been covered. She suspected and stopped, muttering, there used to be a painting here? But why is it covered by a black cloth? Yuzniel used her hand to uncover the cloth, and she was startled to see that this painting depicted the founding of Jogan, a story Yuzniel had only heard about through tales. Today, Yuzniel had seen this painting with her own eyes. The painting depicted the emperor signing a covenant with a great deity to obtain all the knowledge of this world and become a demon knight. It was a reenactment of the story of creation, the kingdom in the Northern Empire at that time, and Yuzniel's eyes widened. She was startled, remembering that the deity was described in white, while the intimidating black figure stood out. What was this all about? Yuzniel stared at the painting, feeling a chill run down her spine. She was immersed in thought when suddenly someone called her from behind. Startled, she approached and recognized the familiar figure of Ather. He looked handsome like the others, and he cheerfully asked about her birthday, wondering why she was standing alone in a corner. Yuzniel turned back and smiled when Ather wished her a happy birthday. Ather understood his friend and sighed, asking why no one else was with her. Yuzniel nodded in agreement and explained that her family was in the central hall. Hearing Yuzniel's words, Ather asked why she was alone, seemingly implying that there was no one with her. At that moment, someone approached Yuzniel and Ather. Eugene stepped forward and called out, Master, her words cut through Ather's question, making him awkward. Eugene happily wished Yuzniel a happy birthday. Yuzniel awkwardly smiled and thanked her. Ather, feeling cut off, looked at Eugene with reproach. Miss Eugene winked at Master Ather. Do you know when His Majesty arrives, the banquet will start immediately, and leaving the Duke's seat empty is not allowed. They argued in front of Yuzniel. That's all there is to it, it startled me. What are you saying? When did I do that? I was just looking for you, I didn't do anything. They continued to argue, causing our protagonist to feel a headache. Alright, stop arguing. Yuzniel sighed, why can't you two get along? Every time you meet, you end up arguing fiercely. Yuzniel had to raise her hand between the two to prevent the argument from becoming more dramatic. Come on, let's all go back to the center, she reassured, pushing the couple forward. Ather frowned. Yuzniel, don't push me. Yuzniel laughed, I wouldn't have to push you if you two would just stop here. Yuzniel moved away, still thinking about the painting, but still couldn't explain it. Who was the figure next to the deity? Back at the party, Yuzniel stood still, intending to complete this masquerade in as peaceful a manner as possible, but that was just Yuzniel's thought. Now, Yuzniel had to face the storm of showbiz. The debate between the three men was ongoing, with Yuzniel's father sternly reminding her about the first dance, both she and her mother, do you remember? But alongside that, Ather argued that Yuzniel also had the right to dance with her peers, and Master Sunni felt the same way. If the first dance is with her father, it will turn into the worst birthday. The fiery debate between the three continued. There was no end in sight, and the father became angry. It's been a long time since we had a banquet, don't interfere in other people's family relationships, but Ather argued, I'm Usniel's friend, while Eugene said she was her partner in the upper class. Their responses overwhelmed Usniel's father, and Usniel standing by felt awkward. From the beginning, Usniel had no intention of dancing, but everyone seemed to be stirring things up for her. Usniel's words seemed to vanish like the wind blowing away the clouds, they didn't even bother to listen to her. The three of them continued their argument, and Usniel's mother, seeing this, stepped beside her, teasingly saying, my daughter is famous indeed. Usniel helplessly retorted, Mother, here we go again. Isn't it because of your words? Her mother covered her mouth and forehead, pretending innocence, what do you mean? It turns out, a few minutes ago, the three of them were greeting each other, laughing and talking. Hello, Mr. Hardlard, it's been a while, Master Ather said. Standing by her mother, Usniel asked, isn't this an interesting tradition on every New Year's occasion, Usniel? Contrary to her mother, Usniel didn't care much about this, seeing her indifference. Her mother continued, because according to oral tradition, after becoming an adult and dancing the first dance at the New Year's masquerade, love will begin to blossom between the two. Usniel turned to Seal and said, I find that tradition quite unfounded. Her mother smiled mysteriously, well, who knows? I'm not sure either. Unexpectedly, her mother suddenly raised her voice, attracting the attention of the three men on the other side. So, my daughter, who will you dance the first dance with? Usniel looked bewildered, clearly thrown into such a festive atmosphere. And now, watching the three arguing on the other side, Usniel sighed, Mother, do you see what's happening? Because of you, the situation over there is even more tense now. The three continued their debate, with no one willing to give in. The girl had to dance the first dance with her father. You can't dance with both of us. Ather and Lord Nudd objected, that's not possible. At this point, our protagonist exclaimed, Mother, look, our father is outnumbered. They were arguing back and forth. You have to give Usniel freedom, Lord Nudd said. Yes, let us take responsibility, they retorted. These words left Usniel's father at a loss for how to respond, but he seemed to be waiting for help from his wife, Seal. Usniel shook her head in frustration, Mother, please come and rescue father. Usniel's father almost cried out for help from his wife, silently pleading, My dear, can you help me? Usniel spoke timidly to her mother, even if you ask for mother's help, father still loves me more than anyone else, right? Usniel's mother placed her hand on her daughter's shoulder, that's right, she said, then pushed her forward towards her father, allowing her daughter to hold her father's hand tightly, smiling, so let your father take charge of your first dance. In Usniel's emotional moment, this scene made the two gentlemen furious, to the point of being unbelievable. Usniel's mother rubbed her back, not forgetting to advise the two men behind her, there's nothing to change, you two just give up. The power struggle between the two young men, or rather, the fight for affection, ended with the main girl's choice, being no one. Usniel looked at Seal with suspicion and asked, Why did you do that? I thought you would advise me to dance with either Nudd or Ather. Her mother didn't say anything, her face slightly melancholic. She couldn't tell her daughter about the worries of her and her husband, she could only think of the most humorous way to explain it, as she sensed the unease of a fairy. Only today did she realize how terrifying the atmosphere in the palace had become. She silently worried, I know the atmosphere here is as gloomy as it envelopes everything around, but it's too different from before, not like it used to be. Mother, Usniel called her, realizing something similar at this moment, Mother. The repeated call made Seal startle out of her wandering thoughts. Usniel looked at her mother's deeply worried expression, concerned, Mother, are you all right? Is something wrong? Seal was still thinking about the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the castle. Usniel called her mother again, Mother. Why aren't you answering me? Usniel's mother made her decision, she quickly took her daughter's hand, Usniel, let's go home quickly today. Usniel was very surprised, wasn't it just a moment ago that she wanted me to dance with my father? Usniel's father also seemed puzzled, my dear, why, what's going on? Only the mother knew, because this was not just a frightening atmosphere, it was so powerful and overwhelming, it felt like it wanted to grab Usniel. Suddenly, before her unanswered question, a familiar figure with black hair, wearing a cloak, approached. Everyone in the room looked up, hurriedly recognizing the Emperor. Usniel's mother's face showed clear astonishment. The familiar figure was none other than Tespelin, with his black eyes and black hair, exuding a cool aura, appearing before everyone. At that moment, Yuzniel's gaze stared at him, slightly expectant, silently thinking, Ss1. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Different from her mother, the girl didn't perceive the ominous magic currently dominating this place as something potentially harmful. Because she knew it originated from this handsome emperor. Yuzniel keenly noticed that he seemed thinner than the last time they met, but Ss1's face now appeared even colder than before. Ss1 also directed his gaze towards Yuzniel, causing her to shyly avert her eyes from his intense gaze. Yet, her cheeks couldn't help but flush, silently thinking, he's just like before. Yuzniel's mother, seeing her daughter's reaction, became worried and called out, Yuzniel. Then, she tightly held Yuzniel's hand, trembling, and admonished, Today, you must stay by our side, remember? Yuzniel found her mother's instructions very suspicious. At that moment, her mother wore a face full of fear and unease, staring fixedly at Ss1. She continued to remind her daughter not to separate from her parents. Mrs. Seal stepped forward, gripping Yuzniel's hand tightly with tension. This puzzled Yuzniel, because the person in front of her was Ss1. And Tess to her was not something to be feared like this. Ss1 descended the stairs, calmly and silently, his gaze sweeping over everyone around, all of whom were chanting, The Emperor has arrived. The crowd dispersed to make way for the Emperor. Only Yuzniel and Mrs. Seal remained still at the feast. At this point, Yuzniel turned to look at her mother, asking for permission, Mother, may I greet him a little, is that all right? Tess gradually approached, nodding slightly in acknowledgement to everyone. After greeting, the nobles and servants each raised their heads. It's been a long time since I met you all due to my busy schedule, his voice full of strength and decisiveness, reassuring the crowd. Ss1 approached the female lead even closer. To Yuzniel's mother, she couldn't let go of Yuzniel's hand out of fear, staring fixedly at Ss1. Ss1 quickly approached to greet her. Yuzniel, it's a pleasure to see you like this. That same face, black hair, gray eyes, was the ideal image for Yuzniel. Yuzniel touched the red stone on her chest and looked intently at Ss1, not taking her eyes off him. Just as she was about to say something, Yuzniel's mother arrived and raised her hand to stop her. She whispered to Yuzniel, Stand behind me, Yuzniel. Yuzniel turned around, worriedly asking, What's wrong with you since earlier? Is something wrong, mother? Her mother's face still showed unease, clearly evident. She asked in a low voice, Could it be because of the Emperor's change in appearance that you're so cautious? Wherever Ss1 went, everyone's eyes immediately lit up, all full of admiration. They looked at that dark figure with admiration. At that moment, the palace seemed enveloped in darkness, with discussions about Ss1 growing. The Emperor's black hair is truly perfect. Isn't black the evidence of royal blood? Because it is such a noble color, isn't it? Yuzniel's mother witnessed all this, becoming more and more uneasy as she turned to look at the other side. The Emperor conducting such a large-scale brainwashing, what is he planning? The eyes of the few remaining people were still sober amidst the suspicion and horror. How could this be? To achieve this, the energy consumption must be extremely high. At that moment, Ss1 continued his speech. The Empire has now gone through 273 years of history. In his eloquent speech, flower petals descended from above onto the heads of everyone present. The joy that everyone was experiencing felt truly magical. Ss1 proceeded with his speech, exuding confidence as he extended his hands before the crowd, declaring, I hope that everyone will be safe and sound in the coming year. I hereby declare that the New Year festival is officially underway, and I hope everyone will enjoy this celebration. On this side, Yuzniel was also reaching out to catch and admire the falling flowers. Her delicate hands gently touched the beautiful petals as they fell continuously, disappearing as soon as they touched her hand. Yuzniel tightly clenched her hand, feeling regretful, thinking, it's like an illusion. Yuzniel immediately glanced towards Ss1 standing alone amidst the crowd, feeling as though the boy he once knew no longer existed. Now, he seemed to be devoid of any thoughts whatsoever. Afterward, Yuzniel turned away, walking towards urging his parents, let's dance a gentle dance and then head home. Throughout the party, Ss1 never took his eyes off Yuzniel, watching the silhouette of Yuzniel's family gradually walk away on the other side. Ss1 felt fortunate that today happened to be someone's birthday. Hearing these words, Yuzniel stood still for a moment, then turned back to see who had just spoken, none other than Ss1. At this moment, he smiled at her and said, it feels wonderful. If everyone were to send birthday wishes to the beloved daughter Yusniel of the Duke Milan's house, when Tespelin made the suggestion. Yusniel was also surprised, the two facing each other. Tespelin continued, I hope you will receive more happiness than anyone else. Hearing this, Yusniel was also puzzled about what to do. Before Yusniel could finish thanking her, Yusniel's mother quickly stepped up to pull her away. Yusniel smiled at Tespelin, saying, So may I have the honor to dance with my father? Tespelin, standing behind, smiled gently, then quickly reached out and called, Princess Yusniel. Tespelin confidently said, Can I invite you to dance the first dance? Tespelin's words surprised Yusniel even more when he made that request. Yusniel stepped closer. Yusniel was still very confused by the question just now because it wasn't, Can I become your dance partner, or can I not? Yusniel was taken aback by Tespelin's aggressive approach. However, contrary to the joy, Yusniel's eyes were now more confused. As the invitation echoed in his ears, she continued to wonder about that invitation. Can I invite you to dance the first dance? He didn't leave any room for refusal. Unable to refuse anymore, Yusniel realized that Tespelin was indeed very much like him. Yusniel silently pondered what would happen to his family if he refused. If he didn't refuse the emperor's hand, false rumors would arise. Yusniel was in a dilemma. Slowly, she extended her hand, intending to place it on Tespelin's hand. But then a voice interrupted them, No, you can't do that. Yusniel's father hurried over to intervene. He didn't want that to happen, so he stood in front of the girl, explaining, My daughter has already decided to dance with me today. This clumsy move left Yusniel feeling awkward too. She stood before Tespelin and her father, apologizing, Please allow my father and me to spend time together, Your Majesty. Yusniel's mother, standing beside them, urged, Let's go quickly, Yusniel. Yusniel's father came up with another reason, Because my long-time dream has been to dance with my daughter at the masquerade ball, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, Tespelin's expression changed. He chuckled, his eyes sharpening slightly, but, Duke, in my opinion, the first dance she should still dance with her peers, shouldn't she? The father awkwardly admitted, Yes, that's right, Your Majesty. But, Your Majesty. Tespelin continued, furthermore, about the first dance after entering high society. If performed with the emperor, the princess's status will be higher. Yusniel's mother, listening nearby, felt unhappy. Yusniel didn't know when Tespelin had become so eloquent. Yusniel's mother was angry but didn't show it outwardly, firmly saying, Thank you for your words, but our daughter has promised to dance with her father from the beginning. Perhaps her mother's restraint was reaching its limit, she sounded a bit cold, hoping the Majesty would understand. Tespelin remained calm at this moment, smiling and then bursting into laughter, making Yusniel's family suspicious. He approached Yusniel and said, I don't intend to trouble your family, but a decision has yet to be made. The young lady should choose directly because the person I want to dance the first dance with is her. Yusniel felt stunned, pushed back and forth, ultimately deciding it was up to her. She closed her eyes, feeling a bit exhausted, wondering if she made the right decision, and calmly said, So, as I promised, I will dance with my father. Yusniel hadn't finished her sentence when she opened her eyes to see Tespelin's face closing in, almost touching hers, which startled her. The scene seemed sweet, making Yusniel so nervous that she gripped the stone on her chest tightly. Yusniel even thought Tespelin had kissed her in front of everyone, so she leaned back and asked, Tespelin, what are you doing? Tespelin saw Yusniel wearing the red stone he had given her, very pleased, and leaned close to her ear, asking if the stone suited her. This intimate action made Yusniel embarrassed, but Tespelin continued to ask, Do you know about the essence of this red gemstone? He suggested that if Yusniel was curious about it, then she should dance the first dance with him. With Tespelin's sincerity and enthusiasm, will Yusniel agree? Although she had decided to dance the first dance with her father, now Yusniel was thinking about Tespelin's previous words. Wasn't she curious about the essence of this red gemstone? Tespelin made a plea to Yusniel, So, will you dance the first dance with me? Tespelin eagerly reached out his hand towards Yusniel once again, smiling and awaiting her answer. Meanwhile, Yusniel stood opposite, bewildered by Tespelin's words. Finally, Yusniel agreed and placed her hand on Tespelin's palm. Then let's go, Your Majesty, Yusniel said. Yusniel's mother stood nearby, trying to prevent her daughter from doing so when she saw her daughter's choice. Yusniel's parents disagreed and called her over, Come here quickly, their haste, creating a tense atmosphere. Now Yusniel felt even more awkward, she sighed deeply. Tespilin tightly held Yuzniel's hand, looking at her mother, asking, "Madam, have you forgotten the rule?" Tespilin moved closer to Yuzniel's mother, continuing, "No one can interfere once two people have agreed to dance together until this dance ends. Because that is an ancient rule of the Imperial Masquerade Ball." Tespilin stared at Yuzniel's mother. "Moreover, from the moment we met, I felt like Madam was acting as if I would harm Princess Yuzniel." "Madam, don't worry, I am the one who wishes for the princess's safety more than anyone else. Please rest assured, I will not lay a finger on the princess." Hearing this, Yuzniel's mother remained silent, staring at him. Tespilin continued, "Of course, if the princess wants it differently, then my words would be different too." After saying what needed to be said, Tespilin turned away, pulling Yuzniel along. "Come, let's dance," he said. In front of Mr. and Mrs. Harlan's eyes, their daughter walked hand in hand with the young man, chatting as they went. "What's wrong?" "I didn't want anything earlier," she said. Tespilin looked at the shy Yuzniel with happiness in his heart. Behind them, Mr. Milan embraced Mrs. Seal reassuringly, but she still felt worried. Of course, it was an overly unnecessary concern of parents. Because he may be dangerous, but what's important is that he's handsome. The dance began, the music resonating softly. Tespilin and Yuzniel also stepped forward, preparing to dance. The scene was romantic, but Tespilin noticed something strange. Feeling worried, he asked Yuzniel, "What's wrong with you? I've noticed that you haven't looked very happy since earlier." Yuzniel's face was now full of guilt. She said, "Actually, I've been stepping on your toes since earlier." Seeing Yuzniel's actions, Tespilin was a bit panicked, afraid that Yuzniel was angry. "And then?" Yuzniel blushed. "No, it's just that I'm clumsy, that's all." Tespilin gently asked again, "What's wrong? Are you clumsy?" After a while, he softly exclaimed, "Oh," as Tespilin now understood Yuzniel's intention. Yuzniel shyly admitted that she didn't know how to dance, her embarrassment evident in the sunlight and on her face, which intrigued Tespilin. Tespilin reassured her, saying it was okay, then gently reached out to embrace her waist, leading her along with the music. With a smile, Tespilin expressed affection for Yuzniel, lifting her up tenderly, an action that made Yuzniel feel embarrassed and scared. "What are you doing?" Tespilin enjoyed Yuzniel's embarrassment, seeing her clumsiness in dancing as nothing in his eyes. "So that's it?" Tespilin secretly exclaimed, "You're adorable, so it's okay to break the rules." Yuzniel noticed Tespilin's intense gaze, causing her face to blush slightly afterward. Yuzniel regained her senses and asked Tespilin, "Are you going to dance like this? Please put me down quickly. I'm afraid that if I fall, everyone will see." Tespilin's face showed a bit of guilt this time, glancing around at everyone. Then, his dark eyes gradually turned red, immediately causing flower petals to fall from above during the party, making everyone exclaim, "Wow, it's so beautiful." He once again used magic to enchant everyone. These actions made Yuzniel feel both curious and wary of Tespilin. Tespilin cheerfully asked her, "Well, are we okay now? They don't care about us anymore." Yuzniel felt even more uncomfortable and snapped, "Okay? Your Majesty, stop playing around and put me down now." Tespilin, annoyed, said, "You're really too much," full of resentment. He then released Yuzniel. Yuzniel was also annoyed. "Alright, I don't want to hear you talk anymore, and you're abusing magic too much right now. Using that much magic just to roll your eyes a bit?" Yuzniel couldn't believe her eyes. She had so many questions in her mind. Is this the first time I've seen the magic of mind erasure and temptation? Without any preparation for a spell, how could it be done? It's hard to understand. Tespilin smiled at her. "What's wrong with a little abuse? Because today is your birthday, it deserves an event like this." Even so, while dancing, Yuzniel continued to think about the people around her. Seeing this, Tespilin said, "If anyone bothers you, I will erase their contract. So don't worry, even if it takes a lot of effort, I'm doing this for you." In her astonishment, Yuzniel was gradually led into the dance by Tespilin, their gentle movements sweetening the moment. Now Tespilin just wants Yuzniel to focus on him. Tespilin tightly holds Yuzniel's hands to his chest, standing behind him, softly whispering into Yuzniel's ear, "Whatever you like, I can give it to you as a birthday present." The extremely close proximity makes Yuzniel feel Tespilin's warm breath against his neck. His breath is so warm. Yuzniel's face blushes slightly because she knows that if this continues, she will be drawn into Tespilin. Then, Yuzniel turns around seriously and asks, If you really want to wish me a happy birthday, then quickly tell me about the essence of this red gem. The reason she insists on knowing is because Yusniel has also tried to investigate but couldn't find out what the gem is made of, so she has always been curious about what it could be. Upon hearing the question from Yusniel, Tespelin remains silent, looking at her for a moment. Seeing this, Yusniel continues to ask, please answer me. Surprisingly, Tespelin answers in Yusniel's astonishment, that is my heart. Yusniel is extremely shocked, she pushes Tespelin standing in front of her. What? Wait, what did you just say? Is it true? Tespelin places Yusniel's hand on his chest, smiling. Actually, that gem is my heart. But then, Tespelin's expression changes, he now seems to be enveloped in a dark atmosphere. Tespelin speaks to himself, Yusniel, do you know? The one I love the most is you. Tespelin's change makes her feel somewhat frightened. She doesn't know how terrible Tespelin's childhood memories were. When Tespelin was only 6 years old, the scene of collapse in front of him made Tespelin sit in a corner in the dark, always saying it hurts too much. Yusniel doesn't know how much she saved Tespelin. Tespelin feels his eyes hurt a lot, which is also why Tespelin cried a lot at that time. Tespelin begins to recall his terrible childhood. I just remember that I always had to struggle to escape, because of the pain. The whole palace was searching, but they still didn't know where I was. Have they found me yet? No, I'm not here. A group of maids rushed to find Tespelin. Where did the prince go? Have you tried looking in the warehouse over there? He hid there last time too. Is that so? Let's go check it out. Then, inside the dark room, they quickly found Tespelin lying unconscious on the floor. We found him, hurry, bring Tespelin. They lifted Tespelin and kept calling, Prince, wake up. Seeing the boy not waking up, the maid panicked, urging everyone to quickly inform the queen. Fortunately, Tespelin also woke up when he heard his name being called. But he looked very tired. Tespelin slowly opened his eyes, seeing everyone blurry. They kept calling out for the prince. Are you awake? But at that moment, Tespelin suddenly realized something terrifying. Then, as they kept calling out for the prince louder and louder, they quickly noticed the changes in Tespelin's body. Why does the body naturally tremble like that? Why is that? A person from the group of servants stood in front of Tespelin and called him Your Highness. But in Tespelin's eyes, the skin of the other person no longer looked normal. Instead, it had a very dark shade, much like a demon. Not only this person, but the ones behind also made Tespelin feel the same way, but the servants were unaware of it, and they just stared at Tespelin and slowly approached the boy, worried about what had happened to the prince. A hand touching Tespelin's cheek made him even more panicked. Oh my! Look at the sweat on the prince's face, that moment made Tespelin shiver violently. The servant inquired, concerned, are you all right? Sweat streaming, Tespelin hesitated, saying no, not liking it, asking them to go elsewhere. Unable to bear it any longer, Tespelin bit the hand of the maid and then quickly ran away, causing her to cry out in pain, ouch. Everyone rushed to help the injured maid, asking if she was okay. The maid let out a cry, rubbing her hand, seeming very painful, but still enduring it. She tightly grasped the wound on her hand and looked up to assess the situation in front of her. After all, the prince acted like that again. After pushing the maid away, Tespelin sat in a corner, looking frightened, trembling, not letting anyone come near him. You go somewhere else, don't come here. Even facing everyone was difficult for Tespelin at that moment. If someone touched his body, he felt a strange and painful sensation. Those actions made the servants hesitate. After all, why are you like that? Tespelin folded himself up, using a curtain to cover his own fear. I feel so much pain because I can see people's souls. So, that dark skin was because the servants had very evil souls. Tespelin's tears kept falling, the boy felt his eyes hurt too much. Then the queen arrived where the servants found Tespelin. Tespelin also felt his mother's dark soul, ever since he was born. That's why he only dared to hold his mother's finger with 2 fingers. After grasping those hands tightly, Tespelin saw that filth spreading throughout his mind. Tespelin looked at his mother. Perhaps humans always express emotions, but on the face, there are also colors of the soul, as if it were covered by a thin layer. Tespelin kept looking at his mother, thinking silently about his actions and her current state. Maybe my mother is getting angry again. Stepping forward, Tespelin asked, Mother, are you angry with me? This question finally made the queen stop, and the two of them stood facing each other for a moment, only the two of them now. The queen placed her hand on her forehead, looking tired, and sighed deeply. I'm not angry, Crown Prince. I heard that you were hiding in the heirs class, and everyone went to look for you. You even bit one of the maids. Tell me, why did you do that? Tespalin's face remained cold but sincere in his response, because I hate humans, their souls are so greedy that it affects me. If I try to look at them, I feel like they will swallow me whole. The queen's voice lost its patience. Crown Prince, why do you keep doing this? Do you think it's right? You've used the same excuse before to change all the servants. Now you want to repeat this again? Why do you keep justifying yourself like this? Hearing his mother's words, Tespalin realized that only he could see souls. No one else could. Aware of this, Tespalin was given the nickname Crying Crown Prince. They didn't know about his special ability. Tespalin tried to explain to his mother, but because everyone has a different soul color, no one is the same. That's why my eyes hurt, mother, do you know? Tespalin lowered his head sadly. Everything I said is true, please believe me. At this moment, after hearing everything Tespalin had just said, the queen remained silent for a while and said nothing. But after that moment, she smiled and approached Tespalin, putting her hand on his shoulder to reassure him. All right, I believe you. Just relax. If your own mother doesn't believe you, then who will? Hearing her mother's words, Tespalin's face immediately lit up with a ray of hope. He felt excited. Really? Mother, are you telling the truth? The two continued to look at each other, and that scene made Tespalin's mother smile gently. If you say so, then it shall be. But deep in her eyes, she had a thought. Because now, the prince was still a child, so it was natural for children to lie and throw tantrums. If he was educated and nurtured, he would grow up normal, like other children. When he grew up, he would become an outstanding heir, get married, and further the royal family's position. She didn't know that her son could feel everything, and Tespalin boldly confronted his mother's lies. His words surprised his mother, her face showing bewilderment. What are you saying? Tespalin's voice turned cold. You don't believe me at all. His face saddened again. Have you forgotten? I've seen everything you've done, mother. You can't hide from me. Are you telling the truth or not? Tespalin could perceive and see through her soul, because you only see me as a tool, don't you, mother? Tespalin's mother was shocked. What? What did you just say? At that moment, Tespalin's displeasure was evident on his face. The queen became angry and yelled loudly, how dare you be so rude? Truly an uneducated child. After saying that, she stormed off, admonishing, from now on, absolutely do not skip the heirs classes again. Do you understand? She left Tespalin standing alone in the cold palace like that. The boy knew his mother wasn't on his side either. Time passed slowly, and the night fell. Inside the king and queen's chamber, the queen's melodious voice called for the king, who was sitting on the bed reading a book, wondering why the queen suddenly hugged him. The queen smiled shyly and said softly, shall we give the crown prince another sibling? The king, with his frail figure, worried about the future of the heir, hence his words, to comfort the queen. Why do you say that? Tespalin is still young, so don't worry too much. The queen sighed, but up until now, the little one hasn't been willing to listen to any lectures properly. Their intimate conversation continued, but they didn't realize that Tespalin, standing outside the door, heard everything. The king spoke up, if you're worried, how about helping Tespalin make a new friend? I've heard that the Duke of Harland's daughter is quite special. Tespalin silently wondered, who is the Duke of Harland? The king continued, I think if he has a compatible friend, Tespalin might open up to others more. Hearing this, Tespalin forced a cold smile and turned away. He had once thought that having a compatible friend was impossible. Tespalin left his parents' room, but his eyes still hurt. Because the palace was full of such vile souls everywhere. In his memory, he remembered always feeling bleak until he met Yusniel. The first time he felt it, Yusniel was someone very special. Since then, Tespalin had become shy, sucking his finger, avoiding everyone. Thinking about seeing the souls of people, Tespalin felt it was much more painful than just thinking about it. Seeing him so timid, the servants tried their best to coax him, using toys to approach Tespalin, smiling and comforting him, telling him not to be afraid. Here's a bunny friend. Hi, I'm Bunny. Tespalin, curious, approached. Surprised, he asked, "What's this? Are you my friend?" The servant smiled and replied, "Yes, I'm Bunny, your friend." She thought what she had just done was easy to become friends with Ss1, because earlier, the queen had ordered all the servants, "I will reward whoever can become a playmate with the crown prince." Although the queen personally issued the order and promised rewards, she was actually very afraid. Because the servants took turns taking breaks and only she was left, she expressed her decision while tidying up. They were surprised to hear her talk about trying to do that. The confident servant told everyone around her, "No matter how stubborn the crown prince is, he's still a child. If successful, I could earn a lot of money, right?" Hearing this, an older servant nearby asked, "So, is it okay that the one who was crying and twitching is also fine?" The eyes also show such horror. At this moment, Ss1 stood dumbfounded in front of the servant, with innocent eyes, asking, "Are you really my friend?" The servant secretly thought, what was her intention just now? As she thought, indeed Ss1 was just a normal child. He quickly put on a meek smile, "Of course, I always stand by the prince's side, you can trust me." Hearing this, Ss1 immediately flashed a cold smile. The unfortunate servant had fallen into a trap. Ss1 looked at him and said firmly, "You're lying." Surprised, he asked, "What are you lying about now?" Then Ss1's eyes gleamed with a sharp light, "Because I can see through everything." Hearing this, the servant trembled all over. She felt extremely cold, because of Ss1's gaze at that moment. She quickly apologized, "I will leave now," and she hurriedly ran out. Alone, Ss1 stood there, dropping the little rabbit on the ground. "What's this?" Ss1 still didn't understand. "Didn't she just say she stood by me?" Ss1 bent down to pick up the rabbit, holding it close, feeling a bit disappointed, and said tiredly, "Really?" Ss1 then ran to the palace, sitting on the lap of his father. At this point, the boy refused to meet anyone other than his family, but the king always tried to make new friends for him. Now, the emperor had instructed, "When you meet Miss Harland, remember not to behave rudely." Tess sat quietly, feeling sad. The king continued, "That family is noble, so befriending them will benefit you in the future. Before that, I heard that the girl has some similarities with you, so get along with her." Hearing this, Ss1 thought, similarities? Ss1 had heard people talking to each other. They said the Harland girl had never cried since she was born. Oh, how scary it sounds. Some people cry, while others never shed a tear. While hiding in a corner of the palace, Ss1 heard everything the servant had just said. They talked like that to each other. Ss1 sat in a corner, thinking about the Harland family, like the words just now. Ss1 didn't care much, because he believed that people were all deceitful. When the king said, Tess replied, "Can't I go back to my room? If I meet someone else, my eyes will hurt again, your majesty." Of course, the king seemed angry, saying, "Although I have overlooked your stubbornness in the past, don't worry the queen anymore." Hearing this, Ss1 felt disappointed, wondering, am I stubborn? What am I expecting? But the king asked again, "Ss1, answer quickly, okay?" Ss1 remained silent. He knew from the beginning that the old man didn't care about his son, but he still had to pretend to be a good child. Ss1 laughed foolishly. "Yes, your majesty." The emperor laughed, stroked Ss1's head, saying, "That's right, that's my cute son." The recent head patting made Ss1 smile, but in his heart, he felt bored. The palace was always full of people guarding around, but he felt they were all selfish and deceitful. Ss1 passed by a family portrait and looked at it. "My mother only thought of her own goals. But my father loved only her." Ss1 held the rabbit's hand, feeling his eyes hurting. Because Ss1 could see souls, Ss1 felt surrounded by darkness. Because seeing souls made him disgusted with everything. At this moment, the door opened, a call from the servant rang out, "Your Majesty, Duke Harland is entering." This call made Ss1 also startled to look, his face suddenly brightened. Ss1 was surprised, Yuzniel, for the first time. Ss1 looked at Yuzniel, thinking that Yuzniel truly shone. When Yuzniel stepped in, because Yuzniel seemed to bring a ray of hope to Ss1. This was the first meeting between Ss1 and Yuzniel, and since that day, Ss1 never left Yuzniel. Ss1 always followed Yuzniel, knowing that he was bothering Yuzniel, but there was no other way, because before, Ss1's world was only full of pain, but when Yuzniel appeared, Ss1 felt that only Yuzniel was his light. Yuzniel reached out for Tespelin to hold and pulled him into endless darkness, where only Yuzniel considered Tespelin a friend, not a prince. When Yuzniel saw him bleeding from his nose, he shouted, "Tespelin!" Yuzniel quickly ran over to care for Tespelin when Tespelin said he was fine. "Are you okay?" "Don't tilt your head up," Yuzniel said, covering Tespelin's nose, with a worried tone. "So, your body often hurts too?" Hearing this, Tespelin thought to himself, even nobles, who get sick. Seeing him hesitate, Yuzniel shouted, "You fool! I told you not to tilt your head up." Yuzniel worried about Tespelin, advising, "I'll apply acupressure, let me know if it hurts." Tess doubted, "What? Why?" Tess didn't understand, but if Yuzniel said so, he would do it. Tespelin thought he would have more time together and enjoy various sweets. That was what Yuzniel would like, that suited Yuzniel. Yuzniel said he wanted to read this book, a book about magic. For a moment, Tespelin's world was filled with Yuzniel's figure. While Yuzniel read, Tespelin sat next to him watching his reading posture, and then, Tespelin suddenly realized he liked Yuzniel. Before, Tespelin had thought that if he made an effort, they could share the same feeling, but going back to childhood, Yuzniel had firmly said that Tess was not his type. When he heard Yuzniel's ideal model, Tess collapsed. Perhaps everything started from there, black hair and black eyes. At that moment, Tespelin had thought about how to change his appearance. That was a worry in Tespelin's heart. Tespelin realized that Yuzniel was very different from other girls his age. A noble gathering? "I don't like it," she said. "If noticed, it's annoying." Just like that, the boy understood what Yuzniel liked and disliked. She only cared about studying. Occasionally, she said things that he couldn't understand, like asking the professor about flying to another world, making the professor shake his head solemnly. "Unfortunately, I don't know either." Sitting beside him, you could feel every time like that. She looked very disappointed, which also made you feel extremely heartbroken. And since then, he had determined that everything Yuzniel wanted him to do would become a reality. The reason for this was very simple, because he liked Yuzniel. Yuzniel was very gentle. When he was young, when Yuzniel was concentrating on reading, Tespelin sat next to him, feeling bored, asking her, "Can you play with me a little?" Tespelin knew that she hated annoying things, but still always followed his pleas obediently. Indeed, Yuzniel stopped reading and turned to smile at him. "Sure. You read this book, I'll wait for you," she said, stroking Tespelin's head. Tespelin was very excited to nod at this, but Yuzniel quickly noticed the red corners of Tespelin's eyes. "Wait, your eyes are red, are they hurting?" Tespelin felt very warm. She was always very sensitive to my pain, her voice with a very worried look, all very gentle. Tespelin didn't want Yuzniel to worry, so he smiled foolishly, saying, it's okay, meeting Yuzniel makes me not feel pain anymore." Oh, Yuzniel, couldn't resist, continued to stroke Tespelin's head. The timid boy was now more courageous. "I heard you've been studying hard lately?" Tespelin thought to himself, because she said she liked mature people, and for him at that time everything was great. How is it different from any other day now? Tespelin is still lingering beside Yuzniel, while she sits reading. Tespelin couldn't help but cover his mouth to yawn. Seeing that, Yuzniel glanced and asked him, "Didn't you sleep well yesterday?" Tespelin lazily nodded his head once. He remembered the situation last night. It turns out inside the palace, the maids changed, strange and ugly souls kept appearing, making him startled. While he was thinking about that scene, a hand reached out to pull him over, making him snap back to the present. Yuzniel was like a kind mother speaking to her little child. "Lean on me a bit, when you finish reading this book, I'll wake you up," she said while pulling Tespelin's head to rest on her shoulder. She didn't know she was a child she cared for like a younger brother. Now she was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Tespelin greatly enjoyed that comfortable feeling. He leaned his head on her shoulder, closing his eyes under this warm morning sun, the gentle breeze outside blowing through the window frame, making the atmosphere in the room very pleasant. Tespelin, with his eyes gradually closing, felt warm at this moment. When he opened his eyes, he could see the girl he liked reading attentively in front of him. Tespelin silently called her name, "Yuzniel, my gentle one." He slowly closed his eyes. There was a wish that if this moment could last forever, it would be wonderful. "I want to give you my love. I want us to be together for the rest of our lives, without parting for any other reason." Tespelin and his imagined image began to shatter. He realized that if he couldn't meet the standard of black hair along with black hair that Yuzniel liked, what would he do? The warm morning passed as usual for Tespelin, who returned to his dim, gloomy room after playing around. Standing alone in the dimly lit room, Tespelin pondered about Yuzniel. He couldn't help but nervously nibble on his small fingers, murmuring with unease. At just 6 years old, Tespelin was already contemplating something significant. What if Yuzniel liked someone else in the future? Given his perfect personality, appearance, and outstanding achievements, there were surely many people around Yuzniel paying attention to him. If one day someone among them could be with her, then I would surely be abandoned. Feeling melancholic, Tespelin remembered the ideal appearance that Yuzniel had mentioned to him before. The young boy's subdued voice admitted he couldn't change his appearance just through his own efforts. He thought it would have been easier if Yuzniel had used him like others. If so, then I would become an emperor just to be with her. Tespelin sat in a corner, worried, determined to change his appearance. As long as he could be with her, he would give up everything. While he was anxious, unaware that a dark light was plotting against him, a mesmerizing darkness asked Tespelin if he wished for that girl. That entity spoke to him, offering help. It made a mysterious plea, saying, "You just need to accept me." Tespelin, curious, asked the figure before him, "Who are you?" At that moment, Tespelin felt strange. The figure extended its bony hands, speaking in a grave tone, "I am a forgotten deity. If you make a pact with me, I will fulfill your wishes." Tespelin was somewhat wary, asking, "What wish?" The figure, understanding him, smiled and replied, "Your wish could be to become the emperor of this land, or to spend your life immersed in wealth and precious gems, or to make the girl you like fall in love with you." Hearing this, Tespelin immediately recalled a figure that had invaded his mind, becoming number one in his heart. That was also the wish he desperately wanted. But Tespelin quickly regained his senses. He loved Yuzniel, so he also understood her character. He berated himself for not being able to force her to love him. The entity didn't want that, having never trusted that person from the beginning. Seeing Tespelin's cold expression, the entity was somewhat disappointed, asking again, "Is there anything wrong, Tespelin?" The boy was startled, feeling extremely frightened. How could he read his thoughts? The entity then coldly chuckled, offering a small gift to Tespelin, something he surely desired. Turning away, the entity left Tespelin in utter confusion. His nose started to bleed slowly, but Tespelin still had no idea what was about to happen to him. What were those demonic things talking about? Finally, Tess realized why he had started growing so rapidly that day and why he had continued to grow with unease in his heart. Eventually, a series of events unfolded at that day's party that left him extremely heartbroken. Everything happened just as he had said. For some reason, Yuzniel began to behave like a stranger to him. That made him more desperate than ever. However, he quickly noticed her holding hands, intimately concerned about someone else, not him. Yuzniel furrowed his brow and asked, "Isn't that just ordinary maturity?" Arthur hesitated, unable to discern the changing colors of Arthur's soul, which Tespelin could instantly detect that he liked Yuzniel more. That pleasing appearance wasn't the taste Yuzniel had mentioned to me before, was it? Tespelin wondered silently, would she keep her distance from me and be with him? I don't want that, I don't want to lose her. Tespelin, oh, I don't want to. In his utter despair, that other shadowy figure appeared, patting him on the back. Still with that hauntingly captivating voice, "If you make a deal with me, everything will be resolved, because your unease and fear that Yuzniel will like someone else are growing immensely." Tespelin was determined to seek the help of that shadowy figure, even though he knew it wouldn't be good to rely on it. The shadowy figure began to tell Tespelin about an ancient story, a tale he had never heard before, about a story passed down from generation to generation among the emperors, a god who made a pact with the first emperor of the Northern Empire. In fact, it was a demon disguised as a god. The emperor knew at the time that it was a demon but still accepted the deal, which allowed him to gain great magical power and knowledge. The ancient story said that he had stabilized the difficult situation of the country and built the Northern Empire. Tespelin finished reading and then burst into tears, not wanting that. He hugged the letter to his chest, only able to helplessly tell himself, "Yuzniel, I'm sorry." The shadowy figure behind him patted his shoulder, urging Tespelin, "If you want to get what you want, you have to try, because if you just fulfill the deal, I will solve everything for you." The eyes of the shadowy figure were now incredibly sinister. The deal had been decided. Finally, after thinking about his own problem, the emperor returned to reality. Tespelin regretted his decision, saying in a low voice, if he had known it would take so long to meet Yuzniel again, he wouldn't have signed that damn contract. Yuzniel, suspicious, stood in the middle of the room, asking Tespelin, "What did you say just now?" The music was too loud, so I didn't hear it. Tespelin remained silent, smiling, looking at him, not wanting to hear about the mistakes he had made in the past. He gently wrapped his arms around Yuzniel's slender waist, solemnly replying, "It's nothing." Then, taking advantage of Yuzniel's unguarded state, Tespelin leaned in closer to him, like a romantic movie star. Once again, Tespelin whispered to Yuzniel, "I just said I miss you so much, Yuzniel." At that moment, he kept calling her name. "My Yuzniel." In that awkward situation, Yuzniel's legs trembled slightly, and she called out to Tespelin, "Wait, Yuzniel, what's going on?" Then she heard Tespelin's answer. "Have you ever heard about me changing my appearance to the point where my body was almost damaged? When I gained another little brother, many people wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill me. They wanted to remove me from the position of crown prince. When I was 12 years old, their plan almost succeeded, and I was still under the control of the nobles until I officially became emperor. They always said that I had to punish your family. And they also opposed the restoration of the capital. At that time I was very angry. When I became emperor, I didn't expose their weaknesses and crimes." Yuzniel, now realizing. She had her answers to her long-standing questions. "So that's why you disbanded the nobility alliance and constantly punished the nobles?" Tespelin quickly nodded, confirming her suspicions. "Indeed, they intended to corrupt before intending to kill me." Surprisingly, while talking to Yuzniel, the demon suddenly appeared behind Tespelin, mocking him. "Is that statement sincere? Feeling restrained and uneasy, right? What about the stroke of luck to survive, huh? Don't lie like that, you were never that weak. To be precise, you should say you relied entirely on me, right?" The demon continued to mutter, circling around Tespelin, making the boy tense to the point of clenching his fists tightly. Suddenly, a familiar voice called Tespelin's name, making him realize that he was in front of Yuzniel. Seeing Tespelin's discomfort, Yuzniel worriedly asked him, "Why are you so jittery? Are you feeling unwell?" Tespelin quickly realized his recent rudeness. He reflexively stepped back, apologizing to her. This only made Yuzniel more worried. Seeing Tespelin's demonic reaction still lingering, she was greatly intrigued. Leaning close to Tespelin's ear, she asked, "Is it about that girl?" The demon coiled around Tespelin, sinisterly asking, "My Yuzniel, isn't she?" "Indeed, a beautiful girl." Yuzniel was still bewildered, not understanding why Tespelin suddenly recoiled like that. Concerned, she drew nearer to him, placing her hand on his chest, asking, "You don't look too good. Are you okay?" At this moment, the demon continued targeting Yuzniel, threatening Tespelin that if he remained indifferent like this, she would be taken away. Therefore, he quickly seized her hand placed on his chest, full of fear. Yuzniel, somewhat suspicious, called his name Tespelin. Not stopping there, the demon became even more insidious, whispering to Tespelin, "Make her yours." A slightly flushed image appeared in his mind, but Tespelin immediately snapped out of it, not letting the dark entity manipulate him any longer. Tespelin hastily raised his voice, shouting, "Stop it." Seeing Tespelin quickly regain his composure, the demon failed to achieve its purpose. It snorted coldly and quickly left. The one who didn't know what was happening was Yuzniel. She was extremely worried at this moment, calling out to Tespelin. The scream startled her a bit, prompting her to ask him, "Why did you startle me? What's wrong with you?" Tespelin, now feeling embarrassed, covered his mouth, avoiding Yuzniel's gaze. "I'm sorry, I suddenly got a headache." "What? Are you having a headache?" She became increasingly concerned. The musician on the other side, hearing the scream, was also puzzled, unsure if the emperor had ordered them to stop or not. Hearing Tespelin's cry, Yuzniel worriedly placed her hand on his forehead to see if his body temperature was abnormal. She gently said, "Let me see, your face has turned dark. Are you okay?" Yuzniel didn't know that her caring actions had stirred Tespelin, awakening the demon he had just suppressed. Tespelin immediately remembered the demon's words earlier, "Make her yours. Make her yours forever. You will no longer feel anxious, fearing that the one you love will be taken away." Unable to resist, Tespelin slowly approached Yuzniel. In fact, that had been his long-standing wish. Once again, a voice called his name, Tespelin. It was only then that he snapped out of his trance, with Yuzniel extremely worried about his distracted state. She sternly asked, "What's been going on with you since earlier?" Again, pretending nothing was wrong, he waved his hand and said, "It's nothing." Tess cursed inwardly, damn it. Aware that his current state was not good, Tespelin avoided further worry and suspicion from Yuzniel. He quickly said to her, I have a terrible headache, so I should go first. Yuzniel was extremely alarmed. What's wrong all of a sudden? Unlike usual, Tespelin seemed to pretend not to hear Yuzniel's words and turned away, ignoring his calls from behind. Yuzniel looked extremely puzzled. What's going on? Why is he acting so strangely today? She continued to worry as she watched Tespelin walk away. On the other side, Duke Harland and his wife quickly appeared before their daughter. The Duke looked at her with concern and asked, I heard a loud noise. What's going on? Yuzniel honestly replied, it seems like Her Highness isn't feeling well. She's still worried about that, considering Tespelin's recent condition. Not knowing if he was okay being alone like that with his current state. At this moment, Tespelin was anxiously heading to a dark place in the palace. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief now, remembering the danger just now, muttering softly, that was really dangerous this time. And our story continues, time fleeting by in the blink of an eye. The New Year masquerade ball ended a few days ago. One thing changed, unlike the previous hustle and bustle, we've had some very peaceful days. Currently, Yuzniel is happily enjoying the holiday with his younger sister, Gale, in the fruit-picking garden. Looking at the pear in her hand, unable to eat it, but excitedly showing it off to Yuzniel. Look, this ripe fruit is so adorable, Yuzniel chuckles softly, reaching out to ruffle his sister's hair. Indeed, it's really adorable. Gale is very enthusiastic, staring at the ripe pear in the palm of her hand. I've never seen a ripe fruit like this before, it's so fascinating. She quickly brings it to her mouth, takes a bite, then says, the taste is different too. Yuzniel helplessly sighs, little sister, don't eat too much before lunchtime, okay? He is also very happy right now, because it's been a while since he had the time to go out and enjoy the fresh air. Watching the sun rise higher, Yuzniel murmurs softly, harvesting ripe fruit with Gale like this makes time fly by. Gale pouts, crossing her arms in disagreement, saying, that's because you've been too busy, the masquerade ball ended, and you're still busy and haven't played with me at all. Yuzniel smiles at his little sister's pouting, but recently I've been coming home earlier, and progress has been made in studying magic, so no need for overtime anymore. Gale returns to being cheerful when she remembers something. I'm also about to enroll in Collegium Academy. So, will I get to see you often? Yuzniel scratches his head, remembering the distance between the academy and the research institute. He thinks to himself, although the academy and the research institute are a bit far apart, but to indulge his little sister, he nods and replies, but we'll pass by each other, so you're looking forward to it? Gale nods eagerly. Yes, we'll see each other often, I'm so excited. Yuzniel reaches out to ruffle the hair of his adorable little sister. You like that? The girl is extremely happy, replying, yes, I like it a lot. Now I won't be alone at home anymore. She looks up, smiling with happiness. So, I'm really looking forward to the enrollment day. Hearing his sister's reason, Yuzniel suddenly feels a bit emotional. It seems like Gale was born just yesterday, and yet she's grown to the point of almost attending Collegium Academy. There are already many ripe fruits on the tree. Time flies so fast, everything has bloomed and borne fruit. And yet, I'm still here in this world, every new year makes me think a lot. Does time still flow like this in this world? If so, then my mother is still alive. When will I stop enduring the nightmare of being killed? And what troubles me the most is, can I go back? Yuzniel tightly grips the pear in his hand, shaking his head to remind himself, I'm sinking into thoughts again. I should quickly think about something else. With that in mind, Yuzniel remembers something. That's right, I have to let Tespelin know that I picked fruit from this tree before, it's been days since we've seen each other. I wonder what Tespelin has been doing since that masquerade ball. She doesn't know that at that moment, Tespelin is lying in bed, her face pale and miserable. Tespelin keeps murmuring softly, it hurts so much, I'm in so much pain. So, please, come see me quickly, Yuzniel. Now that her body has somewhat recovered, Tespelin can comfortably sit leaning on her chin in the palace, in front of the council members present there. Tespelin silently looks at the man in front of her. Duke Harland now stands before the Emperor, his face showing concern as he reports that the recent trend in the Southern Empire is abnormal. They've heard that military exercises are continuously taking place at the border. We also need to be prepared in advance. A blonde duke standing behind, upon hearing this, immediately mocked, "Preparation? Do you even know if the information is accurate before reporting it to His Majesty, Duke Harland?" This speaker was none other than Duke Latia. Beside him, Duke Ss also chimed in, whispering, "It's probably because of the close relationship with His Majesty, dancing with him, so there's nothing to fear, right?" Someone hearing this angrily retorted, "You're too impudent." It was Duke Bonus. But accustomed to such banter, and not wanting to escalate the situation, Duke Harland gestured to Duke Bonus, "It's all right." On the other side, Latia continued to provoke, while Bernard could only show his anger. What? Lord Milan, witnessing this argument, could only sigh at these hot-blooded youths, Duke Latia and Ss. Although they were both dukes, their families' enemies were those who supported the emperor's faction. 14 years ago, they actively supported the exile of our family, and since Yusniel danced with His Majesty at that New Year masquerade ball, they'd been even more aggressively hostile. While they were arguing incessantly, Tespelin, sitting above, felt annoyed and shouted loudly, cutting across them, "Too noisy." Tespelin's voice lowered, and he looked at Duke Harland, saying, "So, Duke Harland, does the training frequency of the Southern Empire's military seem frequent to you?" Lord Milan, with a grave expression, replied, "Though not yet frequent, it has been steadily increasing over the past 3 years. Duke Bonus quickly offered his speculation, could it be that the Southern Empire is also training because of magical creatures? But the military is concentrating at the border, including the Emperor's southern forces. Surely, it's unprecedented in the history of the Southern Empire to directly confront the land of those creatures. Hearing this, Tespelin, sitting above, let out a cold laugh because he knew for sure their only purpose was for the peace of the continent. Ultimately, could this military training be to control us? Tespelin's face immediately turned grim, and he muttered to himself, "These things are ridiculous." Immediately, the voice of that spectre appeared in Tespelin's head, incessantly urging him. "Hey, isn't this an attack? Just kill them all, I've given you power." Hearing these words, Tespelin's hand on the chair tightened out of habit, and the glass door began to shatter. Fortunately, a call awakened Tespelin from those murderous thoughts. "Your Majesty," Duke Harland continued, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter, "even if it's not the Southern Empire, we cannot overlook border issues, because in the past 10 years, the extermination of magical creatures in our country has skyrocketed unusually." Tespelin looked a little surprised, staring at Duke Harland in front of him. It turns out it was because of the grey eyes. And those big eyes, through looking into them, Tespelin felt like he could see her, because those eyes were just like Yusniel's. Thinking of this, his hand on the chair couldn't stay still, wondering what she was doing now. But because they were still in an important meeting, Tess tried to remind himself, "Stay calm, you also know that if we let go of all the boiling murderous intentions, we'll be eaten away by that demon. This won't do, when Yusniel returns, I must keep my rationality and not let myself be overwhelmed." After a while, in the magnificent royal court, the architecture inside was extremely luxurious, dazzling. Tess walked along the corridor, holding his head, exhaling, cursing, "Damn long meeting." He stopped, asking the steward behind him, "Steward." The steward immediately bowed, waiting for orders. Tess asked, "What did Yusniel do after the New Year masquerade ball?" Based on recent information, the steward quickly replied, "The princess has once again participated in a martial arts competition with Duke Bonus." Hearing this, Tessa's steps suddenly stopped, and the glass door next to the steward immediately shattered. But it seems the steward was accustomed to this, so there was no change in his expression. Tess laughed coldly, remembering Arthur, despicable. "It's that guy again?" The emperor asked the steward again, "Anything else?" The steward glanced at the broken glass under his feet, bowed his head, and replied, "In a few days, she plans to attend a meeting at Duke Harland's residence. It is said that she has not yet chosen a companion." Tespelin asked in a low voice, "It's probably Bonus or Sunni, right?" Tespelin thought of the other person, Arthur Bonus, who had been a detestable opponent since childhood. Anyway, he also had hair, almost black, tall and skilled in martial arts. When he saw Yusniel, his soul's color turned into a gentle red, and I felt like I was going crazy with anxiety. When he was young, he was even recommended to be a royal knight. I deliberately tried to hinder it, but he still clung to Yusniel. Tespelin was a bit angry, but quickly sighed, "Poor Yusniel, it's because you're too weak, so those old foxes keep clinging to you. In that case, I'll do the same as other men to become yours." Remembering those two, Ather and Nud, recently they'd been with Yuzniel all the time, which made Tespelin a bit annoyed. I guess I have to get rid of both of them. The steward continued, wait a minute, Your Majesty, this afternoon, Princess Hardlard has requested a visit. Tess was extremely surprised to hear this. He tried to recall and then asked his steward, what? I didn't see her contact me at all. The steward, still respectfully bowing, replied, a letter arrived last night, but Your Majesty wasn't feeling well, so I didn't let you see it immediately. Please forgive me for my mistake, Your Majesty. Tespelin silently remembered, if it was last night, then I must have been very angry and ordered everyone in the palace not to come near my room if they didn't want to die. Tespelin didn't know why suddenly emotion surged last night and he couldn't control the magic. Therefore, he couldn't blame the steward for being late. Tess sighed and praised the steward, you did well. Quickly prepare to welcome Yuzniel. The steward bowed and accepted the order, yes, Your Majesty. As he was about to leave, he turned back at Tespelin's call. Oh, steward, how do I look today? The Emperor said, pointing to himself. The steward, a bit puzzled and fearing that His Majesty was getting old and didn't understand His Majesty's meaning, hesitated and asked again, what does Your Majesty mean? Tess weakly smiled, pretending to be humble, I mean, do I look weak? As the afternoon slowly descended in the royal court, the appointment between Yuzniel and Tespelin arrived. When Yuzniel brought the basket of fruits she had picked yesterday, the steward bowed and said to her, Your Highness, Duke Hardlard is waiting for you. Yuzniel was a bit surprised. I deliberately came late in the afternoon to gently give Tespelin some ripe fruits, but what's this? Seeing the servants bustling about preparing in front of her, Yuzniel felt a bit confused. The steward then respectfully said to her, I will lead you to His Majesty. Yuzniel quickly declined, no, I know the way to the office, so I'll go by myself. The steward then bowed, Your Highness, His Majesty is not in the office, he may not be feeling well, so he's resting in the bedroom. Yuzniel, upon hearing this, showed concern, is His Majesty unwell? Where is he? Is he all right now? The steward reassured her, His Majesty is fine now, so please remain calm. Yuzniel realized her rudeness and apologized to the steward, I'm sorry, I'm sensitive to pain. The steward nodded, I see, then I will lead you to His Majesty. Quickly, he led Yuzniel to the bed where Tespelin was sleeping. Yuzniel saw Tespelin's pale face and was very worried, asking, You don't look well. Are you still in pain? The steward bowed, His Majesty is probably asleep, so please wait a moment. Then, I'll excuse myself first, Yuzniel said, approaching to observe with concern. Why is his hair wet like this? After the steward turned away, he looked back once more. Seeing the scene of the two, the steward remembered the name His Majesty called out all night, clearly Yuzniel, and couldn't help but put his hand on his head, exclaiming, that girl is in trouble. Now there were only two people left in the room. Seeing Tespelin's disheveled hair, Yuzniel feared he might catch a cold, so she kept softly calling Tespelin, wake up, Tespelin. Suddenly, while Yuzniel was unsuspecting, Tespelin on the bed suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her to lie on his chest. Yuzniel was extremely bewildered, what's this? Her hand supporting herself on Tespelin, wanting to sit up but inadvertently touched his chest. Tespelin, half awake and half asleep, embarrassed, then continued to pull Yuzniel closer, to her utmost confusion. What's going on? Yuzniel looked at this perplexing scene, recalling, I first met Tespelin when I was 6 years old, and though I was already an adult inside, her body was truly that of a 6-year-old child. So no matter what Tespelin does, I still see him as a child. But that child now, why? Yuzniel lowered her head to look at the person beneath her, what kind of child is so alluring? Wet hair, firm muscles like this, he's completely grown up, isn't he? I have to sit up quickly, extremely confused about this situation. To avoid further embarrassment, Yuzniel tried to get up before Tespelin woke up. Tespelin still pretended to be deep in slumber, how could his lady escape like this? At this moment, he let out a soft murmur, continuing to feign deep sleep. Yuzniel panicked, wait, why are you holding me so tightly? When she realized the situation, she found herself nestled next to him. They looked like a loving couple, embracing each other in sleep. Yuzniel looked at Tespelin's flushed face and teased, you again. She turned to see Tespelin's innocent sleeping face, unable to scold him, only sighing silently. Yuzniel looked at his arm firmly around her waist, feeling helpless, refusing to think further. This is crazy, Yuzniel thought. but Tespilin wanted to draw her closer. Yuzniel hesitantly said aloud, "Hey, don't get too close," under the flickering candlelight in Tespilin's bedroom. He continued to hold her tightly. Meanwhile, she was feeling anxious, sensing Tespilin's breath just behind her neck. Yuzniel absent-mindedly thought, as his wet hair strands brushed against her bare skin, a strange sensation, her face kept flushing. In Yuzniel's heart, there was an indescribable feeling. She didn't know what her current feeling was, perhaps what people often talked about? Yuzniel blushed even more. Quickly making up her mind to sit up, she silently reminded herself, "Don't get caught up in this atmosphere, just get out of this situation quickly." Seeing her trying to sit up, Tespilin's hand tightened around her waist even more. He whispered, "Don't go." Yuzniel turned her head and asked, "Are you finally awake?" She coldly replied, "Then let me go quickly." "You said to let go, why are you still holding me so tightly? Isn't Tespilin avoiding it?" Yuzniel was extremely flustered. If he was awake, why would he hold on so tightly? But Tespilin quickly turned around, trapping Yuzniel underneath. Yuzniel could only sigh. Just a moment ago, it was clearly such a situation, yet the person next to her was pretending to sleep. Yuzniel could only grumble to herself, "When you wake up, I'll punch you," she thought. But why was Tespilin so strong? Yes, his arms were loose, but his hands were holding tight. After meeting again and being together, the atmosphere was somewhat strange. But memories of the past were still vivid, feeling like a younger brother. However, now looking at Tespilin's muscles and maturity, this embarrassing situation. Yuzniel quickly realized that he was completely feeling him as a grown man now. Tespilin was still pretending to sleep, but his face was close to Yuzniel's, their body temperatures rising rapidly as they were so close, entwined together, making Yuzniel unable to help but blush. It seemed that she couldn't see Tespilin as a younger brother anymore. In this embarrassing situation, Yuzniel began to recall, realizing that she had never had a proper relationship with anyone before because her personality didn't match well with others, so she had never tried having any romantic relationship. She used to think that if they were close, she wouldn't feel comfortable at all, but compared to the uncomfortable feeling of sensing Tespilin's heartbeat right next to her like this, she couldn't understand why she felt so peaceful. Yuzniel savored it a bit, "His warm body temperature makes me feel so dreamy." Then like this, I fell asleep. As her eyes slowly closed, Yuzniel tried to force them open again. She suddenly remembered, she couldn't allow herself to sleep here, or the rumors in the palace would destroy her peaceful life. Remembering the worried looks of her parents, they would faint upon hearing this news. Yuzniel quickly sat up, reminding herself not to lose her composure. She tried to wake the person lying on top of her. "Tespilin, please, wake up," Yuzniel said. Yuzniel realized she couldn't push him away. How could she possibly push the emperor? Faced with the choice between indulging in the temptations of the palace and breaking the emperor's bones, Yuzniel felt like she was going crazy. As she was contemplating, the person pretending to sleep next to her finally let out a soft, cunning murmur. Tespilin finally opened his eyes, took Yuzniel's hand, and said, "I don't want to break any bones." Just as Yuzniel was about to scold Tespilin, he unexpectedly took her hand, placed it on his face, looked at her with pleading eyes, called her name softly, and then gently kissed her hand. While Yuzniel was still bewildered, Tespilin, who had just woken up, kissed her hand, then used Yuzniel's hand to touch his own face, his eyes looking at her pitifully. Yuzniel blushed so much her face turned red. She muttered a few words incoherently. Then Yuzniel took Tespilin's head in her hands, reproaching softly, "Why do you always do this?" Tespilin, sitting on the bed looking very pained, rubbed his head and groaned, "But after all, I am the emperor, why would you say that?" Yuzniel took the opportunity to get out of bed, crossed her arms coldly, and said, "You should be grateful that I endured this much. Do you know how difficult it was for me?" Tespilin happily asked her a few questions like a naughty child. Yuzniel quickly threw a towel at Tespilin, angrily saying, "Put some clothes on." Tespilin again complained, "You're so cold." Yuzniel coldly turned her head and said, "Do you want to catch a cold?" Tespilin lifted the towel covering his head, thinking this time it seemed okay, and looked at Yuzniel, who had turned away. He quickly noticed something, the skin behind Yuzniel's neck was blushing. Surely she was feeling embarrassed too. After noticing this change, Tespilin couldn't help but feel excited. He looked at Yuzniel's neck with such longing, he just wanted to sink his teeth into it. What expression would she have if I said I wanted to leave a mark on her? Tespelin thought, but he also knew he had to control himself. Tespelin put his feet on the ground, walked towards Yuzniel. He would patiently wait and slowly win her over, and he also had to wait for Yuzniel to open her heart. And if that opportunity came, he would hold on to her tightly and never let her go. Despite just deciding to control himself, Tespelin hugged Yuzniel from behind, holding her hand with the fruits. In a deep voice, he asked, "Did you bring this for me?" With such close proximity, Yuzniel could feel Tespelin's heartbeat resonating in his chest. While she was extremely confused, Tespelin once again pulled her hand, turning her to face him. Tespelin gently lifted Yuzniel's chin, seductively saying, "There's no reason for that. Only when I'm in pain, do you come to me, because you're truly busy and cold-hearted." As he spoke, he leaned in close to Yuzniel's face, leaving her extremely flustered. "Tespelin, do you do this, because you're angry?" Yuzniel's words directly shattered the romantic atmosphere, leaving Tespelin stunned. "What?" Yuzniel continued to complain, "When we were young, every time you were angry, you always bullied me a lot." Tespelin was astonished. My actions were seen as bullying in her eyes? Yuzniel turned her head, sighed, "You always say I'm cold-hearted." As Tespelin wanted to explain, Yuzniel quickly stuffed a fruit into his mouth. Tespelin, puzzled, asked, "Yuzniel, why did you suddenly put something in my mouth?" Yuzniel smiled, "Try it, how is it?" "Is it delicious?" "It's a ripe fruit from the mimering tree. These are the first fruits harvested. I thought of you, so I brought them over." Tespelin, upon hearing this, happily asked, "Did you think of me?" Yuzniel, seizing any opportunity, replied, "Indeed. My home is within the palace. I heard that you chose the wrong person to take care of the plants, so according to custom, I should bring the first ripe fruits to you." Tespelin stood silently on the side, clearly hearing Yuzniel's words. He had his own thoughts in his mind. She seemed both enticing and like she was running away from something, yet sometimes she brought such sweet compensations to him. Why did it feel like if he took one step forward, she would take one step back? But in some decisive moments, she was still by his side. "But Yuzniel, if you hold tightly in your hand, you think you will have everything. But if you change your mind, everything will slip through your fingers like sand." Tespelin couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "All right. It seems like everything needs training, doesn't it?" Yuzniel suspected, "Why do you keep looking at me like that?" "I feel uneasy." Tespelin smiled happily and thought to himself, "What's wrong? Don't you realize?" He decided to voice his thoughts, "Give me another fruit." Yuzniel firmly refused, "Are you a child? Eat it yourself." Tespelin, disappointed but not giving up, continued, "Then hug me." Yuzniel sighed, "Why do you act like a child?" Unexpectedly, Tespelin's face looked extremely pitiful. He recounted how recently he truly felt powerless during the time she was busy with the nobles. Seeing him like this, Yuzniel softened a bit. Tespelin once again looked pitiful, with a sad face. "I'm very lonely, Yuzniel." Feeling concerned, Yuzniel asked, "But why is the Emperor casually sitting on the floor, Tespelin?" Tespelin whispered, "Let's lie down together on the bed. Standing and hugging is too inconvenient due to our height difference." Tespelin smiled with amusement, "Why do you pretend not to know?" Yuzniel heard this and felt a bit puzzled. "What's going on?" Tespelin smiled sincerely at Yuzniel. "If you want, I'm happy to kneel down." "You know that," he said. The two just stared at each other. Yuzniel didn't know how to respond. Tess didn't want to make things difficult for her. He quickly bowed his head and continued, "It's okay, as long as I'm with you, that's all that matters. It's as if the world only has the two of us, I'm very happy." With a blissful expression, he continued, "No matter what happens, being with Yuzniel makes me happy." Seeing his obedient appearance, she couldn't help but reach out and pat Tespelin's head. "Today, because you're in pain, I allowed it. Don't misunderstand." Tespelin nodded. "I understand," he thought, "just for today, I'm already very happy." Tess clung to her, but she didn't dislike him for it. "Just with your body and actions alone, you can send me to heaven or hell in just a moment. Even though I know such blind emotions are truly dangerous, but this emotion has bloomed in my heart since I realized it. My heart has already completely given itself to you." At this moment, Yuzniel was deep in thought, feeling that Tespelin was very strange today. "That's right, that's all. If not, I'm sure I'll be entangled with that emotion again. The research on magic is being actively resolved and the door I need to find is just time. The nightmares of that day still appear in my dreams, reminding me that one day I will return there. Since appearing in this world, I have tried to ignore everything, but if I dip my hands into the things of this world, suddenly I will be overly involved. My existence will only increase the impact. So, no matter how you look at it, this emotion is still truly chaotic. So, I have to wake up. After Tespelin was settled into sleep by her, it was already late. So Yusniel turned away, murmuring softly, "Good night, Tespelin. No matter what happens, I will overlook it. Everything will return to normal, that's my determination." After Tespelin had been settled for sleep, which was already late, Yusniel turned away. She spoke softly, "Sleep well, Tespelin, no matter what happens, we will overlook it. Things will return to normal, I am determined." A few days later, in the morning at the Colosseum, a loud voice echoed, "Do you know, Gale Harland? If you do, then sit quietly over there." 3 female students were shouting at Yusniel's little sister. The girl with copper-colored hair was Lily Suni, pointing at Gale provocatively, "You seem quite proud when your sister dances with the Royal Highness, don't you?" Gale lowered her voice, bowing, "I've never been proud." Lily countered, crossing her arms, "Your mere existence here is already prideful." Yusniel's sister trembled in fear, stammering, "That's..." They didn't know Yusniel was present, witnessing everything. She muttered, "What's going on here?" Then she angrily shouted at the girls bullying Gale, "Hey! What are you doing?" Yusniel approached the girl who had just threatened Gale, her cold gaze making her sweat nervously. Gale, seeing her sister, began to whimper and call for Yusniel's help. Yusniel tried to calm herself, "Stay calm, Yusniel, but..." "I can't be calm anymore." Her eyes were truly furious. Yusniel looked at the girls in front of her, thinking silently, today is just like any other day. A week earlier, she had received a letter from Nud, saying that his workplace had been relocated. Therefore, his role in assisting Yusniel within the aristocratic circles might become more challenging for a while. There would be a gathering at the Duke Lanch's house this week. Whom should she go with? Recently, there has been a study on magic being suppressed, and I've had to work overtime for several days straight. When I received support from Nud, I became even more confused. Everything was quite chaotic and busy. She rested her weary head in her office, thinking, should I contact Ather? But no, Ather has been busy with swordsmanship training lately. He politely declined my request earlier, citing his busy schedule at the palace. Besides, even if Ather were free, he would have to go with Eugene, wouldn't he? Isn't Nud the heir to the Suni family? And a royal knight like Ather would receive communication at any time. It's strange how high-ranking nobles have become so busy. She suddenly remembered how Tez doted on her, always calling her my Yusniel. Yusniel tried to push aside the thought that Tez might go crazy with jealousy and drive away all the men around her. And what about the last time she danced with the Emperor? Who would dare to accompany her now? Yusniel realized the situation was quite real. She had grown attached to life here. She had resolved to appear indifferent to him, to not stand in his way. But after seeing Tez again, her heart couldn't stay calm. Yusniel pondered and decided she would go to the party alone this week, as long as it didn't harm her family. She also thought it best not to get too involved in such events before leaving. At that moment, an assistant's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, "Miss Yusniel, could you check this for a moment?" She reluctantly went to her colleagues and examined the project's issues. She would try not to leave any traces behind when she left. She would continue to be as indifferent as before. Yusniel grasped the doorknob and turned back, instructing, "I will go to the academy to consult with the professor about the current obstacles." Some colleagues remarked, "Well, I'll go too." "Miss Yusniel, haven't you been up all night in the research room?" They murmured to each other, even though it's about magic, sometimes everything weighs on her like a duty, those researches seem to corner her. Seeing her lonely and exhausted figure, her colleagues felt very sympathetic. But Yusniel remained determined to live separately. She didn't want to leave any wounds on them. At the Magical Academy, Yusniel was completely alert. She tried to calm herself down and treated this like any other day. However, she glanced at the frightened Gale behind her and felt guilty for her own indifference lately. Yusniel commanded sternly, "Come to me, Gale." Then she turned to Lily and asked, her voice cold, "Why haven't you answered since earlier? I asked you what you were doing to my sister." Lily, who had been angry before, now looked frightened and trembling at the coldness in Yusniel's eyes. But after a few seconds, she regained her composure and challenged Yusniel, "It's just high-ranking students tutoring newcomers. Right from the start, your sister offended me." Her fierce and cunning eyes made Yusniel uncomfortable. She turned her chin towards Gale. "Isn't that right, Gale Harland?" Gale, trembling, stammered, "Why yes, that's right, sister. I made a mistake with Miss Suni before." Yusniel growled, "What mistake?" Gale, clutching Yusniel's clothes, fearfully said, "Let's go home, sister. I really can't handle this." Yusniel couldn't help but feel pity seeing Gale trembling like this. If she hadn't taken this shortcut back just now, she wouldn't have witnessed this scene. As she approached, her steps faltered upon hearing Lily Suni's harsh voice ordering someone to bow down quickly. Yusniel couldn't believe that she could still be so arrogant after being imprisoned for several days. She almost ignored the situation to avoid the hassle, although she did want to help someone in a vulnerable position. If they hadn't mentioned her sister's name, she might never have realized that Gale was the actual victim. Yusniel's eyes widened in shock and fear at the mention of her sister's name, and she hurried over to rescue Gale. She was already very busy and had no idea about Gale's daily life. How could Gale be so afraid to make a mistake after only hearing a few times? Yusniel reassured the girl, placing her hand on her shoulder. "Don't worry, Gale, come home with me." She hugged the girl, comforting Gale as tears of pity fell. Yusniel gently said, "You wait outside for me, I have something to do." Gale trembled and asked, "But what if you get hurt?" "She said she won't let you go." Lily shouted, "I said when." Yusniel didn't respond. She hugged the innocent face of the girl and said, "Gale, do you trust me?" "I'll be fine, wait for me outside." With a faint smile, Yusniel pushed the girl away from the scene, waving reassuringly at Gale as she tried to ask Yusniel to come back quickly. Yusniel's gentle smile vanished as Gale left. Yusniel's eyes turned cold. She leaned down close to Lily's face and growled, "This isn't the first time you've seen Gale's reaction." Lily tried to argue, her face still defiant. "I've said it, it's just a senior student tutoring a newcomer." Before she could finish her explanation, a loud slap resounded, the pain echoing on Lily's face. Lily hadn't even had time to scream, she was dumbfounded. How dare you hit me?" Yusniel coldly retorted, "So what?" The two girls with Lily were terrified, their faces turning pale, quickly running over to help her. "Miss Lily, are you okay?" Blood dripped from Lily's nose, one hand clutching her face, where she was hit, the other propping herself up on the ground. Yusniel stepped closer, saying, "That's right. Think before you speak. Because I'm very restrained right now." With one hand holding Lily's chin, Yusniel pulled her face up and continued, "Lily Suni, a fool like you can only survive with my mercy. Living thanks to my grace, Lily Suni, you fool." The fear made Lily silent as she stared at Yusniel, while the other two girls with her were surprised to learn that their Miss Lily survived because of someone's mercy. Insulted to the extreme, Lily stood up and shouted, "What?" Yusniel didn't let her ramble on, saying, "You better think before you speak. I'm very angry right now." One of the two girls tried to argue back, Now that Miss Harland is angry, then the Suni family." Yusniel cut her off, "The reason I'm angry is simple, I'm Eugene's close sister, and I won't tolerate your rudeness anymore. Because I'm a fairy, I won't use force against the weak, and I won't even bother with you a little bit. Do you understand?" Yusniel crossed her arms, looking at Lily with disdain. Then she turned to the other two girls and ordered, "Line up and state your names in order." They trembled and exclaimed, "Us?" They looked at Lily pleadingly, "What do we do, Miss Lily?" Then they decided to listen, stepping forward one by one to say their names. I'm Mimi of the Pia family, and I'm Anna of the Capana family." Yusniel's voice grew stern, "Quickly tell me, what disrespect has Gale shown to Lily Suni?" They stuttered and recounted the incident from their arrival at the academy, during the meeting between Lily and the newcomer. Gale had failed to greet Miss Lily first. Lily couldn't stop them, so she turned away in denial. But Yusniel questioned, "Greeting? The daughter of Count Suni greeting the daughter of Count Harland? And just because of that, you bullied her?" Yusniel, enraged, grabbed Lily's collar and shouted, "Lily Suni, you truly are beyond redemption." Trembling, Lily asked again, "Beyond redemption?" Then she mustered the courage to pull away from Yusniel's grasp, yelling, "Let go. I'll tell my father, you're as good as dead." I'm the future queen of the empire. No one dares to treat me like this. Yusniel sighed disdainfully. Indeed, the Sunni family has raised you this way for the revival of their lineage. Nurturing a youngest daughter with such indulgence, huh? Lily smoothed her hair arrogantly. Yes, indeed. Yusniel mocked. That's why your father came to beg me for your life, isn't it? Lily, bewildered, asked, what? Yusniel smirked. Your proud father knelt before me, begging for your life. So I asked His Majesty not to execute Lily Sunni, the fool. And the result is, you're alive because of me. Lily, horrified, looked at Yusniel with wide eyes, like prey being observed by a wild beast. She desperately protested, lies. As Yusniel slowly approached, Lily fell silent. Yusniel continued, I've seen through your thorns. With this appearance, you think you'll become a queen? You cling to the emperor like that, but he's been Yusniel's since childhood. Hatred flashed in Lily Sunni's eyes. You dare. Yusniel sneered, in short, your life depends on Lily Sunni. So apologize and beg Gale until your throat is torn. After saying this, she turned and left, leaving Lily in shock, leaning on the other two girls for support. Before leaving, Yusniel reminded, the choice is yours. Outside the carriage, Gale was trembling with fear, her hands clasped together as she waited for Yusniel to return. Sister, why haven't you come back yet? Did something happen? What if they harmed you? The carriage driver leaned down to comfort the girl. Miss Gale, please calm down. Gale whimpered, but if something happens to you because of me, my parents will be so disappointed in me. As she nervously bit her finger, Gale's innocent eyes widened when she heard a familiar, gentle voice. Who's hurt? She turned around and ran to hug Yusniel, calling out, Sister, why are you late? I was so worried. Yusniel sighed, just like a fool, worrying about someone like you? Gale protested, calling someone a fool is a bad word. Yusniel patted the girl's head and said, all right, I was wrong. Yusniel wiped the tears from the girl's face and asked, Gale, do you want to get on the carriage and go back first? It's safer with the driver. Gale lowered her head sadly, yes, I'll be fine either way. But then you'll stay up late again at the Colosseum, won't you? Yusniel replied, no, Why are you reacting like this all of a sudden? Yusniel suddenly realized, gently stroking the girl's head, the magnificent and luxurious capital is still strange to Gale. Father and I are quite busy, so we rarely meet. Turns out Gale has always been alone. My fairy parents don't understand human rules, and father only returns to the castle late. So Gale has nowhere else to turn to for things like this. Yusniel comforted the girl, I'll visit home more often from now on, so you don't need to worry anymore. We'll have more time together now. She smiled softly. This made the innocent eyes of the girl brighten again, full of hope as she asked, really? Yusniel thought to herself about her lies, even if I leave, I must first create strength for Gale. She said, so you go back first and wait for me, all right? She smiled, I have somewhere to go. In the palace, the emperor's eyes sparkled as he caught a large diamond. He chuckled softly, Yusniel, I couldn't reach you, what happened? Did you come here to see me? Just in time, my work is finished. Do you want to go to the reception hall or the library? Yusniel bowed slowly, following the proper etiquette of noblewomen, and said, I want to see you, your majesty. Tess supported him as he stood up, no need for such formality. He whispered, they've all gone outside anyway. He hurriedly asked, but did you really come to see me? The emperor's words made several attendants who were leaving turn back in curiosity. Yusniel softly said, yes, I have something to ask of you, your majesty. Tess rejoiced, huh? Ask? What for? Yusniel adjusted her dress and curtsied lightly, following the noblewoman's customs. She said, the meeting hosted by Duke Lantia later this week, please allow me to be your companion, your majesty. The emperor was so delighted that he didn't even have time to laugh. Yusniel, however, carried a heavy burden of thoughts. For Gale to integrate into high society as quickly as possible, I need the strength of Tez. I'm sorry, Tez, for using you this time. Yusniel hesitated as she thought about Gale being bullied. At that moment, she noticed the girls standing next to Gale showing indifference towards the girl. Yusniel wondered to herself, was Lily Sunni being delusional about becoming queen? But what about those other girls? They were merely daughters of lesser noble families, yet they dared to bully the youngest daughter of a prominent duke in the empire? Then Yusniel realized, they were just teenagers who hadn't been exposed to society, and they had a different hierarchy than that of adults. And the parents of these girls understood their psychology well enough to prevent them from being looked down upon at the academy. So from a young age, they organized social gatherings to help them build natural connections and maintain their status. That was the usual way noble families handled things. And because our family was exiled when we were young, our status was lower, so. Yusniel took a deep breath to gather courage and said, "At the meeting Duke Lantia is organizing, I want to go as your companion, your majesty." Tez didn't pay much attention to that, he was just so happy to have her here, his lips barely moving. Suddenly, there was a whispering sound from near the door, where two dukes were eavesdropping on their conversation. Yusniel grabbed Tez's hand and pulled him away, thinking to herself, "This can't be discussed here, we need to go somewhere more private." Tez, clueless about how to react to her actions, silently followed Yusniel. He looked at Yusniel from behind with intoxicated eyes, as if this were a dream. It was a familiar scene from their childhood. Yusniel often pulled him like this, making Tez's cheeks blush, his lips curling. They reached a quieter corner. Yusniel stopped and said, "No one can overhear us here. It's absurd to have to run around the palace like this." She tousled her disheveled hair and sighed. Tez stood close to her, grasping Yusniel's hand, and leaned in gently, calling, "Yusniel." The emperor gently lifted Yusniel's beautiful hand. She quickly withdrew it, forgetting that Tezbalin had grown up. Yusniel awkwardly explained, "It's a private matter concerning my little sister, so I didn't want anyone else to hear. That's why I pulled you here, nothing else." Tezbalin nodded, "I understand." Yusniel hurriedly continued, "So I'll tell you right here." Tez suddenly closed in on Yusniel, pressing her against the nearby wall, his hand propped against the wall like a lock, restraining Yusniel. Tez whispered, "But first, let's stand closer. Just like you said. Earlier, you mentioned using me, didn't you? Alright then, go ahead and use me." Yusniel widened her eyes, looking at the boy in front of her. Now one of his hands was beside her head, the other holding her hand, creating an overly intimate atmosphere. Tezbalin leaned even closer, almost touching Yusniel's face, and softly said, "You know what I'm asking for." "Say it again." Yusniel squirmed, wanting to escape this awkwardness, and whispered to herself, "What is it?" Tess reiterated, "Say that you want me to accompany you." Yusniel's arms were torn between pushing Tess away and touching his tall, sturdy figure. She blushed crimson, her eyes hazy and unsure of what to say, suddenly finding her prepared words evaporating. Tess lowered his head, touching Yusniel's hair, and said, "Don't worry, I heard you clearly." Yusniel grumbled in frustration, "I said not to kiss me without my permission." Tess gently stroked her hair strands, chuckling softly. "Oh, were you waiting for me?" Yusniel blushed even more, embarrassed that he hadn't even kissed her yet. Tezbalin reached up to caress Yusniel's soft cheek with his hand, stroking it. Yusniel pushed him away firmly, "That's not happening, get away." The emperor chuckled, saying with a twinkle in his eye, "Nope, you still haven't said it again." Yusniel remained silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "I want you to be my companion at the party, your majesty." Tess's cheeks also flushed, his gaze turning innocent. He chuckled softly at Yusniel's frustration, and she stood with folded arms, asking, "Are you satisfied now?" Tezbalin replied softly, "Yes." Yusniel turned back, asking seriously, "Why are you so fixated on that?" The emperor chuckled happily, "It feels like a dream come true, my dear Yusniel, you don't understand my feelings. And would you be alright accompanying me there as a partner, my Yusniel? You wouldn't mind the attention as an emperor's partner?" Yusniel murmured softly, "Because you're the emperor, that's why I have to go with you." She sighed tiredly, "This is something I can do for my little sister." On the corridors of the royal castle, they strolled together, the golden sunset pouring down like honey, creating a romantic scene. Yusniel thought as she walked, "I told Tess about this, and wondered what if he got angry, but he's calmer than I thought." He suddenly broke the silence between them, My Yusniel seems to care more about your sister than I thought." Yusniel noticed a slight change in his mood, knowing that he was slightly affected by Gale's anger. Tess asked again, "So what you mean is that your sister hasn't had any social connections until now? So if she had an emperor's companion as a sister, would you like to make an impression on the noble society through this opportunity?" Yusniel admitted, and softly said, "Sorry, Tess." Yusniel turned away, avoiding Tezbalin's gaze, "I said I would use you." Tess cheerfully said, "Don't apologize, now I see that becoming an emperor is indeed a good thing." Yuzniel asked in surprise, "Huh?" He suddenly lifted Yuzniel, placing her against a wall, gently, saying softly, "You know, Yuzniel. If you want, I can kneel happily, but on the contrary, I hope you will control me more. With just a word from you, I can go anywhere." "My heart," he pressed his face against Yuzniel's hand, his face warming up, whispering, "You understand it well." Yuzniel smirked, about to say something before stopping. She looked down at the emperor below her. Tessa's eyes were like the night. Her hand caressed his cheek with desire. "His eyes, since the first time we met, have always been dark, but for some reason, I can't take my eyes off them. Those eyes look at me, seriously and deeply." Tess pleaded, "Please kiss me, Yuzniel. I behaved well, so you should reward me." Tess Ballin's gentle gaze resembled a fervent confession. Yuzniel opened her eyes wide and gazed at his face, unable to think of anything else. When she heard his warm call, "Yuzniel," she leaned her head against his, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him close. Yuzniel had never experienced a truly romantic relationship in her previous life. Her mother had abandoned her frail mother to pursue her lover, leaving Yuzniel to take care of her, leaving little time for herself and relationships. Then one day, she was approached by a stranger and killed, and everything ended. So she gradually lost faith in people, thinking that love was something that didn't exist. Until she saw the love of her new parents in this world, she gained a bit of trust, but what did that have to do with her? Yuzniel halted her thoughts. Why was she suddenly thinking about this? When she realized that Tess Ballin was getting too close, pushing her back gently, Yuzniel hastily said, "Wait." She felt unable to adapt to the current situation, but she couldn't think of anything else. Her hand was about to push Tess Ballin away from her face, but before she could, a kiss was planted firmly on her lips. His hand gently held hers. The passionate emotion from Tess Ballin's body made Yuzniel feel dizzy. She wondered, why were they being so reckless, and what would happen afterward? Originally, this shouldn't have happened at all. Yuzniel's eyes widened with hesitation, but her cheeks remained flushed, and her heart raced. She felt the need to push him away. But it seemed that Tess Ballin sensed Yuzniel's withdrawal, so he wanted to possess every inch of her even more. His tongue lightly touched Yuzniel's lips, tasting the sweet flavor of her. Yuzniel felt almost crazed, but tried not to be swept away by the emotion. She exclaimed, "Wait, Tess. My mouth." She had never kissed anyone like this before, full of embarrassment and confusion. But Tess Ballin didn't want to stop. He looked at her lovingly and said, "I like you, Yuzniel." Yuzniel touched her lips, where Tess Ballin's kiss had left them wet, not knowing what to do next. He continued, "That's why I can't hold back." Yuzniel closed her eyes with worry, silent, still pushing Tess away. Tess reassured, "But don't worry, in the future, if I don't have your consent, I won't act like this again." Tess ran his hand through Yuzniel's tangled hair, then gently touched her ear, which was burning as much as her face now. Yuzniel sighed inwardly, "Oh, heavens, I'm about to lose control." But Yuzniel couldn't stop staring at the perfect boy in front of her. Although she had been warned not to let this go too far, as one day she wouldn't be here anymore. But Tess Ballin's eyes were focused on her, full of fascination and allure. His soft voice whispered in her ear, "Don't you like kissing me?" "But I really like it." His gentle voice, like a breeze, completely mesmerized Yuzniel. Yuzniel felt her head burning so much it was about to burst into flames, and her throat felt dry. Tess Ballin tried to restrain himself, holding Yuzniel tightly around the waist, burying his head gently on her chest. Yuzniel lowered her head to face him, blaming herself. Even though she had tried so hard, her heart no longer listened. She felt her body burning up, her hands automatically wrapping around Tess Ballin's neck, embracing him tightly, and their lips had touched each other long ago. Yuzniel told herself, just this once. She couldn't control herself anymore, all emotions bursting out, letting go of all thoughts and indulging in Tess Ballin's desires at this moment. The sweet sunset blended with their love at this moment. That evening, in the Harland castle, Yuzniel and Mrs. Seal sat sipping tea in the living room. He told his mother, "Mother, I am injured," with a serious expression. However, Mrs. Seal only glanced briefly and then focused on her teacup, gently responding, "Oh dear," and then. Yuzniel sighed, "I said I was injured, and you only replied like that, Mother?" He wondered if his mother already knew what had happened. Mrs. Seal calmly stated, "You are injured because you deserved it." She continued seriously, "You are a child who has never made mistakes. I believe in you." Nevertheless, she was also very gentle with Yusniel, he thought, feeling warmth in her demeanor. Mrs. Seal asked further, "Where is Gale now?" "He's playing outside with the servant." "Should I call her in?" Yusniel replied. His mother said, "No, let the child play." Yusniel, with a guilty expression, admitted, "Actually, this is related to Gale. I feel like she's being isolated at the academy, and it seems to have started since she enrolled." Mrs. Seal was startled, as if hearing a suspenseful story, then exclaimed, "What? Is she isolated? How?" Yusniel frowned, "Mother, don't get too excited." Mrs. Seal remained silent for a moment, then asked, "Are all the things you said true?" Yusniel slowly replied, "I've dealt with it already. Don't worry too much." Mrs. Seal bowed her head with seriousness and said, "I've made a big mistake. I should have paid more attention to Gale. She always seemed happy, so I thought she was fine. Why didn't she tell us earlier?" Yusniel looked at her silently and said, "You and Father have always focused on me. I know you care a lot about me, to the point of, too much." Mrs. Seal was stunned by this, a hint of pain in her eyes. Hastily, she said, "That's not true, Yusniel." She thought to herself, "The reason we worry about you more is because since you were little, you've been tormented by nightmares, cries for help, and calls of mother, I'm in pain, which made us suffer, watching our little girl in agony without being able to help." She glanced at her now grown-up daughter and still felt worried. She didn't answer Yusniel's question, "Why, mother?" She just smiled and said, "It's nothing. I'll pay more attention to you, Yusniel. I'll also tell Milan to do so. And as for that, I have my own solution." "The hidden card? But you hate it, don't you?" They were referring to the Emperor. Yusniel cheerfully said, "It is safe, so don't be surprised if I do something in the future." Mrs. Seal nodded, "Is that so? I guess it'll be fine if you say it's safe." Yusniel turned away to hide his worry, thinking his mother wouldn't want to know more. Suddenly, Mrs. Seal asked, "Yusniel, you're the one we care about the most, the one we worry about the most." Yusniel's eyes widened in surprise, he didn't know how to react. Mrs. Seal continued, "So, you have to take better care of yourself." A corner of the door creaked open unnoticed, while Yusniel was lost in his thoughts. "This is the first time my mother has so clearly favored me." He softly replied to Mrs. Seal, "Yes." Then he heard a soft noise outside the door. "What's that?" Yusniel glanced and saw the door slightly ajar with a small ball rolling into the room. It seemed to be Gale's. And so their conversation ended, and a few days passed quickly, leading up to the Lantia family's party. Yusniel, dressed splendidly, escorted Gale out of the Harland Castle's doors. At this moment, the Emperor stood waiting for her, his gaze completely focused on her. He spoke, "I've been waiting for you, my Yusniel." "I've been waiting for you," he reiterated, holding a bouquet of exquisitely crafted green and white flowers. Yusniel courteously greeted the Emperor. She looked at the things Tess had prepared for her, intricately decorated horse-drawn carriage, knights standing in formation. It was a grand entrance. He said, "This is the first time I've seen you since that day. Have you thought about it?" Mentioning that day made Yusniel's cheeks blush, especially with the Emperor standing so close. Gale, curious, asked, "What day?" "Which day, big sister?" The Emperor calmly said, "Oh, it's the day when you and your sister were together." Yusniel was shocked, while Gale innocently asked again, "Why are you so startled, Yusniel? What happened to you?" The Emperor chuckled and continued, "I mean the day we discussed official matters together." Gale exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's right." Yusniel covered her tomato-red face with her hand, looking at the gentle face that made her heart beat faster. She whispered to her younger sister, "Gale, do you remember what I told you to do when meeting His Majesty?" Gale quickly turned back, smiling brightly, and bowed respectfully to the Emperor, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Tess Balin leaned down to greet Gale with the friendliest expression. Curiously, Gale asked, "So, it's true that you and my sister are close?" Tess Balin was surprised and asked, "True? Close?" Gale innocently laughed and said to Yusniel, "Oh, I heard about it at the academy. If not, I would have been rude." Yusniel looked worriedly at her little sister. "It must be Lily Suni." The emperor paused for a second, then tousled Gale's hair and said with a smile, Sunni got it right. Yes, your sister and I have a very close relationship. So, I prepared a gift for you, this will be your escort today. He bowed and said, it's an honor to meet the Lady Harland. Gale blushed shyly in front of the handsome young man. Yusniel instructed Gale's companion, I entrust her to you. If Gale causes any trouble, please inform me. She glanced at them leaving and said, being escorted by the Emperor's knight seems a bit ostentatious, don't you think? We're not royalty, after all. Tesbalin chuckled mischievously, we're about to become a family, aren't we? Yusniel awkwardly exclaimed, family, what family? Tesbalin whispered enough for both of them to hear, so you were planning to take my virginity, and then leave? That day, I wrapped myself around you. Yusniel felt too embarrassed to listen anymore, she covered the Emperor's mouth, blushing, and said, just keep quiet, don't let others misunderstand. And, you've decided to let today pass quietly, I've agreed to that. Yusniel remembered that after kissing Tesbalin, they had decided to put a pause on that matter. She bowed her head, admitting her fault, lately, due to stress, I've been agitated. She babbled a bunch of other nonsense, from the beginning, I said I would take advantage of you, or, no, I mean it's your reward, suddenly I felt hot, no, I mean. Tesbalin was silent, not knowing whether to laugh or what. He still couldn't contain the sweet emotions on his lips. Yusniel was utterly confused, she thought, it's over, Tesbalin won't let this opportunity slip away. Why am I feeling like this? This is making me so confused. Tesbalin gently took her hand, placing it on his chest to reassure her, I understand, so let's forget about this. Instead, think about why your body reacted like that. I'll wait for you patiently, I'm good at waiting. At that moment, Tesbalin was also holding Yusniel's hand dreamily. Yusniel said, if you say so. But, even so. Blushing, she avoided his gaze. She turned and saw her little sister happily chatting with the escort knight on the other side, then softly said, thank you for caring for my little sister. It's been a while since I've seen her so happy. Gale didn't seem to be in a good mood lately. I wonder if she heard that conversation between me and my mother or if I'm just being too sensitive. They got on the horse-drawn carriage and headed to the Lantia castle. Wow! Gale exclaimed. The Duke Lancha's castle is so beautiful. Yusniel instructed her younger sister, don't run, Gale. Have I not told you what to do? Gale replied, you and His Majesty are childhood friends, very close, and you must be polite in front of others. Yusniel reminded, so, you must not run around. She then turned to Tesbalin and said, this is my sister's first time attending such events, so I hope you will be understanding. Tesbalin reassured, don't worry, the news will be published throughout the party, and I will keep an eye on the little one, okay? Gale chimed in, that's right, so you don't have to worry. Yusniel sighed and thought to herself, you two really complement each other's personalities. He curiously asked, the party hasn't even started yet, why do you look so tired? Yusniel replied in frustration, don't you know why? It's because you two have been chatting nonstop since the beginning. They had been talking throughout the carriage ride, saying how Yusniel's older sister was the most intelligent and beautiful person in the world. Indeed, Yusniel had also seen her mesmerizing beauty. Laughter filled the carriage, making Yusniel extremely embarrassed. In the luxurious courtyard of Lancha's home, everything was extravagant. Gale looked around in awe, wow, even the entrance is decorated like this. The Emperor said, the royal garden is even more magnificent, with gemstone dolls and even a gold statue. If you're curious, you can go see it. But you must go with your sister. Gale happily exclaimed, then I will go tomorrow. Yusniel, annoyed, said, I don't like it. She muttered to herself, can't you behave properly? Tesbalin innocently laughed, what did I do? Gale pleaded with a pitiful look, sister. Yusniel sighed, not knowing what to do, then replied, fine, you can go next week, but in exchange, you have to behave politely towards the guests today. Gale obediently agreed. Yusniel looked at her innocent little sister and thought, anyway, this is just a small gathering, so nothing should happen. That's why I chose the Emperor as your dance partner today. Suddenly Gale asked, will Lily Sunni be coming? Yusniel shook her head, she probably still has a swollen face from the beating I gave her last time. Her pride won't allow her to leave the house, will it? Tesbalin stood behind Yusniel, stifling a laugh. Yusniel asked coldly, Your Majesty, why are you laughing? Ss1 chuckled and said, Dear little sister Gale, if the weeds continue to grow, the problem lies with the weeds, not with you. Gale asked innocently, Weeds? Yusniel snapped, What are you saying? She tried to pull her hand away from Ss1's grip and muttered, Stop holding my hand sneakily. Yusniel suspected and asked, Are you sure you don't have any plans? Ss1 laughed, What plans? Aren't you about to find out? They entered the grand hall of the castle, where the banquet was laid out, amidst the surprise of the guests. As they entered, they came face to face with the Duke of Sunni and Lily. Lily, with a still red face, greeted the emperor with the courtesy of nobility. Yusniel thought, Today's party at Lanch's house is similar to the one Nud and I attended, with fewer people. As they approached, a servant exclaimed in surprise, Oh! The eldest and second daughters of the Duke of Harland, and Her Majesty's dance partner. This gathering was where young nobles mingled, not too formal. Yusniel took Ss1's arm and walked around. He smiled and said, Wow, I've frightened the girls. Today I'm just Yusniel's dance partner, so everyone should relax. Yusniel glanced around, realizing that this was just a small gathering of young nobles. But the way they organized it this time, and the presence of the dukes, turned this party into a royal affair. Yusniel turned to Ss1 and asked, Did you add something? She muttered, I told you not to. Ss1 replied innocently, No, I didn't do anything. But I mentioned yesterday about the gathering at Lanch's house, didn't I? He remembered how cheerful he had been yesterday, telling some courtiers that he was looking forward to attending this party. It would be very interesting. They were surprised and asked each other, Will His Majesty personally attend, and will he go with his dance partner? Ss1 modestly said to Yusniel, I only boasted about myself, whether they join or not is up to them, I did nothing wrong. He smirked, proving that he was not wrong in bringing those people here. Yusniel frowned, unable to blame him. If anyone, she could only blame herself for inviting the emperor. In another corner, Gale and the escort knight also attracted the attention of the guests. A woman brought her daughter over and introduced her to Gale. Hello, this is my daughter. Gale replied cheerfully, You're a senior student at Colosseum, right? She quickly attracted another boy to make friends with, feeling happy about being accepted. Yusniel felt reassured about that. Gale adapted to the atmosphere here quickly. Today they treated her quite warmly, so she became lively again like before. Yusniel sighed in relief, Things are smoother than I thought, thankfully. Ss1 turned to her, gently tucking a strand of hair near her ear and whispered, It's time to have fun with me now. I'm bored. Yusniel couldn't stand the heat from Ss1's breath spreading all over her body, making her cheeks flush, quickly pushing Ss1 away. Tess, you should leave now, if someone sees us, it will be troublesome. He turned away angrily, But you've been staring at Gale all this time. I'm jealous. Yusniel looked at him in astonishment, he was really crazy. He was also ashamed to say that. However, Yusniel fell into another trap. The more she looked at him, the more she found him cute with that expression. Yusniel hugged her head to calm herself down. Ss1, curious about her confusion, asked, Are you not feeling well? Yusniel opened her eyes wide and worriedly said, Oh no, it seems like he has realized something now, scared of her own emotions. Do I like him? He brushed Yusniel's hair gently. Yusniel exclaimed, Tess, I. Just as the conversation began, a voice from behind interrupted, May I have an audience, Your Majesty, and Miss Harland? It was the Duke of Sunni and Lily. Tess and Yusniel turned to them. The Duke of Sunni led his daughter in front of the emperor. Yusniel was somewhat surprised by their presence, forgetting what she was about to say to Tess. I didn't expect to be sobered up by Duke Sunni. The emperor looked down at the blonde girl in front of him, slowly saying, Yes, this is not Lily, the one who always claims she will be my future queen? Lily's eyes widened in fear. At this moment, her father pressed her shoulder down low, respectfully saying, I heard that my daughter has caused trouble with the Harland family, so she wants to apologize to Miss Harland for temporarily taking her position. Yusniel was somewhat embarrassed before looking at the Duke of Sunni's distress. As for the emperor, he remained silent, waiting for a moment, then said, Isn't this a bit strange? The one who caused the mistake hasn't even greeted Princess Harland yet. It seems like the third daughter of Duke Sunni doesn't even know how to bow, right? If she doesn't know, I can personally teach her. A sword was drawn, making a sharp sound from the scabbard of the knight standing next to Gale. What now? Ss1 reminded. Oh, sweat poured out on the Duke of Sunni's face, stammering, urging Lily, quickly apologize to the princess. But the more he tried to press her head down, the more stubbornly she raised her head challengingly. Father, how can you do this to me? Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and apologize. But Lily stubbornly refused. Gale saw the tense situation and rushed back to grab Yusniel's sleeve. Yusniel rubbed her head. Don't worry, I've arranged everything. Then she turned to the Emperor and said, That's fine, Your Majesty. I don't need an apology from Miss Lily. This is my precious sister's first gathering, so I don't want to leave any bad memories for her. However, even though Your Majesty hasn't announced it, and Miss Lily has claimed to be your future queen, this arrogant behavior needs to be corrected. Ss1 stepped forward next to her and said, Princess Harland is right, the Sunni family doesn't discipline their children strictly, so they need to pay the price, wait for the punishment. This made everyone at the party shocked. They whispered, shouldn't mess with the Harland family now. As you can see, His Majesty is favoring her by organizing this party like this. Because His Majesty attended the party as Princess Yusniel's dance partner, he replaced her to demand fairness. In another corner of the party, a guest with light blonde hair was about to take a sip of wine, suddenly stopped, murmuring softly, Yusniel, is that girl Yusniel? Yusniel stepped out of the banquet alone and went for a stroll. The atmosphere of the party was too stifling and boring. Phew. If I stand next to Tez, there will be too many people coming around, even sneaking out is quite difficult. I had to pretend to be thirsty. And Tez quickly went to find drinks to help me. Seizing the opportunity, Yusniel managed to get outside. She spotted a blonde man standing near the fountain. What was he doing in this deserted place? Yusniel quickly assessed the unfamiliar figure. Usually, there would be few people with such messy hair at parties, dressed so casually. So perhaps he was also trying to escape the crowd like me? The stranger was muttering to himself, how long will this party last? Suddenly, Yusniel remembered the familiar feeling of standing near him. She saw the green leaves suddenly falling down and instinctively recognized him. Isn't that the wind magic researcher, Dr. Wassering Blessed, isn't it? Yusniel approached him with joy and respect, greeting him. Do you know me? He asked politely. Yusniel was delighted to confirm his identity. In the Northern Kingdom, there exists a renowned scholar in the academic world. Before his appearance, magic was not considered a subject of study in this kingdom, but rather a myth. However, based on mathematical studies, there are multiple dimensions in the world, and connecting with those dimensions requires extremely powerful magic. The existence of fairies and dragons is not a myth, they are merely different species, living in different spatial dimensions. After his thesis, magic became a true science. And to me, he is a savior for what I'm exploring. But he's very secretive and rarely seen outside, so I gave up hope of meeting him. But there were a few things in his thesis, the relationship between spatial dimensions and magical storms that I didn't understand. Meeting him here is indeed lucky. They quickly engaged in conversation. Yusniel showed him her notebook containing her research findings. This computational method can predict the occurrence of a magical storm, but when looking at the notes, there are differences. Could it be that I made a mistake, sir? No, you calculated correctly. Magic cannot be unaffected by living creatures. This formula only predicts the natural cycle of a magical storm. Of course, there are also formulas to predict the variables. Yusniel quickly asked, is this the formula from the thesis Ecosystem of Elves, written by the Imperial Mage? The stranger was surprised and asked Yusniel, have you read it too? She replied, I've read all the theses related to magic. They quickly bonded as if they had been friends for a long time. But isn't this formula too complicated? Yusniel remarked. Indeed, this formula. It's undoubtedly the beauty of mathematics on the other side. Their intimacy caught the attention of a maid who glanced at them and wondered, what is that nobleman doing in this deserted place? Meanwhile, Yusniel was fascinated by the knowledge they were exchanging. Wow, I never thought I'd do this. You're indeed a renowned scholar. He was also amazed by the knowledge of a noblewoman. He pondered, I've been called strange before, but Lady Yusniel is also strange, a princess carrying a notebook to study mathematics. Yusniel stopped and looked at him. It seems I haven't told you yet. How do you know my name? He chuckled, is there anyone in this empire who doesn't know your name, my lady? She took his hand, solemnly saying, anyway, I haven't introduced myself to you. I am Yuhel, currently participating in magical research at Colosseum. And I am Wassering Blessed, currently working in the field of magical studies. But why do you know me? I don't think you've met me before, have you? Yusniel replied, I've seen your picture in the last page of an article before, lucky me. I never thought I'd meet you at a social gathering like this. He responded, actually, I don't like noise, so I came out here. I'm a relative of Duke Lantia, so I'll be staying here for a while. Oh, I see, Yusniel nodded. He asked her to keep his identity secret. And of course, that would be a secret between them. We've been away from the party for too long, the conversation is really interesting, and now I'll take my leave, Wassering said. Yusniel quickly held his hand, wait. I wonder if I could meet you at the cafe in town this weekend? Cafe? He hesitated. Yusniel pleaded, there's a private room for nobles there, so we can talk. I still have many questions to ask you. After considering, he agreed. All right, let's meet there. Yusniel was overjoyed and bid him farewell. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Ss1 standing in a corner, watching them intently. The intimacy and joy that he hadn't seen in Yusniel for a long time made Ss1 curious and uneasy, his face darkening. Finally, the party ended, and the royal carriages gradually left Lantia Castle. In the royal carriage, Ss1 and Yusniel remained silent for a long time. Ss1 looked out the window with a blank expression, while Yusniel was lost in thought about magical knowledge, not wanting to disturb him. She wondered, why were you silent just now, Tess? Gale had fallen asleep and had taken another royal carriage back with royal escorts. The Lantia carriage was borrowed to take the girl home. So there were only Ss1 and Yusniel left in that large carriage. Yusniel thought to herself, I know I'll have to fight Tess throughout this journey, even planning resistance. But instead of being close to her and enjoying the possession of her body, he's acting so differently. Yusniel finally couldn't help but ask, Tess, what's wrong? Are you angry with me? Tess maintained a downward expression and silence. He was about to speak but stopped, then muttered, this is the first time I've seen Yusniel act so foolishly. Yusniel, indignant, asked, what do you mean? Ss1 chuckled softly, how could I be angry with you? You're the only existence. You should understand me, shouldn't you? Yusniel widened her eyes, his face clearly in pain. He groaned, you're so cruel. She was stunned by his current look, it's that look again. Every time I touch Tess's gaze, those cold desires will arise, like a swamp of emotions, wet and engulfing me. Ss1 clasped his hands together, bowed his head like a child, and said softly, Yusniel, I'm scared. If you prefer someone with brighter blonde hair than my dark hair, if your smiling face looks at someone other than me, one day you'll leave me again. If you leave, I... His trembling words made Yusniel unable to bear it any longer and exclaimed, Tess, how can you love someone like that? She stood up, moved to where Ss1 was sitting, touched his chin, and bent down to look carefully, why would you bet everything on me like that? Tess slowly replied, tears now falling from his eyes, because my world has only you. Yusniel silenced him with a long, endless kiss. But that gentle kiss didn't last long. Ss1 went mad and jumped up, pushing her down onto the seat. He poured all his passion and fear into the tight kiss on her lips. Yusniel was swept away by his frantic rhythm, unable to resist. Only after her cheeks had flushed pink did she manage to utter, Tess, Tess. Please don't kiss so deeply. He momentarily released her, burying his head on her shoulder and saying, why should I stop? Don't push me away. Don't push me away, Yusniel. She hugged his head tenderly, gently stroking his soft hair, cascading down her chest, whispering, you fool. Yuzniel placed her hands on his cheeks, lifting his head to look at her. What are you imagining? I pushed you away, not because I hate you. It's just because I couldn't breathe. Her face turned red as she said that. But seeing Tez's face, which had become silly and teary-eyed, she couldn't help but sigh. Oh. Yuzniel reaffirmed as if comforting a child, so, what I just said was because you made it hard for me to breathe. Tez Balin immediately regained his spirit, repeating his fervent actions. He whispered, if that's the case, I can breathe through my nose. Yuzniel snapped irritably, everyone knows that. She covered her mouth, blushing and annoyed, this is only our second kiss, and I'll be embarrassed. You're an emperor, after all, why are you crying in front of me? He murmured, I don't know, every time I'm in front of you, my tears just won't stop. Maybe because of love? Yuzniel sighed, love? You're always so anxious and prone to tears, and then suddenly you smile. That's love, isn't it? I don't know either. Yuzniel. These heart-to-heart conversations continued between them, without any need for deliberation or arrangement of speech order. Tez Balin buried his head in Yuzniel's neck, enjoying her tenderness. Yuzniel thought to herself, although I don't know, that last kiss was truly sweet. In Harlan's castle, Yuzniel sat by the fireplace, sipping tea. She reminisced about today's events. Tez confessed his fear of loving her, but in truth, it was she who feared love. How could Tez have known it was love from the beginning? This time, she still couldn't be sure or decide. What made him so certain? Yuzniel. Yuzniel. Eugen's call snapped her out of her thoughts. Can't you hear me? Yuzniel looked at her, puzzled, not knowing what she had just said. What's wrong? I came here to tell you something important, and you're just sitting there, Eugen said. Yuzniel quickly denied, no, I'm listening. Anyway. Congratulations on becoming the heiress to your family's title. You've always wanted that, and now you've finally achieved it. Eugen sarcastically remarked, what? I owe part of it to you. They shared cake and conversation. Yuzniel was surprised, I contributed? How so? Eugen explained, yes, when His Majesty declared he wouldn't accept Lily's apology, my father was very worried. Since she's his beloved youngest daughter, he feared she might be executed. So, he negotiated with His Majesty and asked to return the title of Earl. And His Majesty let me become the head of the family. He gave me a choice between the Sunni family being wiped out or me becoming the Lord. Yuzniel hesitated, it feels like I'm invisible. Maybe Tez isn't pleased because I used to be his dance partner a few times. Eugen firmly said, nevertheless, I've achieved what I wanted. And I have no regrets. Yuzniel agreed somewhat, oh. And people's reactions aren't very comfortable. Eugen commented. Yuzniel asked, what's bothering you? Eugen pondered for a moment, feeling a bit melancholic. Because of Lord Boned's son. Yuzniel inquired, Arthur? Eugen slowly stabbed a strawberry on the cake with her fork and trembled slightly. Yuzniel, you know how much I like him. But if I become the head of the Sunni family, Arthur won't have a chance anymore. And he'll inherit the Boned family later. Yuzniel consoled, besides Arthur, the Boned family still has other heirs, right? Eugen looked straight at the truth and said, even so, none are more suitable than him. The man I marry will become the son-in-law of the Sunni family, so I don't think the Duke of Boned will agree. It's about letting their heir come to the Sunni family. Eugen continued, and perhaps from the beginning, Arthur didn't have feelings for me. Yuzniel asked again, so, are you planning to give up the position of your family's heir? Eugen coldly replied, no, I'll find a suitable man. I won't do foolish things, like sacrificing for love. And above all, I don't believe in eternal love. Yuzniel was puzzled, why? Eugen lowered her gaze to her teacup, her dark eyes reflecting the tea's darkness, and replied, do you know why my father loved Lily Sunni so much? Her mother wasn't a political marriage, but a lover. Lily is his illegitimate child, so he loves her even more. Now that my father is gone, rumors will soon arise. The relationship between the Duke and Duchess of Harland is very good, so you wouldn't understand this. But having seen my father have affairs throughout my childhood, it's hard for me to believe in love. I'm sorry, maybe I'm just confused. Yuzniel paused, not saying anything. Deep down, the sad stories of past lives resurfaced, and she silently said, "It's not like that. I understand your feelings better than anyone, Eugen. Because until now, I still fear love." She shuddered at the thought of the pain of an unhappy family. She was also worried about similar things. Despite everything, she really liked Tez. But until now, she still feared opening her heart. Tonight, the nightmares continued to haunt Yuzniel. She dreamed of her mother from a past life, calling out desperately to her, "Don't leave me alone. I don't want to die, save me." Yuzniel drifted in and out of sleep during the night, cold sweat dripping down her face, mingling with tears. "Too much suffering, please, no more." A familiar voice called out, "Yuzniel, are you okay?" Yuzniel, still in a daze, murmured, "Tez?" Tezbalin gently embraced her shoulders and asked, "Are you all right?" Leaning against him, she asked, "Why are you here?" Tezbalin chuckled softly, "Why wouldn't I be? Of course, I have to be by your side." Yuzniel, still half in a dreamy state, began to feel calmer. "Yes, you're right." Under the moonlight shining into the quiet room, she sat there in Tez's embrace, his hand resting on hers. Yuzniel sighed, asking, "Do you truly love me?" "Yes, I love you, Yuzniel," he replied earnestly. Yuzniel whispered to herself, "Then can you stay with me for the rest of our lives?" Tez remained silent. No, this was not possible. He lowered his head to lift Yuzniel's chin. "Don't you know you shouldn't have to ask?" "Yuzniel, eventually, you'll leave me too." Yuzniel fell silent in the face of his accusation. "You know my heart loves you, but you're too focused on studying magic. Compared to me, someone right in front of you, you're chasing uncertain things about whether you can return or not." Yuzniel tried to explain, "That's not it. It's because I can't leave my mother alone." But a cold voice interrupted, "Yuzniel, you're not afraid that Tez will leave you. It's the moment the door of opportunity opens, you're always afraid of betraying love." A different Yuzniel, questioning herself in her mind. That Yuzniel was mocking her, coward. Terrified and trembling, she tried to shout, "No. I said no." She was so frightened that she jolted awake, still crying, realizing she was in her own room. Yuzniel sat up, looking at her hands to confirm if she was awake or still dreaming. Was it a dream? She sighed, "Now I'm encountering so many kinds of nightmares." Yuzniel slumped into her blanket, exhausted. It was already morning. Today was the weekend, and the appointment with Professor Wassering was scheduled. At the cafe on the corner of the street in town, he was sitting there, deeply engrossed in a book. Yuzniel's call made him look up. "Nice to see you again, I've been waiting for you." Yuzniel, wearing a modest cloak, greeted him softly, "Sorry for being late. I took extra time to avoid attracting attention." A cup of strong coffee was brought over, and they began their conversation. Yuzniel asked, "Have you been waiting long?" The professor calmly replied, "The waiting time wasn't boring at all." She complimented, "You have a very polite way of speaking." He chuckled, "I won't answer that. Since our last meeting, I've been looking forward to this appointment. It's been a long time since we could have such a comfortable conversation." Yuzniel sipped her coffee and looked at the young professor in front of her. He was thinking to himself, "I dressed very formally to make her see me as a researcher." As the conversation delved into the main topic, Yuzniel asked, "So, did you start your research from wind magic?" "Haha, yes." A stack of papers was laid out on the table. "If you look at these documents, this section, haha. This formula is wrong." While Yuzniel was deeply focused and tense with the magical formulas, Wassering kept glancing at her. "Compared to our last meeting, I'm even more curious about you now." He suddenly asked, Why are you so interested in studying magic, Your Highness? For example, I'm focusing on researching to publish a new thesis. Since my job revolves around it, my focus naturally gravitates towards it. And besides, magical research is fascinating. So, I thought Princess Harland would also be a bookworm like me. But from what I see, you don't seem very interested in it. Yuzniel stopped reading and looked at him. He continued, actually, I even sense that something is bothering you. Yuzniel put down her coffee cup, honestly saying, actually, I'm more interested in the movement of space than magic. So, I joined a research project on magical storms, catalysts for opening spatial dimensions. But I'm stuck in predicting where the magical storms will occur. So, that's why I'm impatient. I feel like I'm lost. The professor, surprised, said, that's a change of direction. I've discovered a few things while preparing for my next thesis. So far, the appearance of storms was attributed to magical creatures, but in reality, a storm only occurs where there are dragons and fairies. So, by accurately calculating the movement of these races, we can predict where the next storms will occur. Yuzniel was shocked. That's true, but the immigration records of these races are banned on the mainland for protection purposes. But this is just my speculation. Wassering suddenly pulled out a document. If that's the case, I think I can help. Records related to the movements of races. I copied them from the Forbidden Library of the Palace for emergency situations. With this information, I can create new formulas. Yuzniel hesitated. Professor, do you think space travel is possible? On a theoretical level, it might be possible, but this is just a hypothesis, no one knows for sure. Yuzniel sighed, so it's impossible to know. She thought, things are still uncertain, but today I learned a lot from Professor Wassering, so if I have his help, I'll get closer to the level of being able to travel. That's the moment I'm looking forward to. He slowly said, although I don't know what you're searching for, I hope you find the right path. Yuzniel falls silent when thinking of Tez. No matter what, in that moment, does Tez think of me? I also hope to find that path. Yuzniel reflects on the path she is seeking. When her father left for his lover, her mother fell ill, and she endured countless hardships. Life between them was no longer her own. She was just a lonely figure in this life. One day, as she walked, she overheard some others. Oh, how boring, he's calling her again. Who is it? Your boyfriend? Just last month, he wanted to die for you, why break up now? I don't know, just feels tedious. Who needs a reason for a change of heart? As those passing by linger in her memory, Yuzniel grows increasingly disgusted with their irresponsibility. A phone call rings, she answers softly, yes, mother, as soon as work is over, I'll come to the hospital. She still cares for her mother every day. Mother, have you taken the medicine the nurse gave you? I'll check when I get there, okay? Yuzniel vividly remembers these impressions, their subtle changes. She witnessed and experienced their fickleness firsthand, the loneliness Tez would never know she endured. So, if she truly wants to turn back, she must first handle her relationship with Tez. And the same goes for him, both of us. She believed it was the right path she had found. Gale cheerfully calls to her. The little girl holds two colorful plush toys, showing off to Yuzniel. This is the first time I've seen so many dolls sparkling and beautiful like this. Your Highness, are they all for me? Indeed, Tez nods to the girl. If you like them, then take them with you. Gale cheers. Wow, really? Yuzniel, feeling helpless, comments, we were just heading home, and suddenly we're being escorted to the palace. Tez Balon's words leave her even more stunned, because the girl is your sister, Yuzniel. His face blushes with embarrassment as he speaks. Yuzniel turns away from his gaze, avoiding his eyes. Tez looks uneasy, noticing a slight change in Yuzniel today. She distances herself from him, standing apart and avoiding him. Gale curiously asks, Yuzniel of mine? Yuzniel hears the girl repeat Tez Balon's words and blushes, calling out, Gale, let's talk for a moment, shall we? She pulls the girl to a corner, pointing to the pile of toys and gifts scattered there, and says, You said we had to go somewhere before going home, and that place is the palace? Gale holds up the beautiful doll excitedly. His Majesty invited me here and said he had a gift for me. Yusniel raises an eyebrow and reads the letter. He sent an invitation when? Yusniel scolds Gale, you should have told me earlier. I'll be in trouble. Tess-Balin observes silently, wondering, trouble? Gale continues arguing with her older sister about how she announced the Emperor's invitation, on the horse carriage. The girl excitedly boasts about the invitation card. Sister, the palace invitation is so beautiful. But Yusniel was lost in thought at that moment, barely acknowledging the girl's words. Now Yusniel remembers, she was simply distracted then. Gale calls out to her, didn't you hear me? You've been acting strange lately. Ever since the party, you've been dazed, not sleeping well. The Emperor suddenly approaches, extending his hand. Lady Yusniel, may I invite you for a walk? Yusniel shakes her head, declining. I'm sorry, but I have to look after my little sister, so it might be difficult for me to accept. Tess-Balin intervenes. Your sister is busy playing, so you needn't worry. Besides, don't you have something to discuss with me? Yusniel shakes her head. No, nothing. She hesitates for a moment before agreeing. Yes, let's take a walk. They walk together in silence for a long while. Yusniel regrets accepting the walk alone with him. It was a perfect opportunity to set boundaries that she couldn't refuse. Tess-Balin finally speaks up. Yusniel. She feels flustered, not knowing how to respond, unable to utter a word. Tess-Balin repeats once more, Yusniel. She thinks, if I tell him to keep his distance now, he might not listen. If I persist until the end, then. Before she can finish her thought, Tess-Balin's arms wrap around her, strong and passionate. He gently asks, Yusniel, what are you thinking? Yusniel feels helpless, unable to avoid his gaze. She hesitantly opens her mouth, Tess. He whispers from behind, are you worried? Yusniel tightens her grip, wanting to embrace him tightly, but her reason holds her back. It's really hard to see the way back now. I can't cross this line. She decisively pushes him away and says, please let go, Your Majesty. Yusniel hurriedly turns away as Tess-Balin remains stunned, unable to react. He stammers nervously, Yusniel? She says, in the future, Your Majesty, please keep your distance. Tess-Balin, confused, stutters, why? Why are you angry? Because I brought you here without permission. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the latest development of this story. If you enjoy it, please stay tuned for the next installment. Thank you very much.